What's up? What's up? Who up in here? Let me send out this link. We ain't been live in a couple of days. I've been trying to reorganize the show, letting some of the drama calm down. So come on, y'all. So I jumped in the car, plus my house been a little bit busy lately also. So that's been an issue. From being able to go live in the house. Was getting a little bit of work done in there, so hold on, let me send out this link, y'all. And I ain't let the pseudo killers know I was going live anyway, so I just when I just hit the live button. So let me see who in here. Who up in this live? My bad. Daquan, what's happening? Omar, back. Donnie, what's up? We cool, Donnie. Hey, Donnie. We cool, bro. We cool. What's going on with y'all though? Charles Goodwin. Charles, we need to get in that survey and figure out what's going on. I be needing y'all to give me ideas for shows and stuff that y'all want to talk about. You know, that's why I be really in the server. Trying to see, you know what I mean? Because like I said, we all pseudo killers. If it's a pseudo claim or something suspicious, you know what I mean? Y'all go ahead and kill it in the server, in the back chat, and we'll present that shit on the YouTube. You know what I mean? Boom, boom, boom. Gullah, what's happening? What's happening? I'm like I said, y'all, you know, a lot of stuff been going on. You know what I mean? So, you know, just trying to figure out, you know, how to navigate through it, because I never want to be a part of internet drama, right? This is actually relaxing to me, right? To be able to come online and talk about history and science and current events and things like that. So it's supposed to be relaxing for me. Like I have enough stuff going on, like most people, right? Like most of y'all. We have enough stuff going on, real stuff going on in our regular lives, right? Issues that go on in our regular lives, than to come online and have those same type of issues with people. Do y'all agree? You know what I mean? If I wanted to, you know, argue and fuss and fight, I have friends and family members that is in my life, you know, on a day-to-day basis that I could do those things with, right? I have issues, you know, in my actual life with work and, you know, my relationship and everything else that, you know, family members sick, people around me passing away, family arguments. I have all of those things in my normal life that I have to deal with. So to come online, I feel as though is my release, is my relaxation from the real life of every day, right? So anytime I start seeing those things going on, you know, I back up a little bit, you know. I want to argue with Unc and them about Egypt where it's not personal. I want to argue about the Hebrew Israelites. I want to talk about, vaccines or, discuss the new telescopes and things like that. I don't want to be arguing with people online over personal issues and their feelings and, you know what I mean, who disrespected who. That's not what drew me to want to participate in these type of forums, right? These were supposed to be my relaxation, right? I argue with my girlfriend over being up 2 o'clock in the morning, screaming in the house over Egypt. My girlfriend looks at me like I'm crazy, right? But it's fun to me. Sometimes I wake the whole house up arguing with Unc and them over Egypt and different things. My kids got to go to school in the morning, and I stay up 2 o'clock in the morning, and my studio room where I moved my office at is right next door to my daughter's room. So you can just imagine, you know what I mean, the havoc I'm causing her, you know. So anytime it get personal and people are taking personal shots and stuff, I had to reset a little bit because I do it as a hobby, you know. In the midst of working and, then, juggling between spending time with your family. They wanted me to go see Batman with them. And I work long hours. So I be having to juggle all that. Let me see. I sent out the link. I don't know where everybody at. But I'm gonna rap to y'all a little bit. But what y'all feel about that though? Metro customer said, "Is we still Egyptians?" Yeah, according to these guys, man, we still Rodney Kimmett around this month. We definitely Rodney Kimmett. You know what I mean? Corey crazy. But it's certain things about, the pseudo killer. Like we have a lot of different members, right? I think y'all pretty much can pick up on Sosa, Cedric, you know what I mean? The people that normally talk, right? So you pretty much know Sosa vibe, how he carry it, right? His personality online. You also get to see, how Cedric, how he move, CK, you know what I mean? You also see, Kent, you know, you got Unc, you got me, you know what I mean? Corey is an absolute nut. I love his rants. Whoever don't like Corey rants is nuts to me. Yeah, he do this on the phone. Once he get going, you know what I mean? It's like talking to your old grandfather. You can tell this nigga had older black men raise him. You know what I mean? You can tell men who were raised by men. You know what I mean? Like once he go there, he there. You know what I mean? He there. So I love hearing that. I love his rants. But Vance, see y'all don't. Vance is hilarious, and he hardly ever talk. But all of the jokes and stuff that we come up with, most of that shit is Vance in the back chat because he worked during the day. But you know what I mean? Uh, oh, Reggie, you definitely can have a link, Reggie. Yeah, you the guy who I want to talk to. I love having Reggie on the show, y'all. I wish Reggie was a pseudo killer for real. Um, Let me get this link. Since the pseudo killers ain't coming on. Reggie, until you become a member, I'm gonna make you an honorary member of the pseudo killers. Because I feel like, you know, you're around age, right? And I feel like, you know, you could bring balance to Unc's madness. You know, we're a little bit younger than the rest of us. And I feel like he needs some balance. Um, Anusha, what's up? Hey y'all, I'm driving. I'm trying to talk to y'all, drive and send out links. So, you know what I mean? And there's everybody getting off work, so this traffic starting to get a little bit thick. So if I get a little distracted, don't mind me now. Hey Gullah, I just put the link in the chat. Hit that link. I said I just sent your text, Gullah. I put the link in the chat.
What's up, sir? How you feeling?
What's going on, Adrian? What's popping?
Oh man, I'm cool.
Hey, did you take the video down?
Who?
From the pseudo killers, your interview. Did you take it down?
Nope. Why
Well,
would I do
tag
that?
me in. I don't know, cause I ain't see it. Tag me in it.
Okay.
Cause I was looking through the what's the name to find it. So I just tag me in it, cause I don't understand Facebook like I used to.
I think I'll be I think probably because you can't find it no more because I be posting so much stuff at one time and stuff like that to where I guess it gets clouded. Cause I know it's on my Facebook page because it's I'll tag you in it again. But
All
I
right,
want
good.
to say something too, Chef.
Go ahead,
You
bro.
know, here's the one thing I love about the pseudo killers is I'm gonna say it like an old black church saying, y'all may not come on YouTube when I want y'all to, but it's always on time because it's like every time I finish homework in college, y'all come right on, and I'm like, this is free time with me. I
Right.
love coming on here.
That's what's up.
I love coming over here, like, and I like how you kind of you talked about at the beginning about how like stuff was like, just going a little crazy and everything like that. Cause like I believe like that show that was about 2 hours the other day, I was gonna message you and be like, that looks really bad. Take that entire show down. You know what I'm saying? Like that did not look right. Like, with Garfield coming on like that, did other stuff. I'm like, wait a minute, this ain't good.
Yeah,
This ain't
it
good.
definitely was. It definitely wasn't. And like I said, once stuff like that start happening, you know what I mean, it's not fun for me no more. You know what I mean? Because I can deal with that type of stuff in my regular life. You know what I mean? I don't get online to go through those type of issues. So, I had to reset a little bit because for the most part, wow, yo, you just pulling out in traffic. For the most part, I'm the one that normally go live or hit the button. We call it hitting the button. So, for me, that's like a mood killer right there. If I'm gonna get on here and argue, I want to argue about a subject matter or something, not about personal things. Hold on, hey Tuck, what's up, bro?
Oh, what's going on, Chef?
I'm chilling. Chilling was good
Yeah,
with you.
I just be popping in and out, man.
My man.
Man, can we admit one thing, man? We like drama. Can we admit that? Don't nobody want
That's
to
a
admit that.
no, that's a
Don't
fact.
nobody want to admit that.
We like
But
fights.
we feed into all of this. We feed into all of that shit. Even my sports, bro. I started looking at it like that. I'll be talking about what kind of drama other people like, but that feels my drama portion is sports mostly. You know, 'cause I do sports.
Mhm.
But as many people tune in, them is the most watched shows. Am I right or am I right?
You absolutely right. People love in the black community. We love fights, right?
Yeah,
If
we love
some
a good.
if somebody say
Go ahead.
fight, everybody gonna turn around and look. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah. But it got into some other stuff, but that don't even got nothing. I don't think that had nothing to do with nothing though. Like, what do that got to do with somebody being on the show? And they didn't even say nothing about you on the show and having a back and forth. Right, that's all it is. I mean, is people tough guys or something? I be wondering, is you a tough guy or is we scholars? That's what I wonder sometimes. Like, how you get all the way over there with it? We talking about some information. Is people black or not? It'll get to, did you hear about somebody talked about somebody? Like, no, I didn't hear about that. Nobody be watching that. Don't nobody watch dude until you don't hear it. But I get it, man. We all feel different about different things though, but we love some drama. I think Chef doing something. I like a little back and forth until people start saying, I don't know what do be crying to me. I be feeling Corey on that too. Y'all be crying a lot. Y'all do get to crying, but hold on, hold on, I'm out there. My bad, Chef.
No, go ahead, go. You good? Reggie in here. Reggie, what's up, Reggie? Brother
Hey,
Reggie,
hey, Sheffer.
Saber.
Oh, you know it's my Bible. Yeah.
My,
Oh, let me mute out. What's going on, brother Reggie?
I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. I have some time. I just finished writing a summary judgment for a young Haitian scholar that was thrown out of university, and he's I got him into a federal suit, and I know a lot about federal law, and so decided to help him. But it's been a long journey. Uh, moved, and there's some things in my personal life that I kind of like pushed aside. But I love to hang out with y'all and
Oh man.
spread my spread what I learned. I have a different path than most of people. Most people have been educated by their parents, fathers and mothers, aunts, grandparents. Um, that was part of my journey, being educated by my parents. But then I connected with a group of Black scholars at a different time period um, where they had formulated Black studies departments, but and they were doing, and they were certainly doing academic work in discovery, and then at the same period, uh, somehow some type of religious movement kind of kicked in. People taking what they thought was ancient Egyptian religion and beginning to act as if they were practicing something. And so you hear all these words, Ma'at, Hotep, Sesta, um, Siahu, Heka. You hear all of this kind of like new terminology in this, and then this later age uh, has turned into um, a younger kind of a religious movement where people are uh, e- 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 they call themselves Kemetic, um, but I don't. And I don't. Kemetic means ik is a suffix, so we have to pay attention to that. It means like Egypt, right? And I've argued with the best of them. Um, And so now when I deal with the pseudo killers, I get to impart different information, because I can expose them very, very easily, right? The difference between many of them, they had not studied with the great masters. Um, and so they are even like their teachers, and their teachers are not like the teachers that taught them. They're something else. So I come to the table with what what I believe is a vast amount of research into the subject, because I've studied it for mm, I've studied it for over 30 years. This is what they call ancient Egypt and Kemet, and so now I bring some things to bear, and I'm this
Appreciate it, man. You too.
I'm disliked more than, how can I say, I'm disliked more from the so-called Kemetic groups. Sometimes I expect the dislike from the Moors and the Muslims and the Christians and the Hebrews. I expect that. The what I get from the Kemetic people is a different type of hate, because they know I know. They haven't studied with they haven't spent a day with Dr. Joseph Benjo Cannon and Dr. John Henry Clark and Dr. Leonard Jeffries. I'm talking about they haven't spent a day with them. And there might be a few like Brother Jabari, but when I met Dr. Clark, I was 20 something, 2021. He was already 70. And so I met him when he could see. And I've spent a lot of time with Dr. Clark, and a lot more with Dr. Ben and some of Dr. Ben's followers, or Dr. Ben's so-called students. I spent a lot of time with them over the years. So I don't think that the pseudo killers are wrong in their approach, because their approach shows who knows information or not. So Sheffrin, you said that you had some you like to beat me up, or yeah, you wanted to talk to me, you want to air me out, while I'm here.
I said nothing of the sort.
Tuck my got my back, huh?
No, I said I love having you on the show. I feel like you bring balance to us for all, because we always attacking so I feel like, you know, you bring a little bit of balance, right, and calm things down.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? Because
yeah,
we always, it's like the pseudo killers. We are like built to just go after Like that's just what we, it didn't start that way, but it seemed like that's the that's become the dynamic of the show. And the reason why it's become the dynamic of the show is because he he is a proponent of all of the older um teachers of the community, right?
mm-hmm.
He still had he still had one foot back there, you know, like Dr. Ben is one of his
Mm-hmm.
greatest scholars.
Mm-hmm.
Um, you know, he say his favorite book is Chancellor Williams. You dig what I'm saying? So
Mm-hmm.
now when Unc come over to this generation, you know what I mean? He's bringing all of that with him. So we battle him on that, right? Um, and he acknowledged that some of the, you know, works, and even you have acknowledged that, you know, a lot of the things that they wrote could be updated now,
Right.
not discarded but updated.
Correct.
So I feel like we battle with him because not only some of the key information should be updated, you know, the level of racism that they were fighting, right,
Mm-hmm.
is different now. So a lot of Unc's arguments to me
Mm-hmm.
come from the 70s when that racism was prevalent in academia, right? What Dr. Ben and them was fighting, right? They
Mm-hmm.
was fighting you know,
Sure.
What you call it, outright racism, right?
Yeah. And
Which
Lefkowitz and the Arthur Schlesinger and Diane Ravitch uh, and then generations of so-called Dr. Ben with Egyptologist
hmm
of the other generation. And I was around. I was able to watch that. I was able to watch um, and learn from my teachers. So the difference is that Unc is just bright. I think he's just a genius that didn't go to school. He's very bright. He's very well read, um, and he's constantly formulating ideas. He's changed. Unc has changed over the years. I've watched Unc change over the years. I've actually
hmm
watched him get on his own, and he's done it in a short time. And I'm relatively I'm proud of him. He's kind of like a look see type of dude. Let me get in here. Let me see what you're talking about. And then all of a sudden he goes, oh, that's some bullshit, right? And that's the theme of all the pseudo killers in a sense of, well, let me just take a look at who's talking and let's take a look see at what grounds them. What I find though, Sheffrin and Tuck and Adrian and is that the difference between okay, so there's movements like the Masonic movement, which I'm not a part of. My
hmm
teachers were all part of. Dr. Ben, not Dr. Clark, um, Professor Small, and others are a part of uh, the Freemasonry, Prince Hall and other Freemasons. Um, and what I find is that what I find with that generation, the earlier generation, they were bonded by a type of brothership and a sistership, and that bond and a love for Africa, and they they use the tools and let's say rituals and stuff or tools um, to actually show some commonality. Difference between the pseudo killers is that you don't have a common bond except for being pseudo killers. So what happens is sometimes there's a lack of just a lack of order, right, and
hmm
chaos. And then there are people who are Muslims, Christians, Hebrews. They usually argue among themselves, but when the let's say when the grand master or the grand priest comes into the room, then that is the kind of unifying factor. I oppose that. I oppose that because that means that you can't do it yourselves. Our people can't do it ourselves. We have to wait for the leader, whether it's Malcolm and Martin, Garvey, Elijah Muhammad, Noble Drew Ali, and then oftentimes without those leaders, we fall fucking apart, right? We fall apart, and when a leader throws you out, you fall. Dr. Khalid Muhammad, when a leader throws you out, then it's just utter chaos. There's this moment, and it becomes life threatening, and sometimes, most of the time, people die.
Can I add to what you just said, Brother Reggie?
Yes.
You right on that leadership thing because I'm now doing a PowerPoint on the great Robert F. Williams, the author of Negroes and Guns. Y'all ever heard of that book before?
I haven't. I've skimmed over it, but I haven't. I can't say that I'm an expert of it. But yeah, but I understand the concept. His concept is based on a lot of other concepts. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, he when he was advocating black self-defense in the mid 1960s.
Hmm.
He argued that black people should arm themselves against white supremacist terrorism.
Hmm.
The NAACP had kicked him out of the organization, and he was like forced to go into exile
Hmm.
to go like international. So you're correct on the you know
Hmm.
becomes utter chaos from then on.
Yeah, and so um, at some point, I just have to get through a few financial issues and some other issues. I want to introduce something to the community, um, in a kind of a Mason format. Um, and I could briefly tell you basically what it is. It'd be a it'd be an initiation type um, movement. But the first initiation is self-initiation, where you can wear your street clothes, you can be whoever you want to be, you could bring in your own religions, your own cultures, you could bring in everything, but you have to understand that one, African is the origin of civilization, and that 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 we were not born in sin. We live in a world of chaos, and that we can be affected by the chaos, and then learn some basic tenets, and then it's just a self-initiation period, and then you know who you are, and so in that period, the reason why it's just a unifying period. Um, without that, without that, then we're drawn into these Christian religions and these Masonic orders and all these type of things, and yet they haven't, even though the Masonic movement has been more able and in the background, silent, right? I am not going to say anything about the Masonic movement, but it has not completely worked for our people. So chaos is not bad. Chaos is good because it brings about some change, whether you like the change or not. It brings it kind of is like rain and storms. From that, grass can grow. Um, and so that is how the early Africans understood their world. Um, and so I draw from early Africa, and I'm not talking about just Kemet. Kemet is a child of parent peoples. I'm more drawn in my older age. I'm 56. I'm going to be 57 in a few days. I'm drawn to uh, what the parent people gave to the people who would become the West Africans, Central Africas, and Nile Valleys, and I'm drawn to what Kemet wrote because they were at least able to write surviving thoughts about what these people believed or thought, and that's all that I take from Egypt. I don't care about no damn pyramids. I don't care about no the damn worship. I don't care about none of that stuff. I care about the learning tools embedded within it, and so you guys are into this period where you are well, you don't even really bother with the Hebrews and the Christians and the Moors and all those groups of people. You have been recently focused on banging on the people who say that they understand Egypt, and then banging on the people. It's funny, and then banging on the people or joining the people who say Egypt was not black ruled, and that's really interesting. So then that becomes an information, becomes a kind of an information, kind of an information debate. And then I realized that people are just not well read. Adrian is very well read in social movements. I see. I mean, yeah,
Right on, sir.
History
he's a
period.
young revolutionary.
Yeah, I mean, he reads everything though. You know what I mean? So it's, that's how he got on my radar. Having one conversation with him, the different writers that he was mentioning at his age, I'm like, damn, you know what I mean? He going through it. So
He's a perfect
he,
recruit, though. Adrian is a perfect recruit for because I don't know yet what his center is. So he's a perfect potential recruit for lots of organizations, right? Masonic, governmental, academia. He's a perfect recruit. But he's a model mind. Not that all of you aren't. Shefford, you are, and Tuck, and the rest of you. But what I can give to the audience when I'm not being timed out, or when I'm not being told to be quiet, you all have to understand that it was me on the Sonetta platform that made ancient Egypt, or the study of that period, more academic. Before I came on the platform, nobody was, well, I'm going to say Shaka Amos was on the platform earlier talking about ancient Egypt in an academic construct. So, but I brought language to the platform. But even with my gift, I'm still hated by so many. I don't mind the hate because they just don't know, but I'm hated by so many. So, so what is
why you feel as though you're hated though? And we got Morpheus on the panel too. What's going on, Morpheus?
Peace, everybody, man.
Morpheus is one of my new teachers. I actually met Morpheus at a museum tour. Morpheus wanted to take a look-see, right? Because he has been part of Dr. York's movement, and he's certainly been part of Islam. And so he wanted to take a look-see and kind of like see what I'm talking about. And so then I got a chance to understand his worldview, and understand his journey into Islam, and then actually leaving Islam. And I've understood a whole lot of information that I would have never ever understood directly about Islam. And so I'm very, very happy about that. And so that better prepares me to deal with Moors and Muslims. I am so prepared. I could be better prepared. But him and another young brother in Brooklyn who is his partner, I am so prepared. But it's also frightening. It's scary. It's frightening. I get pulled up in my community. I'll be walking to the store to buy a cigar or something like that, and a carload of people pull up on me. Yo, we want to talk to you.
Yeah, right.
I get pulled up, and so and then there's some states that I don't go to. I went to the last Million Man March, and I decided, actually, of all people, I went on Bambaataa bus to the Million Man March, and the reason why is because some of his people offered me security, and they are really kind of noble and rough characters, and but they gave me the rules. They said, you ain't gonna be debating when you're out there. You just want to come, so we got you, but don't bring them to you. And so when I was walking through it, I'm in DC, and like this is the time I was battling with the Moors, and the Moors ain't unified. They unified under their code of construct, but they don't know each other. They don't even, many of them don't even like each other. But once they saw me, it was on and popping, right? So I couldn't. Yeah.
They unified under that, though, huh?
Oh yeah, they unified under that shit. Anybody that's going to expose or talk about, or even and show them that maybe Prophet Noble Drew Ali was a great teacher at his time, they're not. And so so that was a particular journey. And then the Muslims of all type, Nation of Islam, Muslims and regular Muslims, kind of Sunni Shia types.
It's hard for me to lump Moors into actually being Muslim. That's a hard that I feel like Noble Drew Ali did a lot of Masonic and occultist teachings more than what could be considered Islam. I don't even think they had a Quran, you know what I mean, a proper one anyway. So it's hard for me to really lump them in. They use Islamic terms, right? But I don't think to really put them in the Muslim category that is problematic. I think the conscious.
You're 100% correct, bro. I mean, that's listen. You're 150% correct.
Yeah, so
I agree with you on that, man. I agree with you on that. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut your wisdom. Keep going, bro.
No, yeah. So
no,
that's
it's actually Morpheus. It's an interesting way the Morpheus plays, right? He will play to your point. He will back off, but underneath his breath is the exact lesson to push them to the side. So when he says that he agrees 150%, that means keep going on, and then maybe Morpheus will open up. Morpheus, again, he speaks fluent Islam. He knows many of the surahs by heart, and he lived in Africa for years as a Muslim. So he knows African American Islam, and he knows continental African Islam. So
yeah, and Orthodoxy Islam, which happens to be one of my issues with understanding these Moors and their teachings, because to me they got this little gumbo thing, man. This gumbo thing, and I call it gumbo. A pot of gumbo. Like gumbo has a little bit of this in it, a little bit of that in it. You got so forth. So they come with this gumbo. This gumbo religion, so they use, like you said, Islamic or Arabic terms or words, like the brother who was on Sarnetta's show, what was it, the other day, last week, the sheikh. So I was like,
chief minister. But
you
gotta be careful. You gotta be careful because he is a chief minister, right? And so you could see their temperament when they agree and disagree. You can just see a man with a lot of power, right? And he came on for a particular reason. But do not make the mistake of clowning that man, not one bit. Just say what you agree and disagree, but please do not get personal with that man.
Yeah,
we just talking about the information and their doctrine.
I just used him and the other younger brother that was on about 2 weeks ago, who's the brother he's definitely not 50 years old. He calls himself a sheikh, and it's like, how you do that? You under 50 and you call yourself a sheikh? I'm like, you can't do that based on the terminology of these terms that they're adopting and using. Like they're using words like Sufi, they're using words like Islam, they're using words like Allah, they're using words Quran, and however, everything about those terms are completely contradictory to the very terms and words and understandings that they actually are. So they made up their own gumbo. They got their own version of it. You know what I mean?
Only to be impeached by people who know. So when the people who actually know come around, they run or they try to bond with you. They try to get real quick agreement, knowing full well that they committed shirk. Right?
It just don't make sense to me. I mean, like you said, Reggie, you made a good point. When you talk to someone who's knows or who actually has some knowledge in that particular culture, language, you know what I mean, and so forth. It just gets like it works for people who don't know that.
That's the point.
You can get away with that. You know what I mean? You can get away with that for the most part for people who are not knowledgeable in that particular field. So it's just like
So it
Brother
becomes,
Reggie,
yes,
can I ask you a question?
you always do.
I wanted to always ask you this. Why do you waste time debating with pork chop nationalists, man? Like, because a lot of these cats who you debate with, they not gonna move past the corner and be on some grassroots stuff.
Mhm.
So, like, why do you, you know what I'm saying? Like,
The
you
same
real
reason,
good.
the same reason why my teachers, Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark, Dr. Leonard Jeffries and Professor Small, you become a public intellectual. So when you become a public intellectual, you don't know even if the people that you think know, right? So you test. So the question is can I wield my knowledge? If I have the time, I could wield my knowledge, but I know the tricks about people trying to stop me, cut me off, not let me finish my point, saying I talk funny, I'm slow, I look funny, I'm Dr. Dumb Reggie, and I know the tricks. So what I do for the people is that I sacrifice myself, but I was taught that by my teachers. They sacrificed themselves for the good of their people. So you sacrifice your ego, your personal life, your family, like Sheffrin was talking about. Shoot, I lost my wife, right? My wife was like, enough of this. You coming in late. You hanging out with all of these men. You're not spending time with your family. You got to go, right? I got to leave. And I told her, um, the life outside of this, you might have a better car, you might have a better house, you but you are but the struggle of racism you are going to face, and you know it more by because you have the information. No matter how you run, it's still going to come back and get you, right? So your life is about struggling in this chaos. So remember in the beginning I said that at some point I introduced a system where everybody can come in. You everybody's initiated, right? You get your first degree. All you have to do is understand that Africa is the origin of civilization. You can come in with your religions for the first degree, no problem. You just got to treat your brother and your sister as if they're your brothers and your sister, your brother and your sister, and you have to understand some basic tenets. Then you become self-initiated. Then you can move on. So Adrian, um, I was one of those knuckleheads. So who am I now to separate myself completely from the ignorance and the chaos? And that was one of the things that I brought up. We are not born in sin. We are born in chaotic worlds. The question is, can you muster internally the tenets in which that's gonna make you free, not make you free from the bondage of the society, but make you free so that you could will truth. So um, there's people I argue with, even like Ankh, and I learn a lot from Ankh in arguing with Ankh. And Ankh has not had the education that I've had or skills that I've had. But a person like Ankh is like the epitome of a person who just came from the bottom, who was able to self mastery. Um, Dr. Ben now, I know about Dr. Ben in the 1940s and 50s. I don't talk about Dr. Ben in the 1940s and 50s, but he wasn't the great Dr. Ben in the 40s and 50s. He was just a regular black man, uh, had a store, had a
He's
store now.
he's an autodidact, right?
Yes and no. Yes and no. He did join the Masonic movement, right?
No. I meant Ankh.
You got
Ankh
pictures
is
of
on the side that.
Yes and no, but he joined organizations. So
Right.
when you're autodidactic or whatever that term is, you learn from yourself. No, Unc joined organizations. He did a look-see, right? He associates himself with other groups of people. So um, he's a typical African in a chaotic world looking for tools. And listen, when I first met Unc was rocking with Sarasun Seti, and then when I came out and told some truths about Sarasun Seti, Unc wasn't my friend. He was mad as a fuck with me. And then yeah, he just couldn't believe it. And then that the issue was whether or not Sarasun Seti was a student of Dr. Yosef Ben Jochanan. Yes, he was in a craft, but it wasn't Dr. Yosef Ben Jochanan's craft. It was Dr. Ashraf Kwesi's craft. And so I did something
you
that,
could tell that too.
yeah, and I did something that most people didn't do. I brought my grand master teacher to one of Sarasun Seti's debates at the National Black Theater when Sarnetta was giving it. And Dr. Ben cursed me out. And he left the debate. He left the debate. He says, I want to go home. Now, Dr. Ben was already in a nursing home. He was already in a nursing home. He decided that he wanted to go back to the nursing home because at least it's peaceful there. And he said, Brother Reggie, um, I'll leave this up to you. I can't deal with these groups of people. I need to deal with the people who want to who have some basic education, who want to accept
He
or at
ain't like
least
that.
learn.
He ain't like that energy at all, huh?
No, he didn't know. He says because the people don't know nothing. It wasn't that Sarasun Seti does not know anything. Sarasun Seti is actually a great orator. He's funny, um, but 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 he said he was in the craft, and Dr. Ben realized really quickly that he had broken all the tenets of the craft, and that is not. He said he's not my student. He says he's not my student because one, he didn't have any genetic relationship with him. Besides, maybe Sarasun Seti going on a trip with him. He never taught Sarasun Seti, and if he had would have taught him, he would have. He teaches based on a system, and so he realized the fact that no, I can't teach anybody. This is not a person. This is a person using my name. This is not a person that I taught, because there's a methodology of uh, of of how to deal with our people in this
And
chaotic
it's
world.
a temperament.
It's a temperament, and so all the things that you learn in modern masonry, if you studied it inside or you outside, Dr. Ben, even in his older age, I admit that he became a little bit more less patient, but that comes with age. But in his earlier years, Dr. Ben is full. He was full of a temperament. So his organization was the Organization of the Mystery Systems, as he called it. Dr. Ben was a Shriner. Most people don't know, but he was a Shriner. Um, so Dr. Ben's whole concept is the temperament first and the information second. I'm not asking the pseudo killers to have a temperament. I'm just saying that it would be better if you had a temperament. Like Sheffrin, you were born up as a Muslim. So you being brought up as a Muslim and where you're in Baltimore, right? There's do's and don'ts. The don'ts will get you killed, right? Get you killed real quick. So if you made it to your age and you have to deal with men in your profession as a barber, uh, working directly with men, they want to be up there in your chair being manicured. They want this line right. They you got to bring them back from the dead to life with their
Mhm.
with their hair. And then when you can't give them that look, you see that temperament change. They want to be like Rick Ross one day, and the next one they want the beard dyed, and if you
Mhm.
and if you change their look for one bit when they're imitating another man, then it's like, man, you ain't do me right, man. I don't know, you falling off, man. You distract. You know what I'm saying. So, um, Adrian,
Yes,
um,
sir.
it's every revolutionary has to have talked to the common people. Every revolutionary. You cannot be above them. You have to wield your information.
I agree because the great Ho Chi Minh, the father of Northern Vietnam, well, the father of Vietnam, he said to his compatriots, like, he said, you have to learn how to talk to the people, not at them. But
That's
I would say just the reason why I have like no tolerance for a lot of these pork chop nationalists out here
mhm.
is because they not gonna move past the street corner. And like because I know like when I see the Hebrew Israelites, they made it to my area now. When I see them, preaching, through the megaphone, the white man is the devil, I say to myself, I know who made a Black History program at his school. I know who did this and who did that. They not gonna move past the corner, you know.
Mm.
So,
Well,
You know what? I think
you have
you want to
history
say,
to
let me
bear.
say something. Rez, let me say something real quick. I think it's so funny because I look at it like, say when you're debating somebody, right?
right.
You're not really trying to change that person's mind because they're like you said, they're not going to move past that. But that person is the tool that you use to expose information and for the listeners, right? For the people that are listening or the chat room or the people, you know what I mean, in the crowd that are actually listening, because that person who you're debating against, that opponent or whatever it may be, he or she is just really the punching bag that I'm going to use to convey this information or so forth. It's because I'm not going to change you. I know I'm not going to change you. You're not going to change no Hebrew Israelite from his position. You're not going to change so and so and so and so. But it's not about you. I'm not trying to change you, but I need someone to bounce this stuff off. You feel me?
Mhm.
That makes sense. What I'm saying. So it's not really about them. You know what I mean? But if you got 800, 1,000 people listening, right? They may catch something, well, that they would normally have not have been exposed to had you not had that shadow there, that phantom, that bag to bounce that off. You know what I mean? So
Yes,
I
sir.
mean, I understand, but I just kind of look at it different from like, okay, forget about him or her. They're not important. They are definitely not important. 'Cause like you said, they're not going to move from that position. But I'm just using you.
Yes. And so when I talk, I don't just talk to any Moors. I usually end up talking to the Moors, right? I talk to the people at the top at some point or another. So whether it's Taj Tariq Bey or which was the chief minister, at some point, um, or at some point it was Lord Abba. The other point it was Sharif Bey. New message is received from Senegal. Sorry. Um, yeah. So and so I get a chance to see what their best thinking is, and I use them. But even though the people who are listening may not understand completely, Morpheus would, but the people who they won't. So, Adrian, you're young, you're brash, but the uh, you're well read. But the next step is some type of leadership. Leadership is to get out your own box, your own condescending thoughts about people, and then to teach them, even if they don't know the titles of the books that you read and things like that, um, but to teach them where to look. So that comes with age. And so me being 57 and Morpheus being 58, 59, that comes with another level of just living life and watching human beings and watching our people. But otherwise you're not useful. Otherwise you're not useful. And again, you're a perfect recruit at this age to work for the government.
I can't do that with, man. I can't be a running dog. You know, I can't do it.
Well, you're not old enough. I tell you what, when you're married, or if you get married, you'll have to do it in your household. You can do it. Yeah,
Well,
if you have children, you have to do it, right? And then in people in your community, you end up having to do it. You don't have a choice. You were born in chaos, in a chaotic world.
Sergei Sergei Nikhaev from he wrote a book that all revolutionaries use, from the Black Panthers to the Russian Bolsheviks. He wrote a book called The Revolutionary Catechism, where he said, well, no, Joseph Stalin said this. Joseph Stalin said a real revolutionary should not and cannot have a family, and he must give himself wholly to his work and to the party to which he's serving. Because when you look at the family life of revolutionaries, right, we're horrible family people. We're usually not there. And then to a certain degree, it's also kind of a distraction,
Mhm.
you know? So it
So you're not gonna get married. You're not
no,
gonna have a wife and children.
I'm cool with having my Frida Kahlo.
Okay. Well, then you're not fulfilling, young man. There's something in life that you're not fulfilling. And the thing is to produce a better you, right? And if you
Mhm.
don't fulfill that, then you're not fulfilling your human obligation. Now, you could be a armchair revolutionary, and I know many, right? I know many. But the question is this, it's a community thing. But I don't, because of your age and because you're well read, I'm not going to be hard. I'm not going to actually be hard on you because you still have time. All you have to do is take off a condom, or the condom got a hole, and then you're into another you're into another circumstance. Whether life will find a way. So,
I mean, you could be hard because, you know, you a grassroots activist. My mentor in college, he used to spank me intellectually all the time. So, you know, you have a right to, you know. Sheffrin
well, no,
does too.
yeah, I do. I know I have the right, but I'm trying to teach you something or advise you something, right? And so that's it. So we'll get back to that. So Sheffrin, what is your you still here, Sheffrin? Sheffrin, you still here?
Yeah, I'm here.
What is your cause? I know you're working. I hear the clippers.
I don't have no car. I'm like Dan Calloway.
I know you actually
I'm just here to make you think.
And Calloway off the chain.
yeah, yeah, he needs to tell his thinking to the federal court because he's in a little trouble. I don't know if his case has been disposed, but this
What happened? Fill us in.
Dan Calloway used a black and white picture of a woman looking like a Native American, and he probably thought it was an old picture, even though you could see by the resolution that it was a modern picture. And he used it in his book, and he used it in his lectures, and of this picture of this woman, and she's alive, and she lives in New York, and she sued him. And she is a very very smart. When I mean smart federal case, I mean her federal case is a model federal court case to suck in a lot of cases. So people should read the complaint. The complaint is a very well constructed modern law to deal with the YouTube, the YouTube. See, YouTube saves your ass. People don't know when YouTube blocks your ass, takes your content and throws you. What they're saying is that niggas, you can wind up in federal court and lose everything. So what we're going to do is we're going to stop the madness and save you from yourself. And what happened is that it's been gone too far, and so now plaintiffs now are looking to sue people, which is easy money, for using content that does not belong to them, in copyright infringement. But but it's more than copyright infringement. They've gotten smarter with the shit. So when you read a federal that federal complaint, you'll find out exactly how these many of these content platforms are going to die, and they're going to be punished financially. And YouTube was helping them people. Shit, you get yourself
because they're gonna be penalized like a mother, boy.
Yeah, because the old thing is like, for example, in the music industry, you use somebody's song without permission, you're gonna get sued out your asshole. You just can't win. So now they figure out a way. Okay, so now you're using our music in your YouTube to make money. No, you got to give that shit up now. We're giving enough to use royalty-free content. So now you're using stuff and you're not giving sources. You're gonna get sued. All of this was a trap to create bad behavior in the world of chaos. So, Sheffrin, you do have a cause. You're just not being honest. Haven't figured out. You're just living your life and you're relaxing, but as you call it. But there's a method somewhere to your madness. So I'll get a chance to talk to you a little bit later about what that causes, right? So Tuck Maad, what's going on, man? Yeah.
Oh, he gone.
Okay.
I got a cause.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, see, here's the thing, Adrian. I've met people like you in college, in Black Studies, and they were not you, but they were for the cause, the revolution. And then they became economists and other type of PhDs, and they're fat and sloppy armchair. They weren't anything like they were in college when they was willing to sample. Now they're trying to be tenured professors and stuff like that. Have you been to Africa, Adrian?
No, I haven't been to Africa, but my mentors have been in Africa, and they've kind of like trained me in the art of theory and practice.
Okay. They your mentor is known. Are these people they've written books or?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You're guarded, so you're not going to tell me.
It's just the internet. Like if we had like a Zoom interview or like a Zoom session, and it was like me, you, Sheffrin, these cats on here, and no one could see it, I would tell y'all who my mentors are and stuff. But
right.
I gotta protect them.
Well, I debated Kwame Ture, All African People's Revolutionary Party. He came to my college to recruit, City College in New York, and I debated him for but 8 minutes, and I whipped him.
I don't believe that.
Why would you say that you did not?
Like I don't believe that you wanted to intellectually destroy them in the debate because Kwame Ture, I mean, he knew, the art of theory and practice, and he just has so many notches under his belt, from the freedom rides all the way up to, where he went into exile in Conakry, New Guinea, and came back. So it's like I you know.
fine. That's fine. His
Kwame told Ray that's Stokely
Yeah.
Carmichael,
Yes,
right?
sir.
Yeah.
Oh,
So, but why would you doubt that when I've debated, when you've seen the type of people that I talk to? I've embarrassed Henry Louis Gates at the Guggenheim Museum. I helped run Cornell West out of the slave theater.
What?
Why would you? Why would you doubt that? I mean, if you read Henry Louis Gates' Black Demagogues in the New York Times' op-ed article, he doesn't mention me by name, but he mentions me for something that for a debate um, on slavery and the Hebrews with white people when Dr. Leonard Jeffries was being attacked, and he wrote an op-ed on it, and he wasn't even at the forum, and so but he cited me. Why would you doubt it?
It's just because Kwame Ture, that he rest in peace. He just had too many notches under his belt to where, like, he was reading Marxism, Leninism, and all that before, you was
So so okay, so they were all words. For example, Dr. Malana Karenga's Kawi, the theory, is based on communitarianism, which is the highest form of communism, socialism, communitarianism. And so people don't know that Kawi theory is actually a socialist approach to our movement. The new Black Panther parties, most of it was rhetoric based on the understanding of socialism. Kwame Ture's All African All African People's Revolutionary Party. You got to remember, he's talking normally to people who he has a platform, but debates, you didn't see him with too many debates.
only person I saw him debate was Malefi. It was converting the conscious to the unconscious, or Afrocentrism, or it was one of those titles.
Yeah, and so he would probably prevail over Dr. Molefe Kiti Asante, who wrote Afrocentricity, and I have the book. I have the first edition. Ah, when I was married, me and my ex-wife, we used to read it together, and it's all marked up with actually her writings and her critiques on. And he had to rewrite this at least 3 times, and the person who actually came up with the concept or helped them with the concept, or they worked together in the marriage, was Caramel Welch, or who became Caramel Asante, um, who became his wife, right?
Hmm.
So the first edition had to be rewritten. So about Kwame Ture's total revolution and socialist construct, the issue is, where does it succeed and where does it fail at, right? So the he came to this lecture talking about the Asian leaders, and he was talking about Kwame Nkrumah, and so part of his thing is Nkrumahism and Tourism, and then I said, well, Kwame Nkrumah failed. Uh, though he's great, his ideas was great, he failed in his personal life.
Yeah, he did. He seriously did. Like, I don't know what was going through his head.
Yeah, and then he put in jail a Ashanti tribal important person. His name was Nana Bafo, and he put in jail Nana Bafo, who was again Asante, and during the time of the change, and so the Ashantis,
Turned on him.
they didn't. What they wanted was, they liked the agreement that they had with the British. They liked that. They did not want to change to this new construct, and they weren't sure. They weren't going to give up their lands to the state. The British wasn't trying at this time period of neocolonialism wasn't allowing them to give up their land to the state, but the socialist revolution under Kwame Nkrumah in Ghana caused the state to own the lands, and that is anti theses to African culture. So these chiefs and these kings, and they are the trustees of the sacred land of their peoples, and they're not giving it to the state. So Kwame Nkrumah failed by not being able to bridge the realities of a Ghana that was not willing to give up their lands to anybody, especially a state that is based on this type of government that these people couldn't vote. These people weren't. These people were challenging. Well, who the hell are these people who are going to be in charge? And even if Kwame Nkrumah was a good leader, didn't mean that the ones following him would be a good leader. And so,
JB
yes,
JB Donqua had warned him about that. He was so he started to be so dogmatic and Marxism Leninist to where he forgot who his own people were. That's why Mao Zedong had succeeded with the Cultural Revolution. He still knew his people at the end of the day, and Kwame Nkrumah didn't. So I see you 100%.
So and Joseph B. Donqua is a friend and a teacher of Dr. John Henrik Clarke.
Yep.
And Dr. Clarke was a friend of Kwame Nkrumah, and met him at the Harlem Study Group and then to Schomburg, and they were all excited when he got there. But when he went over the how can I say, over the ledge with socialism, and then he married a non-African.
He married an Egyptian woman
based on his socialistic views, and he had black concubines, and he also had a white woman. Her name was Jane.
Oh Lord.
Her name was Jane, like Tarzan. Her name was Jane, and she and so the personal contradictions of Kwame Nkrumah in his Western education failed him, and so they took his country. He had to go into exile, and
he died in Romania, didn't he?
Huh?
He died in Romania, didn't he?
I'm not. Yeah, I'm. Yeah, he was exiled. He was. Yeah, he stayed in Africa for a while, and I believe he left. I can find out where he died, but he died by not understanding. And so Kwame Ture, he tried to get up there and talk that talk, and you can't understand. You can't overcome you can use the rhetoric, but you can't overcome the realities of a young Black studies student who studied Dr. Clarke and Dr. Leonard Jeffries. You cannot overcome me with that rhetoric. So if I'm telling you about the issue, which didn't last that long, 8 to 10 minutes, then you should know based on what I've said that it is in fact true.
Well, I believe you now, because that's the thing about a lot of Black Marxists. We tend to, when I mean I'm leaning towards it. I'm
you
leaning
said we. Oh shit. Morpheus, you heard that?
I'm leaning towards it to where I've gotten into numerous debates with like white Marxists and Black Marxists to where they tend to be like, no, in America, it's a class problem. It's not a race problem. But I'm like, look at what W.E.B. Du Bois said. Like W.E.B. Du Bois said, the problem with America is the problem of the color lines. A lot of Marxists, they want to deduce our experiences, saying that it's created by the elite and it's not a problem. But I'm like, you still got to look at the objective conditions, you know?
Well, I'm theoretical. I'm a theoretical revolution as well as someone who actually, participated in organizations. Du Bois it was a question of the color line, and there were a lot of other scholars dealing with that, but it's really not the question of the color line. It's the question of the African mind. It's not the color line. It's the African mind. So the color line is dictated by the African mind. Revolution is dictated by the mind. It's not debated by false borders or borders that can be crossed or even integrated, right? It's the
Right.
question is what is your education? What is your analysis? Do you have a line? For example, if I asked you, since you're leading to for example, Morpheus, give me
Yeah,
the tenets of Islam. That's their
tenets
political
of
mind.
Islam.
Yeah, give me the tenets of Islam as quick as you can.
Number one, believe in Allah and His prophets in the last day. To perform the prayers, salat, 5 times a day. To pay the zakat, which is charity. Fast in the month of Ramadan. And number 5, if once in your lifetime possible, to make the Hajj, the pilgrimage to Mecca, holy city of Mecca.
All right. So why did you leave out jihad?
Oh,
Huh? Say it again.
Why did you leave out jihad?
Well, I didn't make the pit. Those are the 5 pillars.
In
That
reality,
well,
to
in
make all
reality,
that
yeah,
true,
in reality, I agree with you. Jihad would be or should be one of them.
jihad is the invisible tenet, right? To do war against
The invisible tenet,
disbelievers.
Reg. Exactly.
Right. So someone who studies revolutions understands and also understands how it's co-opted, how it can be co-opted,
Yeah.
where it's weak at. So jihad, it means well, the main tenet of it is I guess what you would say ahad. Is that the word? I don't
Say it
speak
again.
Arabic.
Of jihad is what?
Ahad, ahad, ahad.
Yeah, which is the unified. Yeah.
Yeah, it's to unify, right? And you unify with what? Jihad, right? And you make people submit or surrender to Allah, correct?
That's right.
And then when they surrender to Allah, they're really surrendering to the book of the Quran, correct?
Hmm.
And so that you can only believe the Quran and nothing else. Nothing else is true but the Quran. Is that true? Hello?
Yeah, yeah, that's correct. Now I agree.
And then you believe in, if you're believing Quran, you're believing that the Quran was given by the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, right, by the angel Jibril, correct?
That's correct.
And that should be your guide.
That's correct.
And that balances you out against the infidels. But the problem is what about the internal strife of the Sunni and Shia? They both believe in Islam.
Right. This conversation killed the Moors and the Nation of
Yeah,
Islam. Just that 3 minutes, you can knock the Nation of Islam and the MSTA out of the category of being taken seriously as Muslim. Like it's just for word's sake.
That's
You know what I mean? And naming
we
convention.
know.
That's correct. That's
We
why
know.
I said earlier about they just taking pieces and creating this gumbo. They're using the terminology and certain terms that they're borrowing, but no.
Actually,
But
if you want,
okay, continue, Reg.
so actually, Adrian, because you're the young theoretical revolutionist, the fact of the matter is that the in modern days, the Islamic revolution was the most successful revolution of all revolutions that lasted the longest
yeah.
and lasts
Winston.
today.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And socialism and capitalism they're as being antitheses or actually very young. They haven't been as successful as Islam. But then so if you want to study revolutionary theory, you want to understand, you do definitely want to understand Islam. But Sheffrin, you're absolutely correct. That's why we know that the Nation of Islam and the Moors and all these other groups of people, we know that they are off. They can't substantiate themselves. They the they just the simple fact of um, of one not doing shirk, right? Believing in a false idol, um, Sheffrin, that kills them because they have made their so-called prophets as important as the Prophet Muhammad. And once you become a leader in any of those organizations, you are seemingly akin to the Prophet Muhammad. And then when you live your natural life or get killed or something like that, then some other one steps into the plate. But the fact of the matter is they become the prophets, and the prophets
Reg, you referring to the Moors?
I'm explaining to the process of both the Nation of Islam and the Moors, where the leader.
Yeah, but
now,
both of them,
yes.
but you know what's funny? Yeah, you know what's funny about that? A Sheffrin.
I guess he can hear you. He
Sheffrin.
might be working. He might be
Okay.
working.
Okay.
I'm here. What's up?
Listen, what cancels both of them out as being Muslims is the very book that they say they subscribe to, which is Quran, right? Because chapter 33, Surah 33, verse 40, literally says, Muhammad is not the father of any of you men, but he is the messenger of Allah and the last and seal of all the prophets. So if Muhammad, and the Muhammad they're referring to is the Muhammad that was born in 570 AD, that Muhammad, right? If he's the last and seal of all the prophets, how can Noble Drew Ali be a prophet? How can the Honorable Elijah Muhammad be a messenger and prophet?
Mm-hmm.
How does that work?
Yeah, that's death blow. I'm saying you can get them. I feel like you can get the MST out of there in 1 minute, and you can get the NOI out of there in 2 minutes. You know what I mean? But it's the same thing. You absolutely right.
The
But
Nation
you
of
can die.
Islam.
But you can die. I'll just say real quickly, you can die from what I said and from what Morpheus said. You can die because when you kill a man, sometimes you kill the message and you kill the truth. And even though I say these things, I'm not trying to attack those organizations. I'm just saying the other reality that the fact of the matter is that there is no debate, because then you have to say that God, Allah, the God, right, didn't think past a 1,000 years, right? So if or less than 1,000 years, but let's say close to 1,000 years. So then how could God, Allah's children, be smarter than he is and say that he was wrong? By what you're doing is you're saying that Allah is wrong because Allah did not see the greatness of the Prophet Muhammad, and then you have to say that Allah came back again to Master Fard to teach the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, right? So then why would Allah have to come back less than 1,000 years to cure something only in Black America?
Here's the sad part about like the Nation of Islam that just makes me like sad sometimes is that I think it was in the newest documentary. I think it was like Who Killed Malcolm X. There was a there was a part in there where they were talking about how Malcolm even when he like first started, he always kind of wanted to be on an international scale. He always wanted to be on the front lines talking about this brother over here got shot 12 times, et cetera, et cetera. But Elijah Muhammad, according to that documentary, always kept him back, you know, always told him, no, don't speak about this. And it's like, it makes me kind of look at them differently, you know, even from that perspective.
Okay,
When you look
so
at it. Mhm.
so the most honorable Elijah Muhammad was correct. It was not Malcolm's organization. It was the organization of the honorable Elijah Muhammad from his teachings from the Master Farad. Malcolm X, if he wanted to do something else, and everyone knows that I follow Malcolm X is a teacher of mine. He's a teacher of my teachers. He is a friend of Dr. John Henry Clark. If there's an organization and they gave you birth, then you politely step out. You mention your tenets, and you never mention that organization again. You mention nothing personal about them. You mention none of the comings and goings. You give the oppressor no information about it. El Hajj Maliko Shabazz at 38, 39 years old, which is young in our life, even though he's a man of man, he made a mistake. And so did Dr. Khaled Muhammad. You do not step out of, if you step out of organization, you never talk about that organization again. It is, you bury it, you hold no grudges, otherwise you're not tempered. So, and about Malcolm X being on the international scene, it was the Nation of Islam that put Malcolm on the national scene. Malcolm didn't put himself on the national scene by himself. So then you can't have your cake and eat it too. So, yeah.
Think about it, though.
I disagree with that, Reggie. I disagree with that, Reggie. Give me a second,
All right.
Adrian. Now, the reason why I disagree with that is because if you're in an organization and the organization is supposed to serve the people, right, and not individuals, then if that organization, if the goal of that organization while you joined was to serve the people, and then you find issues with that organization, then as a man, yeah, you should be able to speak up about that, especially when you put so much in as Malcolm X did. This ain't no average, everyday Nation of Islam member. The Nation of Islam grew under him bigger than it ever was in its history. So if he can't challenge it, right, for the better, then who can? So it's crazy to put that, to say that since it wasn't.
Good thought.
Go ahead.
Good thought. I'm just going to challenge you.
Go ahead.
Going to challenge you. So they all say that they're Islamic, right? That's what they say, right? So
yeah.
They do take some tenets from Islam.
But I'm not holding them to that. We just having a regular conversation. I'm not holding them to being Muslim.
I understand.
You already heard me how I feel about that.
No, but then let's just talk about so you're not holding them to being a Muslim, but that's fine. But what happened to the Prophet Muhammad and what happened to his children?
Oh, well, I think they was assassinated, but what we talking about is Malcolm here trying to be on the
we're talking the
international
same
scene.
story in a different time period. So
but-
there's rules, young people. There are rules to this. You're young. You can have your opinions, but your opinions are met with the sword and the bullet. If you're a member of an organization, you can leave the organization. You can start something new. Never mention your experiences in that organization ever, right? And when you do mention it, it's, for example, a settlement in court, in federal court. If you take a settlement in federal court, right, means that you decide to sever a case, settle the case, you go your way, they go their way. if you say something about the proceedings after the settlement, you'll be back in court, right? That's just common law. Now, Malcolm's situation with the prophet, the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, the
I know
messenger
why
of
you left.
Allah, is for multiple reasons. One, seemingly that it was about that the organization was more moderate. No, the Nation of Islam was one of the most frightening, thorough, militaristic organizations ever, right? Malcolm knew their practices because he taught them their practices.
That's what Shepard said.
He knew that he was a dead man by talking about the Elijah Muhammad. He knew that. He said that. That's my point. That's my point. They put him in silence. He left. But what he did was, after his silence, he began talking about the messenger. That was a no-no. That was a no-no. Just leave them be. Prove your course. But his personal assault on the messenger, and the messenger was just being a Muslim. If he want multiple wives, he got multiple wives. If he wants young wives, what business is that to Malcolm X?
Well, with that is like from what I've read, this is from Spike Lee's book, The Trials and Tribulations of Making Malcolm X, with Spike Lee and Ralph Wiley. In that book, it has the screenplay of Malcolm X, and it has all of the interviews of like people who he like interviewed, like Dr. Clark is mentioned because Dr. Clark taught Malcolm, and a few other people. And there was something in there that was rather strange. This is also talked about in the Manning Marable book, that the straw that broke the camel's back with Malcolm X was he didn't leave because Elijah Muhammad really wanted to have multiple wives, like you said, being a Muslim. It was because, and even Dr. Ben said this, it was because the women that Elijah Muhammad had made his wives were the ones who Malcolm actually wanted. And he felt a certain way about that. I don't know if, but like I'm scared to kind of bring that info out, but that's what my research has also led me to believe. And I agree with you kind of on that perspective. But with Malcolm being international, I mean, that's, as Shefflin said, the nation grew under him. So we gotta be international with our struggle.
Now,
We
here's the
have
thing,
to.
Cole. So I don't have a problem. Look, we have in New York the December 12th organization. I don't know if you've ever heard of them, with Viola Plummer, Sister Viola Plummer, and Brother Omar Wally Clay, and others. And so we hear this concept of being an internationalist. That's ideological. That's just simply ideological. That means dealing with allies. The need to be an internationalist based on allies, but Africans have no allies. So
Paul
it's
Robeson was an internationalist. Look what he was able to do by himself. He was like pretty much better than Malcolm, in my opinion, because he
he was
got the thing early.
yeah,
He
but he was
knew about
forced out of the Communist Party.
I know, but think about it. Paul knew about the intersection between race and class. That's what made him so dangerous. Robert F. Williams, the author of Negroes with Guns, when he went into exile, Fidel Castro gave him shelter in a radio station, same as Mao.
For
So
their
look at
purposes, for only. So you're not wrong, but you're not correct. So with Malcolm, the problem is personal lives bled into ideological thinking. His ideological thinking, Dr. Clark helped him with the Organization of Afro-American Unity. So his ideological concept was just developing. His concept of self-defense, that has to be tied into relative to what was happening in America in the 1960s, and certainly during and post the Vietnam conflict, right? And the tolerance of America was not tolerant to El Hajj Malik El Shabazz at all. So the Nation of Islam, we cannot say that the Nation of Islam killed Malcolm. We can only say that there was a climate because of Malcolm's situation that allowed Malcolm to become a target. Now, but again, his ideological constructs were from Garvey and from Dr. Clark and others. They were not necessarily his own. He was a good spokesman, but he didn't and he studied, but he didn't have the experience. And then it was his sister Ella Collins that helped him go to Africa. How do you think he got to Africa? He needed money. His sister paid for his trip post leaving the Nation of Islam. One, to get him out of America, because he would have died earlier.
He went twice. The first trip to Africa was sponsored by the Nation of Islam.
That's correct.
His second trip to Africa and the Middle East was his sister, wanted to get him some distance away from that nonsense he was in. But yeah, y'all both correct. But go, continue.
Right.
He was poisoned in Ghana his second time too.
Yeah, he was arrested in he was arrested in Cairo because he couldn't pray right.
Word?
So that's this thing where you see him in a great mosque by himself praying.
Yep.
No, that you don't on his knees praying like that for the first time. That was Islamic propaganda. They taught the boy how to pray, huh? To Salat. Am I wrong, Morpheus? I don't know if Morpheus is still here, but you don't go into a major mosque by yourself, a photo op, without learning how to properly pray. Malcolm couldn't properly pray, so he was detained and he had to learn how to pray.
That's right.
Right? So he had to become and so then he became an internationalist. If you would say, because Islam is one of the greatest revolutions in the history of man.
But I would even argue historically that even like if you say it is one of the greatest, revolutionary religions there is, but it's also the most religiously unstable. That one of the main reasons why the Moors were kicked out of Spain was because you had two of the factions, Sunni and Shia, constantly fighting, and the Portuguese and the Spaniards was able to exploit that and kick them out. Same with Muhammad and his followers. If you read Philip Hitti, the history of the Arabs, he talks about how they was killing each other left and right when the prophet passed.
So you're correct. I think you can narrow it down to being the Abbasid, the Almohads, right, the Umayyads, right, and the fractional split inside the Moroccan Empire. But we know more about that. That's not a big period. I mean, it's a big period that they were in, and when they were there, it wasn't Moors, it was Muslims. It wasn't Moors in Morocco. That's not Moorish. Those are Persian. That's Persian architecture. That's Egyptian writing, right? This is the Islamic Empire bringing its bear as a military government into that area. So it wasn't Moors. Show me a document that says by they calling themselves Moors. Don't show me something that later scholars are calling themselves Moors. Show me where they called themselves Moor. No, they believed in the tenets that Morpheus said earlier. They believed in Allah. They believed that the prophet was the last messenger. Their issue was with caliphs, right? With fractions and what type of law they will follow. I think the Malachi or the Sharia, what law will they follow? And then who was the righteous? Who was the righteous
Khalifa,
Khalifa?
who was the right Khalifa? Who was the right successor? That's what that was all about.
That's correct. That's
Yeah.
correct.
I remember when I was reading my mentor's book, Robin Walker's Blacks and Religion, Volume 2. In the book that he wrote, he talked about how the prophet actually wanted Bilal ibn Rabat to take over after he passed away, but he didn't want to do that.
You can
So,
believe. You can believe that. You can believe that. You can believe. You can believe
No,
that.
no, no, that's not true. There's
Right.
no way he
yeah.
could have did that. Because first of all, Bilal was in freedom as a slave during Muhammad's lifetime. Abu Bakr is who freed him. So after
Okay.
Bilal didn't get freed as a slave until after Muhammad died.
Okay.
He couldn't do nothing. He
Yeah, he
Bilal
couldn't do none of this.
Bilal couldn't do nothing. So that's propaganda by blackologists messing around with Islam. I mean, he had to ask permission to
No, hold
go.
on. It's some truth to that. No, it's some truth to that. Come on,
No,
y'all.
I'm gonna tell you. No, let me tell you where that came from. That propaganda came from a particular Sahih hadith where
Right.
Prophet Muhammad supposedly has said that he saw Bilal footsteps ahead of his in paradise.
In paradise, right? Yeah. So, all right. So, yeah. So, it is. I don't know what time period this is, but we know throughout the Islamic Empire, right? Even with the Turks, the Turkish Empire, right? It wasn't uncommon in certain provinces for them to, and even in Egypt, for them to put slaves um in positions of power because they didn't how do you say it? They didn't come from amongst the people. So they felt as though these people would have more allegiance to do the right thing versus because they didn't have family ties. So they would bring rulership from outside, elect rulership from outside of the family just for those reasons. So it wouldn't be crazy for people to say that Bilal could be, you know what I mean, uh, looked at as being a successor. And that I'm not
No, but,
saying it actually happened, but it's not.
but Chevron, you have one
Mhm.
problem. The
Go
word
ahead.
problem is the Arabic word Ali, right? Because in Islam culture, in a culture, right, the word Ali, which means blood successor, that it had to go through the bloodline, which would cause the faction between Sufi and Shia, because Ali, radiallahu anhu, was the prophet's family, bloodline. So he was rightfully should have been based on their culture and tradition.
It was his nephew though. So how long do the bloodline like? So is anybody in his family?
No. It would have to pass through the bloodline, which is what caused the faction because Abu Bakr, who was the first Khalifa, which was accepted by the Sunni, is why I'm saying that's why the fight started because they was like Abu Bakr wasn't supposed to be the because it was basically political. Abu Bakr was not supposed to be the Khalifa. It should have went to Ali. You know what I mean? So, and because of that bloodline, and it's funny about it, because every time a Muslim, whether he's Sunni or Shia, makes salat, he makes his prayer, he actually recites the family and bloodline of Muhammad. He literally says it in his prayer.
Mm, I stand
He says
correct.
it, if he makes salat 5 times a day, he literally says it 5 times a day.
What's the prayer?
He says it every single day, 5 times a day.
So that's blackology. Bilal and Bilal, who supported Bilal except for the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him? Who supported him? He had no family support. And so at the end of the day, his gift is to create the not the fatwa, but the Adan, right? Um, and basically it became a time to be able to know when to pray and then his contribution to the prophet. But it didn't make sense for black people, for black revolutionary thinkers. It doesn't make any sense because he was doing it for another culture. Black people were still being enslaved. He was helping with the jihads, right?
Right.
He was helping with the commerce. So why try to make that shit more than what it was? He was a Muslim, and his companion was the Prophet Muhammad. Um, or 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 if we don't, we whether we know or we don't know who that man really was, is the prophet just a title? Was it Umar, right? Was it Ali, right? We don't, or any other contemporaries, and later it became the Prophet Muhammad. But the fact of the matter is, man, black people were being enslaved,
See,
right?
but
I'm not, miss me with that Bilal stuff.
you, I mean, I get what you're saying about, like, the objective conditions that, Bilal had came out of. But I'll say there's one thing about Islam that nobody can really take away from a historical perspective.
Not going
We
to,
would not,
not going to.
we would not have we would not have the ancient writings of Greece and Rome anymore. We would not have the house of
Wisdom.
I learned, yep, House of Wisdom in Baghdad.
Yeah,
We
those were war. See, that's the empire, and that's war, and that's the Islamic Empire. So, yeah, we wouldn't have that for historical reasons, but now we have it, and now we can talk about the truth. So getting back to, so I think a revolutionary will want to study Islam, um,
mhm.
the concepts of Islam, and to understand it, and also understand why two great men, Dr. Khalid Muhammad and and El Haj Maliko Shabazz, suffered because they broke the tenets. I mean, Elijah Muhammad was the caliph in his time, and before him it was Prophet Noble Drew Ali was the caliph. And you don't go around talking about the caliph. They're divine in their concepts, and you can die. You don't go around talking about the most honorable lot. I mean, sorry, the honorable Louis Farrakhan. You don't, you especially if they fed you. If they fed
Clark,
you, then you can die.
Clark talked about Minister Farrakhan in the 90s. He
Yeah,
didn't
but I
he didn't look
I
at
was
he
with
didn't look
Dr.
at him.
Clark in the 90s. So what are you trying to say?
He didn't really look at him like all of that. He knew what the Clark knew what the deal was.
Yeah, but because the Nation of Islam loved Dr. Clark, right? He did not die. And his messages, Dr. Clark's messages was measured. He talked about what his beliefs were. He didn't go on out assault on the Nation of Islam. And the Nation of Islam loved Malcolm X, loved Dr. Clark and loved Dr. Ben. Loved them. The Nation of Islam, well, you know how I know that they loved them? Because I buried both of them. I buried both of them. I was part of both elders transition, right? And the Nation of Islam, and I was in charge of the funerals, right? And the Nation of Islam gave me the fruit of Islam to keep order for the funerals, both funerals. So I will always, I understand their love, and there's reasons for conflict and having conversations, but both those organizations uh, gave our people the protection of the Nation of Islam, even though they disagreed, but understood why Dr. John Henry Clark was upset with them. But Minister Louis Farrakhan gave us his fruit because we didn't have an organization like them. So
That's
I'm talking,
respectable that he did that.
huh? Say what?
That's respectable that he did that.
Yeah, and so while I talk in general, I do know I do not bite the hand that feeds me, right? And that the Nation of Islam, they know very well who I am. They know who my teachers are, and they also know in the scope of the scope of them, I am nothing in the scope of who they are, right? And so but I don't I measure my constructs to history, but I don't I was with Dr. Khalid Muhammad, um not
Was Sar his
directly.
number two?
Huh? Say what?
Was Sar Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad's number two? Because Sar, he always, every so, blue moon, he always bring up the relationship he had with him. And I'm like, man, this is interesting.
Was he number two? What?
Like, because Sar, he always talking about how Khalid had mentored him, in the art of theory and practice, such and such. And, you know,
Well, internally, that I don't know, but I'll tell you one thing, that the father was the most honorable Elijah. I mean, sorry, was the minister Louis Farrakhan. He was the caliph, right? And Dr. Khalid Muhammad was only a servant. That's all he was in the Nation of Islam. As great as he was, I went to the armory. He was a national spokesperson, right? He was in charge of the fruit, but it didn't matter. He was only a servant. I was at City College when they formulated themselves again in the 90s. Dr. Khalid Muhammad, as great as he was, is only a servant of the Caliph, Minister Louis Farrakhan, right? And
right.
that's just where and Malcolm X, and Malcolm X's relationship with the minister Louis Farrakhan, because of their relationship, Malcolm, how can I say, because of their relationship, they both they had enormous love, but Malcolm broke a rule. How I know? I went to the Apollo Theater when when Malcolm's daughter and Sister Betty's daughter um, got in trouble by supposedly trying to conspire to put a hit on the Minister Louis Farrakhan, which was not going to happen. But it, but uh, but the fact of the matter is, I saw Betty, I saw Betty in her place, and the Minister Louis Farrakhan in his place, and the the Minister Louis Farrakhan, um, basically, um, because of the love and the journey that they both in, he didn't take matters in his own hands. He didn't get upset. He was measured, and he found an agreement. And he basically spared their lives, right? And that's just and spared a lot of lives, including mine, right? Including mine, right? And because if there was a reaction, there would have been another reaction. But at the end of the day, the Nation of Islam is that organization of this modern time,
You said
and
in this modern time?
yeah, there was of this of this time. It's certainly it has its strengths, it has its weaknesses, but do not make the mistake, young people, of thinking that those people are not prepared to die for what they believe in. Don't make that mistake. Don't make that mistake. They're willing to, and they're willing. You are just one human being. You go to the bathroom, you eat, you raise your family, you got a job. You don't know. You don't know them dudes. Huh? You don't know them dudes. Huh?
Oh man,
And
you
they're
professor
humble and
in
they're smile in your face, call your brother this and brother that, and you being a
the chat.
you yeah. So you leave those people alone, and all these young people getting out there. The Nation of Islam is very calculated and very peaceful, because they know you're gonna run your mouth, you're gonna get caught up, and you're gonna go to jail. And
You're
when you
gonna
go
be
to
sitting in a
jail,
restaurant eating a slice of pizza and get your melon popped.
your brain gonna explode, right? And
You're gonna get some. You'll be eating some pizza and get some pepperoni and ground beef on your shit.
there you go, with a smile, with a
Yep.
smile, and they might not wear their bow tie. You leave those people. You people leave that. You leave those people alone. You don't. You stay out their business. If it's your business, then it's your business. But stay out of other people's business. And now, Dr. Clark,
That's a
what?
fact.
Dr. Clark
That's
now,
mhm.
Dr. Clark, he would not go to no Million Man March. He just made his situation known. Him and Dr. Ben had a fallout and an argument because Dr. Ben decided to go to the Million Man March, and
What?
then Dr. And then I went with I forgot when Dr. Khalid broke up, um, and he went to at Howard University. I was
Mhm.
on I was on the team of Dr. Leonard Jeffries, so I didn't go to the Unity rally, the Unity that that the young Malik Zulu Shabazz at that time held. But I was there for the first Million Man March. If you look closely in the videos, you'll see me. You'll see me. I was on a protection squad. Uh, at that time, I was a direct for Leonard Jeffries. If you look closely, I mean you see my weight changes, and when I say my weight changes, you would say you would know why my weight changed, right? And
Right.
and without me saying anything more, and but we supported them. We supported them. I went to Madison Square Garden um, with Professor Small. That was a sight to see, and Dr. Leonard Jeffries. Um, a whole nother team showed up when Professor Small came in. A whole nother team, smiling, uh, shiny blue black. How can I say, very well trained people showed up when we came through, when Dr. Jeffries and Professor Small and myself, and then we went through the gauntlet. I don't know if you ever been experienced through a gauntlet of the Nation of Islam.
Mm.
Have you, Morpheus?
Yep.
You know what the gauntlet is? Huh? Well, in Madison Square Garden, that gauntlet was at least at least nah, I would say 200 deep. I would say I okay, let me
And no,
minimize it.
Reg.
Huh?
No, 200 in easy to
Easy,
it. That's being That's being conservative.
You were humbled when you walked into the Madison Square Garden.
Oh
You
Yeah,
Lord.
yeah,
simply do not
that's a
know.
conservative number.
You do not know from the first people that touch you, right? From the entrance. If you had anything, you was dead.
Oh God.
You was dead, right? You would just disappear. It would be very, very quiet. To respect the Nation of Islam and their power, young people. I'm a tell you, and that they can be gentle, and they could be, um, how can I say, just all you young people want to talk about things that you don't know. You wasn't born. I was born in '65. Malcolm died a month before I was born. My birthday's in March. Malcolm was already dead the day I was born. I have little to say about the business of what was going on at that time period, right? I can read, study, I can do all of that. But in my later life, I understand where Malcolm was right, and I understand where he was incorrect.
Yeah, you know, Reg, I know. I was privileged enough, man, to have somebody that was close to Malcolm.
Okay, I will let you say it. So
I know.
I would let Morpheus say. You know Morpheus, I ain't dumb. So
Yeah.
um, yeah, we have a personal person between us uh, that was there the day that Malcolm X was assassinated. and was there at LaGuardia Airport when he was picked up, and was there at many other time periods of Malcolm's life. And we have the privilege of listening to that specific time period moment when Malcolm X was murdered.
First-hand knowledge.
Yeah, firsthand knowledge.
Mm.
Firsthand knowledge. So, so you young wild people that want to talk about things that you don't know. Now we have disagreements. I have disagreements with Dr. Wesley Muhammad. I have less disagreement with Nuri Muhammad. I understand Nuri Muhammad is, when I met him and talked to him, these are people.
You met him?
Huh? Say what?
You met him?
Who, Nuri
What?
Muhammad?
Yeah. Reg did a whole interview with him. It's still online.
It's on Sinetta Show?
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I did an interview that I was permitted to. They wanted our questions. They decided what questions they was going to answer. That's just protocol, right? And
Right.
they put their hand on your shoulder and they smile,
Oh.
right? And they just let you know, right? If they don't like the interview, there won't be no camera. There will be no film in the cameras. There'll be no video. It'll be all confiscated, right? You're talking about the protocol of the fruit of Islam. You're not talking, he's national. He's national. He's not local, even though the local brothers are amazing, right? When they do their work, he's national. You meet their protocol. You know, that's like talking like the FBI, the CIA of that organization. The protocol people, that's talking about that's like somebody in a communist party who's like one of like Putin was, right? In the KGB, right? You're talking about high up people. You just listen to what they say. You say yes or no. If you say yes, that means you agree to their protocol. Otherwise, you don't get the interview. And if you fuck up, you get on their list. And you get the bean pie.
Spike Lee talked about that when he had to go through when he had to interview Farrakhan.
Yeah, but who's Spike Lee?
Spike Lee is a famous, film director. He had to do that research to get Malcolm X off the ground.
What, the one that did She's Gotta Have It?
So what up, everybody on the panel?
Corey,
what up, brother Reggie?
Concrete Corey,
What up?
man.
What's going on with y'all, man?
What, the dude that goes to the basketball games?
Yeah,
He's just a movie maker. He ain't nobody.
Come on now, that's the most influential film about a revolutionary there is, man.
What, that movie? Let me tell you, I went to that movie. First of all, I went to the opening of the movie. Not the opening of the movie. I went to the private screening. I sat in the second row, right, of that. If not the first row of the screening. Denzel Washington and Malcolm's family sat in the back, and I watched it in the second row. And then I went back after the screening. I went back several times. I was selling buttons and stuff. Man, do you know I got beat up by the nation? I got beat up by, well, I can't say beat up, but I can just say that the 5% nation.
Yep.
I think, yeah, they
accosted you. They accosted you.
They accosted me.
Come on, motherfucker, move. My bad, Joe.
They accosted me. I don't know if they was from Brooklyn or Queens, and they didn't like the movie. They gathered themselves based on the way it was shot, based on the rhetoric that Malcolm was a sellout. And I'm over here promoting Malcolm, and you know how they roll. It's always one little short dude with the tassel. Tell me get off the block. I ain't get off the block fast enough. And I didn't have a good day, y'all. Brother,
man, see, yeah, that y'all cats in New York, y'all something else. So I get what you're saying about I gotta put on a different hat and I gotta watch what I say, because man,
Yo, look, man. I mean, you gotta understand that you can say something about the Nation of Islam or some of these organizations, and you can disappear from friendly fire because the cost is just too great, right? So
yep.
it could be somebody that you know. They don't have to be. It ain't gotta be. You gotta understand the nation how they work. They have friends, right?
So to backtrack the conversation, and what's going on, Corey?
What up,
You still
Chef?
there?
What up, bro? I'm in here.
Ain't nothing. You've been quiet today all day. You must have been working. You must have been busy.
Man, yeah. Busy a little bit.
Yeah, so I'm a backtrack to when I was cutting hair. So it was a point that y'all was making, and I really couldn't get into it. Reggie, you were saying how it was an internal beef, or it was a Nation of Islam situation that since Malcolm X was a part of the organization, right? The rules and the rules that he should have abided by was to just separate himself and start a new movement, right?
Without
Like,
talking about the Nation of Islam.
all right, see, now that's the problem, because when you have a issue with a movement that you helped build, meaning a lot of people were joining because of what you said. So you owe that to the people that you're leaving in that situation to tell them what the hell is really going on. You owe that to people who will join in the future because of you, right? Because of how you wrecked it. So if you don't stand up at that point, then you're a hypocrite. You're basically,
Come on, Shepard. Come on with it. Come
yeah,
on, God. Yeah, come on. You're a hypocrite to who? The people that
you're a
Malcolm
hypocrite
X.
to the people.
No, the people that the people that recruited Malcolm. I mean, that Malcolm X recruited for the Nation of
Yeah,
Islam. Oh,
yeah.
they by and large, if you say that he recruited, let's say thousands, right?
hmm
Guess what? They stayed in the Nation of Islam.
Yeah,
Oh,
but see,
So and you know what? And they was against him, and you know why? Because he taught them,
all
right,
right, now
to
let
respect.
me go back to Islam. So let me go back to Islam, right? Now it stated. See, I never really try to put them in the category of being a Muslim, of being Muslims, right? I give the
Mhm.
MSTA and I give the Nation of Islam a pass on that. I never beat them down. I feel like they served a purpose for the plight of the black community in America. So I don't hold them to no religious, things that they didn't know about, that I feel like their teachers wasn't educated on it enough. So I give them a pass. But even using Islam, right? They're taught that, if you see injustice or something bad in the world, right? The first thing you do is to stop it with your hands. And if you can't stop it with your hands, then speak out about it. And if you can't speak out about it, then feel bad about it in your heart. You dig what I'm saying? Like, that was taught to me as a child,
Mhm.
right? So if you're physically able to stop somebody from doing something wrong, you're supposed to do it. If the person that's doing something wrong, if they're more powerful than you physically, then you speak out about it to make other people aware of it so they can stop it.
Mhm.
And then if your life is in danger for speaking out about it, you should at least feel bad about it in your heart.
Mhm.
Malcolm X, he took the second step. He said, I'm going to speak out about it. And for me, I think he did the right thing. Now, in the street code, no, that's the wrong thing. He didn't tell the police on them. He didn't tell that they had drugs and guns, and he ain't do none of that. So the street code got to go out the door with that. He just talked about, as a religious organization, that they wasn't right. That morally they wasn't sticking to the same things that they preach as an organization, and a leader at that. So
Mhm.
that's my take on it.
All right. Well, I hear you, young soldier. it sound good, but let me just do this two ways. One is that Malcolm didn't have all that energy when his own brother was kicked out the mosque, right? For
Rodney, right?
yeah, I don't know his name right off the bat because I'm not thinking about. But when his brother, I don't know if it was Reginald or whatever the case or whatever, was kicked out, he didn't have all that energy then.
Ooh,
He had more energy. He had more energy given the fact that he was silenced and that he didn't seem, and then there's the rumor mill and people feeding both people information. He had more energy, but when his own family was kicked out, he didn't have that energy. So all of that Muslim stuff, I hear you, but all you got to do is take that back to the Middle East. They kill themselves at will. Look at all these princes and the Saudis and all the stuff that they're doing and all the covering up, all that filling it in your heart. Miss me with that shit.
No, I
It don't apply.
oh my God, this is so funny.
no. The only reason I brought it up, Reggie, was to show you that he was supposed to speak on that, Like if I brought you into an organization, right?
So soon? Come on, let's just
Yeah.
so soon, immediately, so soon.
Yeah. So when is a good time to say something about it? Another 100,000 join. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah,
No,
fuck
he
that.
left.
Yeah,
He
fuck
didn't.
that shit, Reggie. Yeah, cause
No.
where I'm from, you nip it in the
Uh-oh.
bud, bro. You
I
call
got
bullshit
Geechee.
when it's
I
your
got Geechee, Gulla, Jack. Nah,
What's
let
up
me
with it,
just
bro?
tell you, he had his 90-day suspension. He wasn't coming back, right? And he's in his feelings, right?
Yeah, definitely in this feelings.
He didn't. The organization
But
of
you
Afro-American
would
Unity
be
wasn't
too, though,
constructed
brother
yet.
Reggie.
Oh
Hey,
no! Oh
brother Reggie,
no!
if you put in
Oh,
as much pain as Malcolm X did for that organization, you'll be in your feelings too.
you
Like,
don't.
are you
You
crazy? Kick me out?
well, yeah, but that's the
Who you niggas
failure.
think y'all is?
But that's the failure. That's the failure, young man, of not understanding unity.
Well, you know what? At the end of the day, the question comes.
I gotta
Well,
get some
well,
water for this. Wait. Let me
no, no.
go ahead. I can hear you. Huh?
I said, well, we know how that worked out, huh?
Yeah. Worked
Yeah.
out really well, huh?
Hell no.
Yo,
We see how that worked out, so I don't know about that one, bro.
He was a martyr, though.
Yeah,
Right?
it seemed like it would have worked out that way anyway. I mean, I don't think they. I mean, he would have been too. He had too much power. I mean, people joined the Nation of Islam because of Malcolm X. Most of, in that time period, like they was, following Malcolm X, and the particular movement he had going on. You know what I'm saying? And so, like, they would have had
the 48 laws of power kicked in. Don't outshine the master.
right. That's what I'm saying. They had to get rid of him because he just had too much power. You can't.
John Hewlett Clark had talked about that in the documentary Brother Malcolm. He said there was a lot of jealous people in the NOI and was feeding disinformation, and he actually, he trained them. So I mean, you gotta look at, Malcolm's frustration. Reggie, you gotta look at that. You can't just be like,
Listen,
you gotta put this.
You have no idea. Listen, Adrian, I'm 56 going on 57. For every May 19th, so Malcolm's birthday, for the last 34 years or so, could be 35. I lose count. I go with the community to Malcolm X's grave. I also worked with the community and with my teacher, Professor Small, and we buried Dr. Khaled Muhammad. But for 4 or 5 years, I've met Sister Ella Collins, Malcolm's sister. I know Malcolm's nephew, Rodnell Collins. I've talked to Sister Betty, walked her to the car many times. I know the daughters as much as I can know them. I've read Malcolm X's works and studied it. I'm a human being that has interacted with the movement. Now, so and then I recently went to the burial of Malcolm's daughter, who recently passed.
Oh man, that's a tragedy right there.
And I tried to put it up on YouTube. I did.
And I went to Rez, right? I've been to Betty. You know, Rez. I've been to Betty Shabazz house about 25 times, right?
Yeah.
I've been on 25 times at least. I used to even mess with Brother Malcolm's daughter.
Yeah.
Right.
The one that passed away.
So, yeah.
And I've actually have a good friend who I talked him out of trying to bone one of Malcolm's daughters, right? I was like, why you want to do that? You already got a girlfriend. He said, well, if I don't do it, somebody else is going to do it. He said, look, man, look, you know, really, I could tell you mind your business, but I did tell you. And I was like, yeah, but that's Malcolm's daughter. He said, man, you in your feelings, man. She likes me, right? So he didn't pursue her, but she was single, and he taught me a lot about the women in the game of life. Some of the stuff I should have listened to more. He spent 12 years in prison. All he knew was pimps. He had this book he came out of prison with called Jules. And it was a whole bunch of pimp poetry, letters to people from the outside.
That was on some Donald Goins type shit, right?
Yeah, some motherfucking Iceberg Slim type shit.
Yeah, some Iceberg Slim type shit.
But it was real deal Holyfield. It was like every psychological trick that you can use to get, if you was a prisoner, to get a wife, right, out of prison. It was the most devious. You could pull a woman from her husband and have her marry your ass in prison and visit you, right? So it was the most devious shit in the world. But he had came out of prison. I worked with him. I won't mention his name. And he's a great artist. He's a great artist, and he's very gifted. And Malcolm X's daughter, one of the famous ones, lived where he lived. He saw almost every day, you know, hi, and gee, and he just basically broke it down to me. Look, you and your feelings about this woman, she's a woman. Right? You are in your feelings about who she is, but that's your relationship with her father. I'm trying to have a physical relationship with her, right? That's none of your goddamn business. But he said, you know what, Reg, I'm busy anyway. So look, if I don't do it, I don't do it. If I do it, I won't tell you, right? But it wasn't gonna be no romantic thing. He was just gonna bone her. So now,
yeah, that's bad.
Why? Why is it bad? He's right. I was in my feelings.
Oh, so just so he can say he hit Malcolm X's daughter.
No, not to say that he hit Malcolm's daughter, just to say that she was a beautiful woman and he had a relationship with her.
Yeah, they are pretty attractive. His
Morpheus just told you he used to date one of Malcolm's daughters.
Man.
What do you be mad at Morpheus and shit? Huh?
Oh, I ain't mad. I put respect on his name.
Be mad at Morpheus and shit. Why y'all mad? Shit. So look, man. At the end of look, there's things I'm sworn to secrecy on. So I'm just trying to come here to say, Sheffrin, I understand what you were saying, but you don't leave Islam in the Middle East and start talking about Islam. You're a dead man.
Yeah, definitely. But we ain't in We ain't in the Middle East. And apostate in Islam is definitely a dead name. You know what I mean? Apostaticism.
They can still put a fatwa on you. They can still put a fatwa on you.
Yeah, you know, apostate. You know what I mean? That is even in my family. Like, you know, it's very. But back to the Nation of Islam, because this is the question. This is the topic. All right. Now going back to saying he was put out the nation and he ain't start, you know, talking about his disagreements with the nation until he was out, or he was forced out, or when certain issues happen with females, right? I'm not taking the humanistic element away from Malcolm X, right? I'm not saying all of those things are true about every human being, right? The thing that'll make me do something, right, is what you call it, y'all? It's building blocks to get you to certain places, right?
Right.
The person the person that killed somebody, usually it was levels that it took for him to get there, right? Now,
Right.
the overarching thing might have been a money issue, right? Or say like the streets. The nigga might have messed up some money or might have took somebody off, right? That might have been your ultimate reason, right? But it was other reasons that led you up to that point anyway, right? Jealousy. All those things go. You could have been jealous for years about a dude having more girls than you. As far as Elijah Muhammad messing with the same females that Malcolm was interested in, right? So yeah, those things play a role in it. Them putting them out the nation.
Let me just try to help
Go
you
ahead.
out, because you the difference is you ain't got a foot in the door with this. And I'm not saying disrespectful. I'm just saying that you're just younger, right? So you don't have a foot in the what's the other saying that said not foot in the door, but what's the other thing? You don't have what's the other saying? There's another saying like foot in the door. You ain't got a.
So you try to say outside looking in, basically, right?
Yeah. So I'll say this. It means nothing to you, but the fact of the matter is the history really shows that Warren D. Muhammad was in Malcolm's ear. Elijah Muhammad's son.
That's Elijah Muhammad's son. So
right.
All right. So think about what you about to say. I'm 2 steps ahead of you, but go ahead.
Oh, you 2 steps ahead of me? No, but
I'm 2 steps ahead of you, but go ahead.
If you would have said that, if you would have said that, if you was 2 steps, you would have cut me off before I wouldn't be even talking about what I'm saying. So
I'm not even. But I'm not even looking at that. You see what I'm saying? That's the problem. I didn't already dispel that from how I look at the situation. Already been through that.
How did you dispel it?
I dispelled it because it would be too disrespectful to the person that died, to the person that lost their life. It would be too disrespectful to basically act like that person was a hypocrite, right? Everybody who talks about this, they act like it was some hypocrisy or that Malcolm X wasn't sincere in how he felt about the nation at that point, or Elijah Muhammad. Y'all act like it was just because of a female situation. And no, it's many different levels to make you go overboard. Like,
listen, if you're ever part of an organization, especially a military organization or a quasi-military organization, right? There's you have a commanding officer. Your commanding officer is your God, right?
Right.
The general is the commanding officer's God. And Malcolm was in that organization. He knows the structure of the organization, right? So the fact, and he knows the soldiers. He trained the soldiers to do exactly what they did. Now the question is what? Well, let me just say it. The question is that it was not the Nation of Islam that killed Malcolm X in the Audubon ballroom. It was not
You're crazy.
that. Say
Who
what?
was it then?
We on
You
YouTube.
on some Dick Gregory shit right now, brother Reggie.
No,
Go
I'm
ahead.
not. But here's the thing is,
Hell
I'm
no.
about to pull,
and listen,
he about to
listen.
pull a Dick Gregory. Go ahead. Go ahead and kill yourself with a pseudo killers.
Yes, a pseudo killed me. It was not. Let me just tell you, I know people who fought in those wars after Malcolm died, right?
Mhm.
So I know people who actually literally fought in those wars. So it could not the way that it was orchestrated, right? It could not have been the Nation of Islam from the time that Malcolm was from the time that he was in the hotel to the time that he got to the Audubon. From my correspondence with the person that me and Morpheus both know, right? The police presence was not there.
What about the documentaries that got out with the dude saying he did it, shit and all that? Like, what's up with that shit?
I'm telling you, my where I get my information is one of Malcolm X's rostrum guards sometimes and other times traveled with Malcolm, picked him up at LaGuardia Airport, was there on the day of the assassination of Malcolm X, and saw the whole thing happen. This was not constructed. This was a military operation. The
Oh my
cameras,
God.
the pictures, all of the footage, all of the things that was there, right, were collected. People, it's simple. Well, here's the thing is, Sheffrin, you have your thoughts on it, and I know you're a pseudo killer, but I have a living man, a young man that was 25, 26 years old, who was part of Malcolm X's brother Malik, as he called him, bodyguard. On that day, he frisked the Lieutenant Linwood. He frisked the Lieutenant Linwood, right? Before he stood security for Minister Benjamin, who spoke before Malcolm X. He was moved off to another section after that, so he wasn't Malcolm's direct. He that particular day, he wasn't given a gun, right? When he walked in late, right? There were guns. There were a lot of things that changed during the time period of El Hajj Malik El Shabaz's assassination. That the Nation of Islam had no control of. Now, the Nation of Islam, members of the Nation of Islam that may have been infiltrated by some other organization, they may have directed some of the climate, right, in the Nation of Islam without the Nation of Islam knowing, but the actual event, how it happened, that was from and so I don't have to be space thing. He was poisoned in France, right? I mean, yeah. So he was continuously poisoned, right? If there was certainly a climate of hate, but on that day, they knew which hotel he was staying. How do you know that? How do you know what hotel somebody's staying? They called him. How do you get his phone number? You tell a nigga, you tell him, nigga, you show up, nigga, right? You show up, and you know what? Tell your wife to be there too, right? Because at the end of the day, if your wife don't show up, we gonna get her. Your wife, you order your kids after your house has been bombed to ask your wife to come, and you stand up and you see what's happening. If you don't die, your family could die. Nation of Islam does not. They might have not liked Malcolm. they might have even hated Malcolm, but God damn it, the stuff that was going on that day was superhuman, brother. Was
I could
superhuman.
I could believe that because with the FBI reports that was recently released, even the documentary "Who Killed Malcolm" talks about this. It was discovered that the FBI had bought the Audubon ballroom the day before the speech was supposed to, go down. So I
Look,
could.
my man King Sosa is saying Reggie capping. Get King Sosa.
Yeah, how old was you during that time, Rich?
What do you mean?
He wasn't alive.
I wasn't
You wanna?
alive.
Oh, I don't know how old you is.
It's 65.
He said he's
man.
56.
I ain't hear him. I ain't even
That
hear
was
him say.
65. I'm 50. I'm
Oh,
56.
I ain't even
Hey,
hear him
yo,
say all
guys,
that.
yo, I'm gonna jump off, man. I got something I gotta do. Peace to everybody, yo.
All
All right,
right.
peace, Mark.
Thanks for
All right,
saving me. Right? Now you got posturous throat. Reg, go take a nap.
Then get out of the peanut gallery.
Get out of the chat.
Yeah, get out of the
Look,
chat. They
let me
kill
tell you.
me every day. Listen,
Let me
if
tell
you
you.
read what they say about me, Red, I don't even look at that shit. They crazy.
I don't
They
understand.
crazy.
You're talking to somebody. First of all, somebody who's been with Malcolm's family for over 35 years, right? Been to the grave. No sister Ella, no sister Betty. Met the children, right? Went to the Audubon. Went to the Armory. Went to the Million Man March. Went to the been to the Audubon ballroom many times, and brother Reggie is capping about what have direct connections with people.
So I know what it is, Reggie.
Yeah.
Hey, brother Reggie, you know what it is? You're starting to sound like a Nation of Islam apologist. And let me tell you why. Because your take on why Malcolm left the nation, right, is almost damn near, I'm not going to call you out on, but it's damn near an attack on Malcolm X's character, right? Then secondly, the death of Malcolm X is you are exonerating the Nation of Islam from his damn participation in that. So but then you say you go to his grave. Like, I'm fucking confused at this point, yo.
No, don't be, because you want to be you want to be confused. No, it's fine. It's fine.
Go ahead, speak your speech, Reg. Go ahead.
You want to be confused, right? But the Nation of Islam could have killed Malcolm anytime.
They did.
No. See, here's the thing is, no.
Wow.
The Nation of Islam, if the Nation of Islam, they could have killed him and his family anytime. This was measured approach, right? As he was speaking at at the Teresa Hotel and the Audubon Ballroom, right? This was done for another reason, because the Nation of Islam, they look, man. I mean, Malcolm was going home by himself, driving home by himself. So you don't need to know who Luqman is. You don't know Luqman. Luqman is the dude that they used in Belly, right? When DMX played a part of Luqman. Luqman was a person that they had asked to assassinate Malcolm X, right? Twice, and he did not do it. So he did not do it. They asked to bomb his car. He didn't do it. And then he met Malcolm as Malcolm was coming on. And then that's that famous quote: "If Allah wills it, then pull the trigger."
Oh, that's what that scene. That's what that scene. Is relating to in Belly when he was finna assassinate the dude. What you talking about?
Oh yeah, Ben Shavers.
Right.
Jeffrey.
Right.
Oh, I'm sorry.
When Ben Shavers was playing Elijah, basically Minister Louis Farrakhan and Elijah Muhammad together, right? In this context, but it was Luqman Lukman, you could see Lukman when Malcolm died. You could see Lukman going in Malcolm's jacket and pulling out something that we know is a weapon. When Malcolm is dying, they trying to give him mouth to resuscitation, and Sister Betty is standing, and Lukman comes up. She knows exactly who Lukman is because he's one of the security. And he mentions something to Sister Betty. He goes into his waist and he pulls something out, and him and two other guys leave at that particular point. They don't try to save Malcolm. They try to get something from Malcolm. Now, most of you people are younger than me. Brother Reggie is capping, but you don't have to listen to me. You can verify through my professors.
No, Reggie, brother Reggie, stay on. We having a good conversation. Stay on track. Don't the chat say all kind of stuff.
Has nothing to do with. Has nothing. No, but I'm responding to your point about I go to Malcolm's grave because I go to Malcolm's grave because of the great things that Malcolm has done, not what was done to him. What was done to him was on February 21st. On May 19th, I go to Malcolm's grave to celebrate the greatness of a man, even understanding the situations that got him killed. I also to go to Dr. Khalid Muhammad's grave, right? And Paul Robeson's grave is in the same graveyard, by the way.
I love Paul Robeson, for real.
Yeah, is in the same graveyard. And so sometimes we just, if it's a nice day, we walk around and we visit all of the elders that there. Sister Aaliyah, the singer, is there too. So there are a number and Dr. Yosef Ben Jochanan is buried there. And so there's a lot of our family in the struggle that's buried at Ferncliff Cemetery in Dobbs Ferry, New York. Now, the fact of the matter is that all human beings make mistakes. All human beings get in their feelings. All human beings or can be fragile. But the assassination of El Hajj Malik El Shabazz was strategically done. And then after that, there was a trial. There was a trial. And so you should read the trial. The trial, if you search hard, you could find it on the internet, and everything. Now watch this. So now it turned out that two of the people that supposedly assassinated Malcolm X were exonerated, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
one of them posthumously. From the grave they did it. But go ahead.
Well, if that's true, and I see Dr. Oyamad is in the building. Peace. I see that in if you read the trial, how was these two men convicted if one wasn't even in the vicinity, or both of them wasn't even in the vicinity, right? Who does that? The Nation of Islam does that? No, these people were purported to be members of the Nation of Islam. So there is something else that is going on, right? You open up your eyes. So what's your counter to that? So if the Nation of Islam did it, right? Two members of the Nation of Islam is convicted for something that they didn't do. The Nation of Islam always said that they didn't do it, right? Mm-hmm. What's your pushback on that?
Hold on, brother. Hold on, Adrian. Brother Reggie, Dr. Mayat just hollered at you real heavy. She said, "What's up, peace, brother Reggie?"
Peace, Dr.
She in the chat.
Peace, Dr. Mine. So the question is you haven't read the trial, you don't know the people, right? You know what's being fed to you, right? What's being fed to you is different than speaking to young Black people who put their lives on the line for Malcolm X and those people who who had fell out with Malcolm X for his for his separation. I knew Brother Giddens. Giddens was Malcolm X's secretary. He loved
Hold on.
Malcolm, but when Malcolm left the Nation of Islam, he stayed in, and there was nothing that he could. There was nothing. So some members left, and other members didn't leave. So what's the point? What, I mean, there was confusion. Who orchestrated confusion? Look at the FBI files. Look at that.
Hold on. See,
Chuck,
go ahead, Adrian. Go ahead.
let me ask you a quick question, because it seems that there is credence to what Brother Reggie is saying here. Because if you watch the documentary Who Killed Malcolm, the dude who made it actually winded up discovering files that the big black dude who ran up in the front and shot Malcolm with the double barrel, that he was actually a CIA agent. He worked
not
for
CIA. He's
Y'all niggas is crazy. Listen, y'all gotta relax. Slow down. Y'all got to. Y'all speeding, yo. Now look, in the hood, niggas get shot all the time. Right?
Right.
We're making a 50-year-old conspiracy, right? And rightly so, because Malcolm X was larger than life, right? If a dude on my street get killed, I guarantee you people around them is gonna start making a conspiracy about it. Right? We're gonna start questioning people around them. You know what I mean? His girlfriend's gonna get questioned. Everybody. And these people don't have nothing to do with it. The nigga just got shot.
Get to the bottom of it.
You know what I mean? But yeah, the family is gonna blame his closest friends. They had to know what was about to happen. This, that, and the third. Now imagine something happened to a figure that's larger than life, right? I mean, just look at the JFK stuff. Just look at Martin Luther King. Look how you can make a mountain out of a molehill quick as hell. Well, all of the goddamn evidence, for the most part, points to Nation of Islam members shot that brother, yo. Like,
yeah, you gotta stop turning people into fucking angels and shit, bro. Human beings are
okay. Well, let's just do
bro.
this. Okay, so let's just do this. Okay, so in New York City, a famous drug dealer, kingpin, as they call him, Alpo Martinez, was just murdered. Right? He was murdered.
Didn't it come out that he got killed over a girl?
No, he didn't get killed over a girl.
No, he didn't kill no damn girl. He get killed because he's a fucking rat.
Okay, so Alpo, wait. So Alpo Martinez, he gets killed. Now, but who is Alpo Martinez? Yeah, he was a kingpin, but what happened? He got turned. He ratted on Wayne
and he was
Perry.
a shiesty ass bitch ass nigga.
I know, that's why I can't go to DC and I can't go to Baltimore and I can't go to some of those places because I'm from New York. I got to be real cool, right? I got to be cool, right? In those places, right? So the fact of the matter, for years after that, after Alpo, right? After his bullshit. So, but who he was, he became an informant, right? Whitey Bulger became an informer, right?
Yeah, Nicky Barnes and all the rest of
Nicky
that.
Barnes, Frank Lucas, informant, right? Why you saying I have to be a conspiracist? These are facts. So this Alpo Martinez, this dude, he gets to live by the FBI's doing, and the Fed's doing. He gets to live among civilians, but he eats civilians. He's a serial goddamn murderer living up in Maine among regular people, and that's all right with them. He's a vulture, a murderer. Will turn on his brother, right? His family to survive, and he's living around ordinary people. Why? Because it was in the interest of the government to, when he came out for what in fact he did to Wayne Perry and some of the other people. He murdered his brother, Rich Porter, right? His brother in the street. Oh, but it's conspiracy if I talk about the FBI. No. The fact is that the FBI, the government was involved. No conspiracy. Then the dude gets shot for it's a long time coming. He gets shot. The Negro he gets shot on about 155th Street. The Negro is riding maybe 51st or something like that. He gets shot. The Negro is throwing bags of heroin out the goddamn vehicle, and nobody knows that he's Alpo Martinez. They just picking up the bags of dope.
Hey, brother Reggie.
I said, don't keep crying about it, because you're gonna end up getting in trouble.
What happened,
about
Corey?
what?
Hey, Corey, mute out.
Okay, so
Hey, Reggie, you from New York City, bro? Like, you from New York, yo?
it ain't no
like,
different than Baltimore or.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So you are from a place where, yo, you don't need a conspiracy for niggas to shoot each other, yo. You don't need the FBI and the police to conspire for niggas to shoot each other, yo. You are from New York. You can get shot for nothing.
You can, but there's rules to the
Malcolm
game.
X,
No, nobody. Very few people.
Y'all
get
just
shot.
told me, hold on, Reg. You just told me how dangerous the Nation of Islam was and why you shouldn't mess with them, this, that, and the third. So after telling Adrian that he can get his shit peeled back right now for saying something about the Nation of Islam, so you telling me in 1964 and 65, at the height of them niggas, it wasn't worse? Yeah, Malcolm X ain't had, listen, he said it. He wasn't saying the FBI set him up. He was saying from the Nation of Islam alone, I'm a dead man walking already. He knew who was trying to kill him. They rushed this car 2 days before they smoked him. They tried to kill him. Yeah, so what make y'all think now that now it was a military hit? The Nation of Islam was on his ass already.
No, you don't see that.
Yeah, he got green lighted, bro. Right.
Look,
right. Like, so
no, you say first of all,
the FBI could just sit back at this point, yo, if they wanted Joe D.
I'm listening. Look, Malcolm X lived in a suburban place in Queens, right across the bridge from me, right? Easy access. They could have they burnt his they firebombed his house. Somebody firebombed his house, right?
Somebody, the Nation of Islam, yo.
Watch this. Wait, hold on.
Malcolm X. You keep taking easy. You're an apologist, Reggie.
No, they told Malcolm X. No, they told Malcolm X that it was the Nation of Islam's house. They bought it. He left the nation. They told him, you leave the nation, you leave the house, you leave the things that we gave you. You go on about your business, right?
Right.
Malcolm went to Queens Court, housing court. They had told him to leave, right? They had told him to leave. So whose house was it? It was the nation's house. It wasn't Malcolm's
It was the nation's house. It was the nation's house. I agree.
They asked him to leave. So look, I'm not saying that the nation did it, but if somebody you in somebody else's house, you ain't got they tell you to leave, and what you think you gonna stay there, right? So
yeah, I agree. Malcolm was wrong for standing them people out.
They ain't firebombed the house and shoot it up. They ain't firebombed the house and shoot it up. They just basically said leave, right? If we can't have a house, ain't nobody gonna have a house. Now,
yeah, but you gotta remember though, that nigga Malcolm Little still in that nigga. He still got that hood nigga in him. Shit.
That's why he came
but
out there with that rifle.
No, you're dealing with one of our baddest organizations that ever lived. Now, you're saying that Brother Reggie is an apologist. No, I think the Nation of Islam knows that Brother Reggie, in his young life, I was not an apologist for the Nation of Islam.
They done
I-
scared you off. Hold on. Hey, Uncle Cat is in the building.
No, they didn't
Be
scare.
more banger.
They didn't scare.
What's
They
up,
didn't
bro?
scare
Welcome
me
to the
off.
show late.
What's going on, yo?
I have. You think
God
I'm?
damn, Reggie, I'm just trying to speak, nigga. You ignorant as hell.
Oh, hey, that's
God damn,
that Baltimore
you
shit.
lied.
He just
You
came
lied
in
for an
here.
hour.
He just came in, and you just said we ain't nobody knew you was trying to speak.
I wasn't trying to speak. I was he introduced me, nigga. Shit, and I was just speaking.
Just because he introduced you the Grand Pooper?
Yeah, nigga, you ain't know.
Shit,
Nigga,
you
Grand
get
Pooper, nigga.
You get
the banger, nigga.
How can I say you like the priest? You get. I mean, you like the priest that gets the sermon before the priest gets on.
Nah, I wasn't gonna talk. I was gonna let you finish line and making up shit. I definitely wasn't gonna jump in that conversation. I'm gonna let you have that shit.
Well, let me
cross.
Yeah,
I live
yeah,
across the street
I've
from
been
Malcolm
sitting,
X.
I've been sitting back, I've been letting them have that. You know,
let me just keep
I'm gonna wait my turn.
Yeah,
Hey, Corey,
okay.
the
Let me
nigga
just say
lived
this.
across the street from
I'm gonna
Malcolm
let
X.
y'all go. I'm gonna let y'all go.
Oh, whatever.
Hey,
nigga.
Reggie.
You ain't living
Hey,
across
Reggie.
the
No, let me
Malcolm X,
finish.
nigga.
No, let me finish because y'all know what I'm gonna do.
Hey, Reggie.
Let me finish.
Hey,
No,
Reggie,
let me finish.
Where I'm from, they call it back door, bro. Like they
Okay,
call
let
it
me.
back door, bro.
Okay. You can say whatever you want, but let me
You got
just
any
say this.
pictures of Malcolm
Let me
House
say
across
this.
the street?
Let me say this. I'm gonna mute my video. Right.
Now go ahead.
I'm gonna
Go.
listen. I'm gonna say
Go
this.
ahead.
First of all,
don't let come.
first of all, I'm a member. I am a member of the Sons of Africa, right? I am a member of the Sons of Africa. Let me explain something to you. Let me explain something. Let me explain
ain't
something.
say the men of Africa. That nigga say the sons.
Let me explain. Yeah. So let me explain. So it was an organization of young men created to help Muslim Mosque Incorporated and the Organization of Afro-American Unity, right? I run the tribute to El Hajj Malik El Shabazz. I run it under the leadership of Dr. Leonard, under Professor Smalls, with the help of Dr. Leonard Jeffries and members of the community that loved Malcolm. I run it. I am under direction, right? Because if we don't, whatever happened in 1965 happened in 1965. There was a lot of killings that people do not know, a lot of disappearance on both sides, the nation and the Muslim Mosque Incorporated and other groups of people. It is responsible, right, for people who have nothing to do with what happened in 1965, right, to make people responsible to end the bloodshed that the government or the oppressor benefits from. If you weren't alive in 65, then you ain't got no, you're not involved in this at all. You're just in your feelings. You have no, you can have your feelings, but it's like an imaginary goddamn God. You weren't there. If you don't know the people that was there, you don't know any of the people that was involved around the time period, never spoke to them, you ain't got nothing to say. If all you're doing is watching fucking movies and you're reading books, right? That's all, and that's all you're doing. But if you've not talked to anybody who's actually been there, who served for Malcolm, who understood what was going on, then you how can I say you have imagination? But I work under Professor James Small, who was the imam after Malcolm passed away, right? Who is a major member in the Organization of Afro-American Unity after Malcolm's death. And then there is the peace and the lives of Black people. To fuel, look at these clowns that get out here. And recently that we've seen them on YouTube, right? Those are the people who's capping, people who's trying to fuel a fight between the youth and the Nation of Islam, right? Right? Disrespect Rizza Islam, disrespect I have disagreements with Dr. Wesley Muhammad, but I can speak to him. I don't have to disrespect him. Why open up situations where people can die for YouTube views? There's literally people that would be in harm's way and will be in
Reggie,
harm's way.
Reggie, you said Rizza Islam. My fault, brother. You said Rizza Islam.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's about to go down.
You said that. You said that, Reggie?
Yeah, I said that.
So basically, you can misdirect, misinform, usher in crazy white people to the Nation of Islam, misinform the Nation of Islam, then bring crazy people to the Black community in general, and then a person get on YouTube and can't say that they fucking dangerous, bro, all because of what might happen? Fuck that shit, Reggie. Who the fuck is scared of a fucking Rizza Islam? He don't respect Black people, because if he did, with the little change he got, he would actually take a course, online course on simple vaccines, on viruses. He is so motherfucking intelligent, know every page in the goddamn CDC website, that the nigga could take a whole month and dove in. But he don't do it, because ain't no money in that. The money is in a fake ass conspiracy. The money is in, oh, the power he got, he might get you killed. Fuck that shit, Reggie. So I don't understand how people can't respond to the buffoonery with a B. I'm confused, Reggie. So all that shit you talking, knock it the fuck off, Mr. Reggie. I get your point.
Let me unconfuse you. I don't all that stuff about the vaccines and stuff like that. He's dead wrong. To me he's wrong and it's dumb. All right.
But I wasn't finished talking. But I'm
you
talking
just
35 minutes. So there was a great cutoff.
When it comes to Malcolm,
you said you shouldn't have said. You said Rizza Islam. It activates me. It infuriates me to hear that bullshit that literally caused people to die. D-I-E, my nigga. People literally died over the last 2 years based off of that fake ass herbology, bro. People died. We know some of them, Reggie. Died, dead, won't come back, resurrected, won't happen. None of that shit, bro. So I'm just trying to figure out, bro, which side is your bread buttered on, my nigga?
My side is buttered on your side. On the issue of their big mistake about the vaccines. If it was all of them, then I'm against that. I was only talking about the conflict of attacking people, younger members of the Nation of Islam on the Malcolm X question. I'm not talking about the rest of the stuff. I'm not talking about that. Do I agree with you? Do I agree with you?
I get it.
I agree with you.
Reggie, I understand that, but some shit you can do that will fuck you up for life. Some shit you could actually participate in that would disqualify you for ever teaching Black people again. And this was one of those issues, bro. This absolutely was one of those issues when we absolutely positively needed just a good old-fashioned regular shit, bro. We didn't need the high-octane shit. We didn't need the superiority trip with the best plant-based medicine. We simply needed the real, basic, simple information, bro. They dropped the fucking ball.
You're correct.
People know the Nation of Islam when they don't even know about the conscious community. Think about that, bro. If they just would have had good, regular, solid information, right? They don't even tell people that they use half They use 99% of the CDC information and stop it at the vaccine. Nigga, at least say that. Say, yo, I got 99% of my information from the CDC, but we don't fuck with the vaccine. And I'd say, okay, at least people might go to the CDC website and read it, bro. I'm just saying, yo, we needed the Nation of Islam the most. We didn't need them during the Civil Rights Movement, nigga, because they wasn't protecting Martin Luther King and all of them, nigga. So we didn't need them then, because like they said, yo, they don't believe in that shit. I believe them. We didn't need them then. We didn't need them. You know what we really need them? We needed them in 2020. We needed them when we were standing in New York, bro, going against the white boys, Reggie. You was there. That's when we needed the black, quote unquote, greatest organization known to the black community to stand up. You know what they did? They took the side of the white boy. Fuck that shit, Reggie. I'm not trying to hear that shit ever. So don't talk me to death about none of that crazy ass shit, bro. It's a motherfucking cult from day one. It's a cult from day 2, day 3, day 4. It's been a cult from the beginning. I don't want to hear about all that business they own. They never did. The leadership owned the motherfucking businesses. It's one stop, one shop, one nigga own all that shit, and everybody else is following the cult nigga, bro. I'm done.
I only used Rizza Islam to talk.
You said his name again?
Oh, damn.
Fuck Rizza Islam. He's a coward. He ran. He showed up on Dr. Oyamaya's show. He gave us his word as a man. He gave us his word as a gentleman. He gave us his word as a leader of people, and a crazy ass nigga cowered out. Fuck that shit, Reggie. That's some coward shit around here, bro.
Yeah, okay.
When you say shit out your mouth, step the hell up.
I'm upset. So when there was some,
what you're saying make more sense than what the CDC is saying. Prove that shit amongst people.
I am saying, what I am saying is the conflict.
Stop saying that nigga name. That nigga's a
I won't say his name. Thank you. Okay.
He's a clown.
I can find an easy way out.
A clown. Capital C clown. A fool. A nut. Bananas. Crazy as hell. Don't make no sense. Dangerous. Gonna have niggas all fucked up. Crazy as hell. Bullshit. Liar. Flim flammer. Bim bammer. Crazy ass nigga. Conspiracy theorist nut. A pseudo fool. He's all the above. And he's black. And believes he comes from fucking Asia somewhere. Fuck that shit, Reggie. I'm not trying to do.
Okay. Here's the thing. There was a young person that young people were following. I couldn't believe how many people was following this dude. 100,000, 200,000, 500,000. And this dude put on Malcolm X glasses one day, and he started fueling some things that can get young people hurt. That's the only thing I was commenting about. You know who I'm commenting about, right? And so I was just concerned about his message and what he was fueling. But outside of that, I don't really have a really disagreement with you and even not.
Hey, Lawless, your mother, nigga. Shout out to the peanut gallery. Your mother, nigga.
Stay out the peanut gallery, y'all.
Bobby Banger.
I know. I just want to shout out the peanut gallery. Your mother's a beautiful woman. Your mother's a beautiful woman.
I'm gonna take my headphones off. I've spoken.
Hold up. Who else in the peanut gallery talking shit? Let me see. Let me find another one in the peanut gallery.
Some lemonade.
Shout out to the peanut gallery, yo.
Don't go nowhere, brother Reggie.
Immortal
Brother Reggie, you my co-host today.
Yeah, no, I think I've said Ankh.
No, you straight. I'm done. No, good. I'm off.
I've said.
I'm off.
Hey, Sheffrin. Hey, this is the second half of the show. All right, we done.
Yeah.
Okay. Y'all done Islammed me. I let y'all Islam me to death now. Y'all did me. Y'all did good. Y'all did good with the Islam. I love Malcolm. I love him.
I love him. Me too.
Yeah. What up, Bobby? I ain't heard from you all day, my nigga. What's going on, man?
Oh man, I'm sitting back enjoying life, man. Just reading the study,
You
man.
ain't
So I
talk,
can
you ain't talk no shit to me all day, man. I
Nope.
don't
Yeah, he
feel.
in his feeling. He in his
He ain't
feeling.
cussed me out all day today.
I'm in his feelings, yo. He riding his
Nah.
today,
You
yo.
know I ain't in my feelings. I ain't in my feelings.
No, I'm fucking
got
with
the
you.
skin in the game.
No,
Hey,
You know,
but
you
the
riding
Chef,
his
hey,
Kelly.
Chef,
right shit.
hey,
Nah, I ain't
Chef.
mad at y'all at all, yo.
What about your boy though, man?
Who?
Your boy say your boy cold-blooded, man. He a cold-blooded gangster, man. He say, man, look. He said, look here, man. I'm gonna do a ceasefire with you niggas.
Oh,
And I'm gonna
Putin?
let y'all, yeah. He said, I'm gonna let y'all get the citizens out. And then the niggas start bombing the niggas, man. Ain't that's dirty in the motherfucker, man. That nigga crazy in the motherfucker.
Hold on,
But
what
what,
happened? Oh, Russell.
but what do y'all think about the God, man, is that me?
What you think about Putin and them?
Yeah, what y'all think about that, man? Hold
I
on,
mean,
let
shit,
me
yo.
get my
If you slap the gorilla, yo, or talk shit to the gorilla, or don't say what the gorilla do, just be able to protect yourself against the gorilla. It is what it is, right? Have some type of political backing. They got a little sway. They getting some help here and there. You know, I mean, they probably should have waited till they got into the group they were supposed to get into. What's it called, Corey?
NATO.
Yeah, they should have waited, but I think yo was like, I ain't gonna let you get in that motherfucker.
Yeah, I ain't letting you join NATO.
yeah, it's
Ain't
deep.
nobody in my region joining NATO.
Yeah, he get it because he don't want to be surrounded. I mean, and y'all crazy as hell. I'm not gonna let that don't even make no damn. How that makes sense? He gotta go to war. You know what the rule is? Either go to war now or go to war later with them motherfuckers around you. So he did the right thing when it comes to having a nation.
Yeah, because they let Finland join NATO. And Finland is right there. So I mean, they wasn't going. Yeah, that would have been crazy for them to let the Ukraine to join it too. Like that was.
Yeah, you can't do it. Yeah, it's certain things you get when you in NATO. They start talking about you attacking NATO, you attacking me. You know what I'm saying? Like, God damn, nigga. So, okay. All right. Now what about not allowing the the Africans out?
No, they didn't call themselves African. Call it what they called themselves.
No, I'm making a marker. The Kenyans and who else it was?
No,
South
what did they call
Africans?
themselves, Joe?
I think it was some Kenyans.
No, I asked you, what did they call themselves?
Kenyans.
Oh,
students.
Right. No, right? They said black.
No. They didn't actually say black. The people reporting on it said that.
They actually said black.
Who said that?
The people that they were interviewing from Africa.
What'd they say?
Oh my God. Nothing, continue, yo.
Yeah, they wanted the real black people, because if it was African Americans, they'd have let them niggas through. How about
now
that?
Africans
If they was the real black people, they'd have let them through. Now, let's talk about that. Guarantee you, if it was 30 African Americans over there trying to get out the motherfucking Ukraine, and they say, we motherfucking American citizens, they let them motherfuckers through immediately, ASAP. Now, that's how you know who the real black people was. It was the African Americans. They'd have let us through, bro. As for the Kenyans and the South Africans, or where they was from, proper, they country don't have no sweat. So they had to wait. That's the policy. The policy is this. If you're not a Ukrainian citizen, right, you do not get first dibs. That's the policy. That's the
they
rule.
made that shit up on the spot, my nigga.
No, they didn't. But let me watch this.
You got to be crazy.
They did. I'm going to show you something. Watch this. That's actually a rule. That's policy, right? But rules are definitely meant to be broken. So if it was African Americans, American citizens, then that rule would get broken. Why? Because the United States actually sends them weapons and arms. And they know not to do that. So it's back to politics, political sway, the whole 9 yards. And of course, it's, you can say, well, it's the racists. Yeah, it probably was. But they'd have let them African Americans, the real black people, they'd have let them through. One phone call would have set that off. Yeah, one phone call.
So you showing big, so they big racists. So basically you saying their racism is bigger than what we listen. It's just it's
So
silly.
all right, answer. I'm asking the question. So besides the name, because we don't agree on that, and that'll
No, I'm saying that the Africans that you talking about call themselves black people.
they don't
Which
call us
means you
black.
had an argument that you
So
keep saying.
Hold on, don't
you
tell me to
keep-
death. Don't tell me to death. Put that video up, bro. Let me see that.
Nah, yo, it was in our back chat, yo.
No, I never seen that,
Hey,
bro.
so you didn't click on it. I'm not running back now.
I never seen. So why don't you just grab the same video though, dog? Grab the same video.
No, yo, because I feel like you ain't
Why-
watching on purpose.
So we always back. I actually watched 10 of them. I watched different accounts, and when I watched it, you would see videos with the title "Black" in it. But once you actually clicked it on, they was talking about the actual place they came from. Kenyan students, bro. They ain't say black students, my nigga. So I'm saying, if you got a motherfucker saying I'm a black student, then just show it. And I'm like, okay, that's one.
No, they said they
dumbass
was black. They said they was black people.
No, I'm talking about the people who was standing outside, couldn't get on them trains, on them buses. I want to hear them say they was black people, and I'll say they crazy as fuck, because that's not how they signed up to get to Ukraine. They had to sign up based off of where they was from in their nation, bro.
Right,
I
understand that, but they still know that they black, though. Well, I don't put that on my, listen, I don't put black on my documents. I put African American, but I still use the term black in conversation. You act like those people don't do the same thing.
Yeah, they country Kenya was definitely Anglified, so they definitely call Bantu people and other dark skin, Nilo-Saharans, they call them black.
Right.
Even
Don't say right.
They even dealt through the, like, you know what I'm saying, you had the Mau revolution and shit, when
I
they was going
got
against
you,
the
nigga.
British government and all that shit. They, you know, so they,
Gullah.
you know what I'm saying.
Hey, Gullah. You know he just baited. You know he just baited you, right?
Who?
Chef baited you, because guess what? That is the point. That is the only reason why they say they black, because they've been colonialized still. And you just named it. Christianity was a colonizing force, and that's when they start being called black people. So I agree to that point.
I don't care what their reason.
Element and they national setting, before white people, they never called themselves black people, nigga. For thousands.
I don't care why they call themselves black. The point was that we're not the only people of African descent that call ourselves black.
All right, unlock my screen share while you talking to the death. I'm a source from the death.
So before we started calling ourselves black, you know what I mean?
I don't know, nigga. I don't know. Go ahead, but I don't know. Go ahead.
Do what? What do you want?
I need a screen share.
Minimum. All right, hold on. How do I do this on my phone? Security. Hold on.
So we're gonna argue this for another 2 minutes, nigga. We're gonna move this something up. I want to hear everybody's opinion on, was it racist not to listen back? What you saying, bro? You saying the same? What you say? Big butt.
Your screen share open, yo.
It's open, all right. Here, let me do this real quick. You know what I'm gonna do. Come to your favorite source.
Doesn't matter. They call themselves black, yo.
All right. Okay.
Nelson Mandela called himself black.
Yeah, yo, that's outliers, yo. The most part, they don't run around calling themselves black. So here you go. So let's get this straight so we know exactly what we're saying. All right. It says black people is a racialized classification. See, racialized. Race is what? Scientifically inaccurate. It's really racism. Is a racialized classification of people, usually political, and skin color based categories. So that's trouble right there. Okay, for specific populations with a mid to dark brown complexion. All right. So for political reasons, I can tell you one political reason is to help stamp out your understanding where you came from. calling you black does not put you nowhere, because you got people brown, the dark shades in Mesoamerica, South America. You got brown shade people in the goddamn going South Africa, East Africa, North Africa, Turkey. Certain time periods in Turkey, you see dark brown skinned people on walls. In the Levant, you got brown. In Saudi Arabia, you got brown skinned people. Matter of fact, the majority human population of brown skin, like the brown skin. Okay, the minority is pale skin. Okay, got that. They say not all people considered black have dark skin. Facts. In certain countries, often in social-based systems of racial classifications, which is a non-cipher, in the Western world, the term black is used to describe persons who are what? Perceived as dark-skinned compared to other populations. To say it is mostly used for people of sub-Saharan African descent and the indigenous peoples of Oceania. And watch this. Indigenous African societies do not use the term black as a racial identity outside of influence brought by Western culture. Important in your mind. The term black may or may not be capitalized. There you go. So I'll just rest my case on that. And of course,
no, what was your point? No, so what?
My point was that indigenous societies, they don't call themselves black, not unless they're under the influence of racism, white supremacy. I'm gonna say it quick like that.
I tried to veer the conversation. No, my bad.
I'm done. No, you good. I'm done.
I just jumped back on. I had a business call or whatever. I tried to veer it off of the Islam and the Egypt, because that's been getting so.
No, we ain't on that. We're on Ukraine right now. We're actually on Ukraine right now, of course.
Oh, y'all on Ukraine? Oh, okay.
Yeah, we were trying to figure out, like, was that racist to throw their ass to not let them get before the Ukrainian citizens that we just won? That's all. That's what we really said.
No, you gotta what do you call it? You gotta vet the people you letting in your country. I mean, I don't care who they is, black, white, or whatever. What happened? I heard something about it was some racism going on, but I didn't really see that part. What was the situation? Oh, nobody want to elaborate on that.
No, elaborate on. No, I agree with you, Concrete. I agree that there's a vetting process. Right?
No, I'm saying what happened. What was like? Because I heard some stuff that about racism like through the news, but I couldn't grasp like what was the real situation of it. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, the situation was they wasn't allowing people to actually come in. They was pushing Ukrainian citizens here ahead of other citizens.
Yeah, because so it was some students or something. Was they African students? Is that what it was?
Yeah, but it wasn't just them. Some other people, like I think it's not a radius, two other places though. So it wasn't just that. They was like, nah, bro, we ain't. You know what I'm saying? Y'all gotta get in the back of the line.
It was just the black people was mixed in those people. They was mixed in the group of those people. Like it was a bunch of Arabians, black people, Ukrainians, everything, all in the crowd.
Yeah, it was all. Yeah. It wasn't that. It's just that we heard about it from the perspective that they was only stopping the black students, right? The African, from continent. But then when you get more into it, it wasn't just them, it was other motherfuckers too. But the point I'm asking is, you still have the racist. It seemed like it could be. I felt like that they got rules that they have for their people, right? And that's it. That's their rules. And I said rules can be broken, because if it was African Americans trying to get out that motherfucker, you say, yo, hold on, bro. I'm a student, but I'm from America. Here's my paperwork. You know what I'm saying? Don't make me make that call. They just figured that shit out very, very fast. Very fast.
Yeah. I agree with that definitely. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, you gotta vet the people coming in your country, for the safety of your citizens, because you responsible for your citizens. So it's a vetting process. Yeah. We can't overplay the card. You know what I'm saying? You got to play the card right when it's just right to play it.
Yeah. So when men flying over your head, that's not a good time. Are y'all serious?
That's a good time. That's a good time to play the card. But I think that was actually the situation
to get on a bus, right? They get on the other side of the border where Russia, and they tell on. You know what I mean? And I'm seeing white people get on. Oh no, let me, y'all racist.
Right. But the thing is, they played it out of play. Like that wasn't a good place to play it, though. I ain't gonna lie. Because
where do you play it at then, Corey?
I mean, because the simple fact was it's a crowd of other motherfuckers there. So like, you ain't gonna get away with, like, nobody's gonna honor you on that.
So if I was saying
it's a crowd of white people, like you in Kentucky, you trying to get over here to Indiana, right? And it's a crowd of white people, and there's Mexicans in there, and it's you, and you hollering, oh, you racist. It's like, no, bro, like, look how many Mexicans and white people over there. Like, we ain't letting them niggas in either, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can't yell that at that time. That's not a good time.
So if you don't see no black people on, and you see everybody else getting on, it's still not. Now I understand we're all human beings.
What about because you got certain black people that's born in some of these European countries. What about them? The people that actually got citizenship or was born over there, was they let in and shit? Or?
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's a whole bunch of things. I'm sure they didn't have no problem getting in. Like, yo, here go my motherfucking thing. Like, I ain't one of them niggas. You know what I'm saying? Yo, believe me, when you get to the border at Mexico, you're gonna be like, yo, I ain't them niggas. Like, here, look.
So y'all acting like Eastern Europeans are not rabid, like, do
Chef,
y'all
you going in and out, or is that just me?
Yeah, you going in and out, nigga.
I'm going in and out.
Because you capping.
Yeah, you doing a lot of lying right now. You doing a lot of lying.
Yeah.
Hold on. Am I clear now?
Yeah,
you better.
So y'all trying to tell me
he's doing the blackology right now.
Hold on.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Chef.
So y'all trying to tell me that the Eastern European nations are not rabid racists? Y'all don't watch those. Those football games and everything else where the black players got to get escorted in that motherfucker and out of there. You dig what I'm saying? Y'all acting like they don't throw bananas on the field.
I mean, you do got a point, Chef. I mean, Putin did say the government got neo-Nazis out through their shit.
Man, look, it is completely crazy. And to act like these people, they wasn't being racist. They racist in everything else they do when it comes to those Africans, right? But now, at this junction, no, we might got to look at it in a different way. Y'all done lost y'all mind.
I'm just saying they probably was racist, but I don't think they was racist in that instant right there.
They won't even let them niggas play soccer. So
I'm saying like they probably racist. Yeah, I can give you that. Like they motherfuckers don't like niggas. Right. But what I'm saying is that's not why they wasn't letting them niggas in though. That's all I'm saying.
So your racism is gonna stop when there's a war? Are you serious? Like,
no,
I think you conflate it peacefully. You telling me I'm gonna let you get on a bus in front of other white people when our lives are on the line? I won't even let you niggas play a game properly, yo. My racism is so fucking.
We definitely got to make sure you're a Ukrainian before you get on this motherfucking bus. Now, I ain't gonna lie to you.
And we know if you black, you ain't no Ukrainian.
That's fucked up. That's a fucked up situation then. Like, sometimes you're in a bad situation, Chef. You know what I mean? I can't.
But the question is, were they racist when they let them in? Piece of the brothers?
They let them in for the money. Yeah, they racist.
Thank you.
I think he killed you on that one, though, Chef.
No, for the school, they pay for that.
killed you niggas.
Listen. Let me explain. The Eastern European countries, right? Their school systems are cheaper than to go to the UK or to the United States. So it was cheaper for them to go to Eastern European countries and get those damn that education. So of course they're gonna let them come in because they making money off of the African students. But that don't mean that they're not racist, yo. Like, what are we saying?
But you know what? You know what? I'm really. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead. I want to hear your voice. Quick.
And you know that's crazy. They tried to get my son to go to Ukraine this summer too.
Yeah, you know what I'm really curious about. if you go, you know we always talking about people globetrotting and going all over the world, going to these places, these hot spots, Egypt and Sudan, all these places, right? I like to go to the State Department website and look at some of these places before you jump on a plane and go, right? You should probably do that, right? So in terms of like anybody that was in the US, the State Department told all of our people to get out 1 month to the day when Russia invaded Ukraine. We've been told our people to get out of there, get out of Ukraine. I'm curious, all of these African countries that got their students there, they're on visas and they're students, did they urge their people to get out? What happened? What happened there? That's why you don't see a lot of Americans there. We told a lot of people to get out of there.
No, they told Kwame, they like, nah, bro, you stay and get that education, Kwame. You ain't coming home. Like I know how they think in Ghana, bro.
Yeah.
Ain't no reason to come home from that education. I don't give a fuck how many bombs they dropping. You stay your ass there. That's how they think in Ghana.
Yeah. And in terms if you look at if you look at NATO, go through the roster of NATO, all the countries that are participants in NATO, a third of those countries are a part of the old Eastern Bloc of the USSR, right? And we've chosen to tie ourselves politically and militarily with that and say, okay, well, you attack one of those countries, we're automatically responding in full out war. It is beyond me.
Yeah, we've been reluctant to sign that with them. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, and plus they've been having like the one dude Poroshenko, he was like,
not just with Ukraine. I'm talking about the other countries that are actual NATO members.
Oh, okay. In that region.
Exactly. Yeah. A third of our countries are part of the Eastern Bloc of the USSR, right?
Yeah,
these are
Poland,
a lot of these countries. Lithuania, all of these places. Yeah. So it's like we're in a very precarious situation there, right? So
and the thing is, I ain't mad at Putin either. Like, because it's like, yo, like, no, you're not signing that contract, bro. If you sign the contract, I'm coming to holler at you. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, you're not finna have these niggas setting their missiles up next door to me.
You
like, what kind of crazy shit is that? That's wild to me. You know what I'm saying?
That's wild.
That's wild as fuck.
So let me ask everybody a serious question now. So given the same set of circumstances, and we're in the United States, and we're in a locale, and we need to move, right? United States citizens, would you prefer them to allow United States citizens first to get the rooms, the boards, and leave, or let a bunch of illegal immigrants or students from other places get that first? I'm gonna tell you
right, like Dirk Nowitzki and them. Like, they gonna start letting Dirk Nowitzki and them on the plane first. Like,
listen, I'm gonna say it right now. We're gonna say it. Get your ass to the back of the motherfucking line. Fuck that shit. Get my big kids about this motherfucker. Because I've earned the right. I've died. Look, you know what I'm saying? African Americans have died in every motherfucking war. World War I, World War II, Buffalo Soldiers, the fucking we fought on both sides of the crazy ass motherfucking North against the South. You know what I'm saying? They wouldn't give you no guns in the South. They made you cook, goddammit. The North gave us some motherfucking guns. You was in the war. All right? So, no. At that point, Vietnam War, Korean War, no, I'm sorry, yo. you motherfucking pies. They're gonna be like, I
Right.
cannot believe you. Right, you can't do it. The women gonna stone you. They're gonna stone you. You got to take your seat. American
Yeah.
citizen up. That's
Yeah,
my
you
point.
can't. My wife ain't gonna let you be too courteous. Like it ain't too much, humanitarian aid finna happen. Not while my wife around. Like motherfucker, no, you get on this motherfucking bus and we get on this bus. We ain't gonna worry about this motherfucker. Like hey, I feel sorry for him. She gonna pray for him. She'll say that.
Yeah. In a crisis, be honest, right? It's your home country's responsibility, anyways, right? It's your home country's right, friend. It doesn't even have to be a war, right? You can get locked up for some legal stuff or whatever, right? It's your home country's responsibility, right? To like say you've got ambassadors there, you've got diplomats. Where are these African countries? The ambassadors to Ukraine or whatever, are they pressuring these people to get their people out?
They worried about. I ain't even gonna say what they worried about. I'm just gonna leave that there.
Brendan, you bring great point, Brendan. You bring a great point, and this is the problem, right? The African countries aren't necessarily organized the way they need to be, and if they was, they don't have enough sway in the world. Right? And that's what we talking about. What kind of sway do you have? It ain't the end of the world, yo, not to lift a couple Kenyan students across the fucking border and make them wait, yo. Ain't nobody you gonna do what? What you gonna do? You gonna take the students away? Well, what you doing? Well, where's the threat at? There's no threat now. There's no threat. Okay, well, if you don't allow African Americans to cross the motherfucking border, then for real, nigga, y'all ain't getting these weapons we was sending to y'all. How about that? Make your mind up. You got 24 hours.
Yep. No, you ain't got shit. Mobos ain't giving you that. Like, let me hear something. Let me hear they ain't across there now. Like, let me get the intelligence thing. You better be letting them cross there now. Goddamn. That's how the United States work. And then, like, Russia got old girl. Like, we finna show you. You gonna show you how the United States, the power that the United States got. The basketball girl.
Brittany Griner.
Brittany. Yeah, she got caught with some shit in the purse in Russia.
See y'all damn Russia, nigga, got caught with some weed in the purse.
Oh no.
Yeah, you know what? I'm telling you right now, right? That's called ignorance, yo. Like check this out, shorty. You got bread, yo, flush your shit down the toilet, come home and buy some more. What the fuck are you thinking about? As a matter of fact, take a trip to California while you're at it, or Denver. What the hell are you doing?
That was a long flight away from Russia. Like, I ain't gonna lie. I would have thought about it too. Like, you know what?
What? Oh yeah, I see where you at, nigga. You a nigga.
That's a long flight, bro.
I get it. You're thinking with you. I get it, nigga.
They holding her as a bargaining chip right now. It's
no,
no, they ain't gonna be able to do that.
I don't know. You're right.
I think Russia gonna go ahead and let her loose here in the next 24 hours because
I don't know,
they don't want them kind of problems. They don't.
I don't know. Yo, maybe if they wasn't at war. I get your point. Go ahead, bring this found on that. What you saying?
Yeah, I don't know, like, because the stakes are so high at this point, right? So you're talking about an all out warfare. Yeah, you got one or two hostages. We talking about bigger stakes than we ever been talking about, right? At this point. So we talking about full NATO, multiple countries, involved in that.
And he ain't even got nobody to buy like he can't even go buy nothing. Because his money ain't worth what his money's worth. You know what I'm saying? Then not only that, like ain't nobody even gonna sell it none. It's trade embargoes. Yeah. All of the weapons people got trade embargoes on him. So the missiles that he got is the missiles that he got. So right. I don't think he want to expend them all trying to fuck around with us. Because we got unlimited missiles.
Yeah, he's got actually more than we got, right? But
as far as nuclear, nuclear.
But if
not everyday bullets. No, we got way more than anybody.
But the problem with this guy, right? I don't know if people are feeding him correct information militarily, right? In terms of just the people around him, because he's basically an autocrat, right? He doesn't want anybody telling him any information that he disagrees with, right?
Right.
So saying that, okay, well, maybe I can attack a NATO ally country nuclear and not have a huge ramification. See, these are things that I think
he
the
might be
US,
thinking that.
the US is like saying, okay, well, this guy may not be getting the right military information. He may do something ridiculous and stupid and put the world at risk. You know what I mean? Because
right.
These people around him aren't getting him the right information.
But listen to this though, Brandon. Colonel Vindman, right? I'm listening to Colonel Vindman on the podcast the other day, right?
Mm-hmm.
Colonel Vindman said this nigga ain't as crazy as y'all think he is. And
no, he ain't crazy.
He pointed some shit out, and it made me think. I'm like, no, this nigga ain't crazy at all. This nigga want to live just as bad as everybody else want to live, right? Man, the nigga sits at a table that's 40 foot long. You know what I'm saying? When he talk to his people, and he don't have nobody around him. He got a very close net circle that's around him, right?
He's isolated, right?
And he isolated, and the thing is, like, he don't want to catch like the COVID and shit. Like he been more isolated, you know, during the pandemic. Like
and that's what scares people, right? You know, him being away from his top commanders and not listening. I don't know. You know,
but
I ain't saying he ain't crazy. He ain't crazy.
That's all.
I don't know.
And that's the main point that I think that needs to get across to people is that this nigga is not crazy. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this nigga just he got a loud bark, and then he know he got what he got at the crib. You know what I'm saying? He know what he got in the closet.
Oh yeah.
So he definitely can bark loud or whatever. But I don't think the nigga want to do nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, he not finna pull the trigger on no nuclear shit. And the thing is, like, if he get into a war with us or any other NATO members, you know we going to take that, right?
Oh, yeah,
you know we
going
to take the whole fucking Eastern Bloc of Europe. You know what I'm saying? And Russia. We taking it all.
And those are the problems when you get into it, right? Because we have these pre-established what we call these military doctrines, right? It's like if you attack a NATO country, everybody in NATO goes to war, right? And then Russia has their military doctrine, air quotes, right? If NATO countries attack us, we automatically are gonna do this and do that, you know. So this stuff can escalate so fast, right? In nuclear.
He done like 3 things already. Like he's supposed to be, he an international criminal already. Like, so if they don't do something about that, then somebody else gonna be like, well, damn, y'all hung Saddam Hussein and them.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And then shot up Bin Laden and them. So like, hold on, how y'all gonna let him get away with the bullshit? You know what I'm saying?
You know, it's funny, right? Because it's rules and there's regulations to killing somebody, right? So what y'all essentially saying is that he's not allowing the other side to mandate the rules and regulations. So at some point he has to break some of the rules for his own survival in his own country. Y'all do know that though, right? Like he has to break some of those rules. You can't allow.
He gotta take Ukraine. He has to do this. It was no other choice but for him to try to do this. Like, whether he could win or not, he had to try. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the like what I thought. But go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off though. Go ahead.
So I mean, he has to be a rule breaker at this point. You know, like successful people find ways to break rules and be successful. Unsuccessful people break rules and fuck it all up.
Right.
I'll give you an example. Tom Brady and his fucking coach. Rule breakers supreme. Motherfucker got 6 Super Bowls out of breaking the rules. Simple, that's how they did it. Break the rules. You get caught, right? You know the ramifications, but you already got the Super Bowl. Okay, smash out the Ukraine. They get mad, charge war crimes. They can't get you. You ain't going away. What the fuck is you talking about? We'll work all that shit out at the end.
Yeah. And you know what I think though? They gonna give a piece of Ukraine. Like, he's gonna have a piece of Ukraine. I don't see it. It's hard for me to see this ending without him having a piece of Ukraine. It's very hard for me. No, and he can't hold it though. See the thing, and this is because I was typing in the pseudo killers thing. Putin thought it was gonna be easy. See, one thing people don't understand is the regular population is more dominant than the actual soldiers. So when you have the population, when the citizens is behind you in your war, bro, it's nothing they can do. Putin them, they can come in, they can bomb or whatever, and then they can come in and set up shop or whatever, but they won't never be able to hold that down because everyday citizens is not gonna allow that. You know what I'm saying? Like they willing to die for their country. You know what I'm saying? Like
they gotta go to straight urban warfare at that point, right?
Yeah, and he don't have the manpower or the equipment to do that. You know what I'm saying?
Or the experience. They don't have experience. I was looking at it. They were saying they wanted to recruit these mercenaries from Syria, right?
Yeah.
To come on this side that's experienced in urban warfare and help.
But it's not enough of them. It's not. I mean, you'd have to get. I mean,
thousands. Yeah, exactly. Right. What they said they had 100. They had 100,000, or I think more than 100,000 citizen soldiers, right?
Mm-hmm.
That came in, and then they're recruiting people from overseas, right? Which was another maybe 20,000, and then they had the Ukrainian forces, which was like 100,000 or so, right? And then I don't know what the numbers of the Russian forces that are moving in, right?
The Russian forces had 100,000. They say every last one of them 100,000 men that was around the border, they all in Ukraine right now. Every one of them. So
they're fully deployed, right?
Yeah, they fully deployed in there. Yeah. Thing is, they bogged down though.
Right. Yeah.
See, because it's the terrain. And then, like, you don't know, they got to use the streets. They can't even go off road like that. You know what I'm saying? And so that's why Putin is resorting to punching below the belt. You know what I'm saying? Now he bombing, shopping malls and shit like that.
Trying to get civilians out, right?
Yeah.
So let me explain a little something here. So y'all throwing around a lot of terms, right? You talked about urban warfare. I love the conversation of war. That's what I do. I study a culture through its mechanisms of war. It's my favorite shit to do. That's how I recognize that Libya was far more powerful than Egypt, but niggas won't never get that. But let me move forward in the conversation. So what actually happens when you're dealing with urban warfare, right? What you never want to do is you never want to be lined the fuck up. But as you go through streets do you just that way. It makes you line the fuck up. So if you ride down a motherfucking street, motherfuckers can pick you apart. So like the resistance movement during World War II, when the Jewish community was waging war against Germany, they was doing that. They was fighting urban warfare. This shit is crazy as a motherfucker, urban warfare. It's a different way of fighting. Now, the United States is fit for it because they've been fighting urban warfare for how long now? How long they been fighting this shit?
20 years over there in Afghanistan, or 22 years. 21 or 22 years.
Yep.
Right, they down pat. They got the shit down pat. All that driving with the big powerful machines down the street, you're in a column, my nigga. There's nothing you can do. You lined up, they got you. They got you. And so this is my question to the panel, right? And I was like, yo, I seen where Ukraine actually made a mistake. And let me tell you where they made the mistake. When you was absolutely certain, right, that you was going to get attacked, they should have attacked first. Why the fuck did you allow, watch this, Russia to line the fuck up and surround you like that? Man, they got drones and all that shit. They should immediately start attacking. You would have brought them some more time. That's just my feeling. Or maybe if they did that, it would.
They thought they could work the diplomatic thing though. They was trying to.
Oh, they underestimated.
Putin was tricking them. See, that was the thing. Putin was he done it 3 times in a row. He'd tell them, "Yeah, we gonna let's have a word. Let's talk." But while they in the meeting, this nigga bombed. You know what I'm saying? Like he done it 3 times. Well, bring the citizens this way. You know what I'm saying? We ain't gonna bomb over here. Y'all bring them this way, and then he bombed right where he tell them to bring the citizens at. Like the nigga, he punching below the belt at this point. This is how you know You know what I'm saying? Like he kind of fucked up. He kind of in a bad situation. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and Ukraine doesn't really have the military power to to wage an offensive war on Russia, right? They really don't.
not an offense. No.
Yeah, they don't have a military, in terms of the Air Force. They really don't have an Air Force to speak of, or anything like that. They probably don't have the intelligence. They don't have the intelligence that the Russian forces have. So yeah, they couldn't do that.
So you ain't wait. You ain't seen them shooting helicopters out the air. You don't see them with the
drones?
Stingers,
those Stingers that we sent over. Yeah, we sent those over. Them Stingers.
We've done it before, right? This is what we gave to
you
Afghanistan,
paid for that,
right?
You paid for those Stingers, bro.
Yeah.
So that shit ain't even funny, yo. But okay. So it's like people always try to rock me to speak. Yo, I fuck with you, Unc. I fuck with you, Unc. But all the while, yo, I feel like you be trying. I know you trying to get me. So they never was supposed to let them rock in the street. Like if you niggas ain't rocking.
Yeah.
You can't like I'll never get it, yo.
But what can you do when it's Putin though? Like you got, I don't know what else you could do. Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
I'm trying to think of it. See, how can I put this story? Shit.
Mm-hmm.
So you know how you doing certain shit in the city, right? And you fucking with certain dudes. So I used to fuck with the younger niggas, right? Give them work, whatever, right? And it be a certain time period where, they doing what they supposed to do. But you gotta always catch signals, no matter how much they claim they fucking with you. And you gotta catch the niggas that do shit, you gotta catch a nigga. Say if niggas got schedule, right? When I say schedule, I mean the way they do business, right? And so, for the person that want to survive in that game, yo, you got to catch when the person do something off schedule. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I was always keen on catching people doing stuff off schedule. Damn, that's not, dang, that's off schedule. Got to do this. So it was times when I talk with niggas, they're trying to meet me in a crazy place. I'm like, man, all of a sudden you being in a crazy place. I'm like, man, right? I would, at that point, I would move the move. And they be trying to meet you at the wrong damn time. I'm like, nah, let me change the time. But at this point, I'm alert, so I would come with a force of niggas with me to see them. And it would throw them off guard because I always move by myself. You get that point?
Oh yeah, for sure. For sure.
So I never. So what I'm saying is, the world is the same shit. Like the game don't change. It's the name.
But
think about it. But think
you're
about
absolutely right. Like the street it's the same thing. Like what Putin them doing, it's the same on the streets. They're not doing no different. Like just because it's a country against a country, like it's no different than the streets though.
Yeah, Putin, he's an ex-KGB military officer, right?
He's a gangster.
So he's trained in intelligence and deception. He was in the KGB. So you ain't talking nothing that he don't understand, right?
And then he always keep his cars close to his chest. You notice how like this nigga, if he in the KGB, you got to speak fluent English, right?
Oh yeah.
But the nigga get a translator.
He's an intelligence officer, right?
Yeah, like he put the microphone and he only speak Russian and he got a translator and he had a people speak like he played a part like
it's flim flam.
Always
all
in
of it's
character.
flim flam. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Everything is not what it seems.
Yeah. So that's why Trump, a nigga like Trump was dangerous because this nigga go
dilly dallying with Putin. Yeah.
Fucking around and don't know. This nigga understand this shit like a hillbilly from Kentucky. Like he understand English just as well as a hillbilly from Kentucky. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like Trump ain't saying nothing slick. Like when he says little slick shit that he think because Putin got his heavy accent that he think he getting over like on him that he didn't really hear. You're not doing that to him, bro. He understand every word of that shit, bro. That's one thing about Putin, man. He always in character. He ain't never not in character, bro. You got it. I mean, he one of them dudes, man. He one of them slick motherfuckers, man. Slick as a can of oil.
You don't become, a Russian, autocrat and a
right.
What does he got? He's amassed like 100 billion. how much is he worth?
Shit, he got the Yeltsin family fortune.
He's used this, and plus he's used the whole country as his piggy bank for the last how many years, right?
20.
Yeah.
Like I said, he took over for Boris Yeltsin and them boys. Them boys was running they was running the Eastern world.
And
you know
Boris,
what I'm saying?
And Boris Yeltsin, if you go back to look at somebody, at least he was rational, right? You could talk to him,
a big boy.
And he knew in terms of get into these wars with these these Western countries. Yet it doesn't make sense because of this. He listened to his scientists. As much as they like to demonize Boris Yeltsin, he was rational, right?
Oh, he was a thinker. That's how they got all the missiles and stockpiles, and you know what I'm saying. That's how they became that. That was the whole USSR.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying.
So
they was a force to be reckoned with at that point when Boris Yeltsin was in business. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah.
But now. Shit, Putin can't even hardly keep the lights on, man. Motherfuckers quit fucking with him.
Bring that back. Give me my block back, right? I want my block back, literally, right?
Yeah, he gonna get a piece of that. I can guarantee. I mark my words. This will not end unless he has a piece of Ukraine. Period. Or it's two things. Like we're gonna bring the big guns out. Or he gonna get his piece. It ain't no other way around. Because he ain't never lost a war. People don't realize that. Putin has never lost a war. And he ain't planning on losing one. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, he ain't even coming close to thinking about bowing down. He already told Biden, like, yo, I got them things, bro. Don't act stupid.
It's just like what they were talking about about the establishment of the no-fly zone. Right. You just reminded me of. You're just like, we shouldn't get in a complete war with Russia. We should just establish a no-fly zone. It's like, I don't think you understand what that means.
Yeah, he like, nah, y'all do a no-fly zone. I'm telling you,
it's a war.
It's on, motherfucker.
In any war, right? If you establish a no-fly zone or a war zone, you basically you've declared war with the enemy, right? So,
but Colonel Vindman said it's a way out of that. Like, so Putin, because see, Vindman, he the same type of person that Putin was, but just for the United States, right? He one of them slick motherfuckers. Vindman looked like he one of them nerdy motherfuckers. This motherfucker, when you listen to him talk, he is serious motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? He's serious as fuck. Right. And he was saying that like Putin is real. What was we just saying?
Talk about the no-fly zone.
The no-fly zone. Yeah. Okay. So he was saying that it's a different way to get. It's all about rhetoric. And see, Putin wants the same thing we want. Putin realizes now that he in too deep and he want to get out of this shit. This shit gonna cost him way more money than he thought it was gonna cost him.
Oh yeah.
And it's gonna cost him Russian lives, and the Russian people is starting to ask questions now. They starting to get in the streets and riot now, right?
Oh yeah.
And because he ain't telling the Russian citizens like what he doing. They don't know none of the shit that we know. So nobody in Russia knows the shit that we know. Like he been bombing the citizens. He bombed the grocery store and shit the other day. Like they don't know none of that kind of shit, right? And so they figuring it out though.
Right.
And so
those visas and the MasterCards aren't working anymore.
Yeah. And all that
is trickling. Yeah.
Netflix and all that ain't working no more, right? They can't fly out.
They subscription.
The kids is getting sent home from school. Like, you know what I'm saying? They tuition, they ain't accepting their tuition no more shit, right?
Yeah.
But so what Vindman said is now he really wants the same thing we want. But see, now you gotta word it in a different way. You can't call it a no-fly zone. Right, see, this is the games that be played. So what you gotta do is you gotta call it a humanitarian rescue.
Right.
Man, Putin.
My bad.
You gotta give him a way. You gotta give him a way to save face, right?
Yes, you gotta give him olive branch.
You gotta give him that olive branch, right? He's
Hey,
it's the best way to go. He's got power, right?
Hey, yo, Putin on strike, gangs. Y'all, did y'all see it? You hear the report when he walked off with the Patriots owner's ring and shit? Just walked clean off with his ring.
What he gonna go do? He gonna go get
he
it?
probably did too.
Yeah, look it
couldn't
up, bro.
say nothing.
When he looked at it, he was like, "Yeah, he put it in his pocket and walked off."
He walked off. The security blocked him. He like, you can't get close.
Don't you even think about walking up to him no more. You get that when he get done with it. Let him get through playing with it, and you can have it. You know?
Oh man.
Who ring did he take again?
What's his name? Mark, whatever his name is. The Patriots dude or whatever.
That's what he get.
So he took.
It was the Patriots owner. His name Robert something. I forgot his name.
How he get his ring?
Yeah, you don't be over there playing with the Russian.
Yeah, he
shaking his hand and shit. Let him see it.
Putin asked, "Did he see it?" Putin asked, "Did he see his ring?" And he's looking at it. You know what I'm saying? And he just walked off with it.
What?
This is what you call Debo. It's Debo, right? What do you call it, Debo?
The security blocked him. Was like, this meeting is over.
You can tell that dude get off on shit like that. Like you can look at him and tell he get off on shit just like that. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Like, let me punk this. And I know he like played with Trump
in this U.S. Patriot. Yeah, exactly. That's I'll slight you. I'll slight you any way I can.
Yeah. Oh, I know he, and it was going all over Trump's head because you know this motherfucker's just stupid. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He probably got Trump so knee deep in shit right now. It just ain't came out yet. You know what I'm saying? Like he done done. They already talked about how he got him in the office. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we may never find out.
Yeah.
That's probably why
he coaxed him into having a meeting with him. He told him to kick the translators out and kick everybody out the room, just me and you. Let's just talk, just me and you.
Like he convinced him into that.
Yeah, like that's how you know this nigga wasn't supposed to be our president, dude. When you let this nigga get in a room by himself with Putin, dude, we fucked up. We fucked up bad.
Yeah,
and we don't even probably even know.
Hey, you don't know what that dude could have did to you.
Hey, you know Putin. He know judo and mixed martial arts.
No, he lying. He an honorary. He an honorary dude. Somebody probably whooped that dude's ass, dude.
Come on now, you know when you a spy, you know hand-to-hand combat and all that type of stuff. He could have messed Trump up.
Yeah, you don't know what.
Yeah, but Putin, he got health problems and shit now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we don't know
he
what
old
this man
shit.
Yeah, man, you could have got some of that what they was calling that, whatever they put in that nuclear stuff in the man drink.
Cyanide.
No, it wasn't that. It was like a nuclear poison that killed this one guy. I don't know. It was I forgot exactly what it was. Yeah, they basically just made that guy an example of it. It's like, dude, it's like, why would you do that? You know. But no, I'm presuming assassinating the U.S. president is something that he wouldn't want to do, right? Because that could have gotten traced back to him. So he's not that dumb.
No, he ain't gonna do nothing stupid.
But it's just like I say, it just shows how crazy that was for Trump to allow that kind of meet. Is, you know,
that's just how stupid he is. You know what I'm saying? Like that's why you always, you know, you never get around like foreign leaders and shit like that by yourself. Because it's people that's been dealing with them people for years. So you got the ambassadors and shit that tell you shit like, yo, like they've been doing this type shit, or when he say this, you probably gonna want to tell him this, you know what I'm saying? Because he really mean this. You know what I mean? Like them ambassadors know, you know, shit that's been going, they've been having a relationship with these people for 40 years at a time. Shit
right,
like that,
right. It's different cultures, different, like you say, stuff going on in the background. You have no idea about. Exactly.
Yeah.
Or even they ask you a question, you do not answer that.
Right.
This meeting is over.
Yeah. Mr. President, we gotta go. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. Like you're supposed to have people around you that can say that kind of shit.
Yeah.
You don't get in no fucking room with that dude by yourself. Then he over there kowtowing with Kim Jong-un. And you notice like Putin ain't never been this aggressive until after, like, with Trump. And then, like, even during Trump, like, he was pulling all kind of shit that, like, is really a no-no. You know what I'm saying? Like, doing the cyber attacks and shit like that. He was rubbing up against the red line more and more with Trump in the office. You know what I'm saying? And now, like, I think he like, yo, this is my time. I got enough intel. I sold enough division in the United States and in these different democratic countries. You know what I'm saying? So this is the time where I should make my move. You know what I'm saying? I'm thinking that's what it is, man. I think he was been working on his intel. He got all the intelligence. He sold all the division, like all the Russian bots. They did their job, man. They really did. The cyber war, they pretty much won that. The misinformation war, Russia won that. We really just don't want to even admit it. That's how the pandemic jumped off like it did. You know what I'm saying? Because of the misinformation like that.
Yeah, I still think to this day, nobody knows, I guess, the full range of their cyber capability, right?
Right.
In terms of what they doing. So.
Yeah. So, oh man, I got people in the back. My bad. I didn't even know I was the host. My bad. Don't cuss me out, CK. Don't cuss me out. Don't cuss me out.
What's up, CK?
I probably had people probably done been in and out. I don't even know how long I was the host. They always do me. And Chef, when they always do me like that. I know when they get quiet. Yeah. When them niggas get quiet, I'm probably the host.
All right, Unc jumped off and Chef doing he's got a couple customers in the chair, right?
Man, yeah.
Cleaning his clippers with the toothbrush.
Brother Reggie, I see you in here. He's in here. He's on mute.
Reggie, yeah. Yeah, I just wanted to chop it up about some of them current events a little bit. You know what I mean? I know y'all been noticing that what it looked like at the gas pump and shit. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I kind of wanted to bring that up.
Oh, yeah, that's gonna get worse, right? Because where was it? I don't know if they announced it today. I saw it on a commercial. They were saying that the president was gonna say that we weren't gonna be accepting, was it Russian natural gas, oil?
Yeah.
Did he announce that?
Yeah, he did that. Yeah, he did. I seen that. And he was like, yo, it's gonna cost us. You know, freedom costs money.
Yeah, it's gonna cost. Yeah. Right. Yeah.
I mean, it do. I mean, we and the thing is though, how come Mark Zuckerberg and them can't pay, 30% of their income in taxes? Because I pay that. That's how much I pay.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
And we talked about this before, Corey, right? They hide behind these corporate entities, right?
Yep.
And like, I don't have to pay income tax. I don't make an income, right?
Yeah. Yep.
It's like, why would I pay income tax? I don't claim an income, right? How are you a billionaire and don't claim an income? How do you get around that?
You just control the money. I'm just the one that controls the money. So I, whatever. If I control it to buy me all shit I want.
Right. Well, you get paid if you get paid in corporate stock, right? And most of your net worth is tied up into the company, right? And I guess,
Yeah.
We lost the tax war a long time ago, right? And
back when Reagan.
Exactly. Until
the trickle down economics and shit. You know what I mean? Yeah, I still can't believe that we how and I think I think things are gonna get better here in the near future though. But it's hard to believe how everyday hard-working Americans vote against their own interests all the time, so often, and we still keep going for the same thing, like the trickle-down economics. Like, you know, I saw that wasn't working, you know, as a kid. You know what I mean? Like, so I don't see how people still vote for that kind of idea. The whole trickle down economics, you know what I mean? It just it don't make sense to me.
But you know what? The older I get, Corey, is like I'm torn between the two. I guess you would say the two sides, right? It's like when you look at it, it's like, okay, well, we need to increase corporate taxes, right? And then I'm thinking, I was like, okay, do I really want taxes to increase on my corporation, right? Do I really want to take a hit in terms of, you know, maybe some of the stock, you know, grants and some of the privileges, some of the privileges that you get, right?
But only if you're making only if you're making $3 million a year though. Like if you're the guy that's you know that's making 300,000 a year, like you ain't getting hit that hard.
But here's what I'm saying is like when you get hit when the company gets hit, right? It always hits everybody, right? I don't care how it is. Anything that comes down,
yeah.
Exactly. They're gonna throw it. Boom. This is to compensate for this. Here's that. Right.
Yeah.
So you know. So I get torn between.
But the thing is,
you gotta
we gotta write some legislation that protects consumers. You know what I mean?
Yep. Yeah.
So that's what it can't be in a vacuum. Like we can't do the tax. You know, we can't make Mark Zuckerberg and them pay the fair share without having protections in place for the consumers. See, just like now, like, okay, now we in a war, right? And okay, we was purchasing a small nothing compared to the oil that we consume and sell and export and all the rest of it. We was getting a very, very minuscule amount from Russia, right?
10%, right? Yep.
Yeah, and this is gonna allow the Exxon Mobil and Chevron and all these people, they're gonna start to price gouge just off of that, just off of the fact that, oh, well, we ain't producing as much and this, that, and the other. But the thing is, like, it was a pandemic and we wasn't even driving for a while, right?
I know.
Gas had went down to $1.50,
bro. Bro, I live in Houston, Texas right now, bro. Gas last year was a fucking $1 something, dog.
It was $1.
All the oil companies in the world here, bro. Come on now, this shit $4.
They was paying people to buy barrels, Geechee. They was paying niggas to buy barrels. I mean, they was paying you to take barrels of oil from us. Did you know that at one point in time in the pandemic, man, like they was saying like, take this oil because we ain't even got the crude. I'm talking about the crude oil, right?
Yeah.
We couldn't even get the shit refined. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not even, you know, it's no sense in having this shit. So let's pay somebody.
They got fucking oil in Alaska, bro.
Yeah. Oh man, we got like 90 some odd places to drill that they got the license to drill that they ain't even start drilling in yet.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? So like it's crazy how, you know, like that's why we need these consumer protections, and that's why we need to send people to Washington with our best interests, you know, with your best interests. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like we can't have a state representative not going to represent the people. You know what I'm saying? Like we got to somehow vote the money out of politics. And the only way we're going to do that is to get people to understand politics, to understand what they vote mean, to understand these different terms. Don't get caught up in the terms that you know mainstream media talk about, like socialism and capitalism. All like, don't get caught up in that, or democratic.
It's elements of all of that inside of our systems.
Right. So and you always want all of it. Yeah,
exactly. Right. You just can't say, oh, okay, I'm just hell against capitalism, hell against socialism. All of that stuff is a hodgepodge of all of these thoughts.
And that's what's gonna work. Yeah.
Yep, exactly.
That's the only thing that will work is a little bit of all of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
And we have to have
there's some merit. There's some merit in all of it, right?
Right. It is. There's merit in all of it, you know, and it's bullshit in it too. You know what I'm saying? So we got to be able to find that happy medium where we can work it all out. You know what I'm saying? But you know, it's never gonna be no utopian society. But what it can be is it can't because we have it's enough resources in the world, right? People don't even realize, right? You know the city of London, right?
Mm.
You know, if we all stood shoulder to shoulder, every human on the planet, if we all stood shoulder to shoulder, back to back, chest to chest, right? We could all fit in that city. 8 billion people, right?
Wow.
So, yeah. We could all fit in there if we stood shoulder to shoulder, back to back, chest to chest, right? We could all fit in there. Huh?
That would be crowded then.
It would be definitely crowded. It's back to back, shoulder to shoulder.
Yeah, I think he's just making a point, right? In terms of, we don't in terms of when we talk about overcrowding of the planet. I don't think we're as close as people would make it out to be, right? In terms of
right.
Now, but then again, it's like, hey, there's a lot of the planet that's uninhabitable. But I don't want to go into that, right? But I understand what you're saying.
Right. That's why we not.
Understand.
That's why it is not. Some of the space is limited. I mean, don't get me wrong. 8 billion people. That's a lot of motherfuckers on this planet, right? We probably could do with less. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I ain't mad if we had 6. You know what I'm saying? But but what my point is, right, it's enough resources to do things right. It's enough technology, resources, and people to do these jobs to where we don't have to have the situation that we be having with the overcrowding, the famines, the droughts, the all like if you know, if people had the right medical and health care and all, like everything, like the overcrowding, you wouldn't even have that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right. We make enough money to solve all these problems, right?
We do.
If the
but
will
the thing
is there.
is,
right.
Yeah, the will ain't there. And the thing is, we got the 1% owning 99% of the wealth. And so when you get things like this war, you know what I'm saying? Now everybody want to start to talk about that. But at this point, it's too late. And then now it's a war. So now it's like the problem is there. You know how some people say, well, you make a problem, you make the problem so you can be the solution, right? Mm-hmm. And so like it's like, oh, it's a war. So now we gotta make these weapons and we gotta give, you know, the what do you call them people? The ammunitions builders and you know what I'm saying? We gotta make sure they get, you know, we pay them, and that's the patriotic thing to do is to send the jets over there to Ukraine. Like somebody got to pay for that shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody, like, yeah, send them jets. Yeah, make sure they get the Stingers and this and all.
Yeah, you know, so you know what? I'm sorry.
Go ahead, John.
I got a quick quote from the great Sun Tzu. He says,
"My favorite."
In times of
is it one of my favorite? Go ahead, go in, brother.
He says, in times of war, you prepare for peace. In times of peace, you prepare for war.
Right. You know,
Adrian is filled with little anecdotes like this.
Right.
Hey, that's
and
true stuff, though. That's true.
The thing is, you know, some of that is some validity to it, right? I'm not gonna say it's no validity to it, right? But obviously, you know, that's not wise or something profound to me, because obviously, you don't want to be too comfortable, right? And then you always want to be looking for a way to end this war, right? You don't want to continue a war on forever, right? Nobody's looking to do that. So obviously you want to be preparing in the time of war, you want to be preparing for peace. In the time of peace, you want to be always making sure that you ain't getting too goddamn comfortable. You know what I mean? So
where do you stand on nuclear disarmament, right? So because this used to be
this is why Ukraine in the situation. They had a lot of they was nuclear. They was one of the top nuclear countries in the world, bro.
Yeah. Now it kind of explains. It sounds like you got some backstory on it, right?
Yeah. So they peaceful people. So this is the thing where people fuck up at, Brendan, and I'm just gonna say it like this. I'm gonna elaborate a little bit, but I'm gonna keep it short and sweet, and for my hood niggas, right?
Right.
Never ever give up your guns if the niggas outside got guns. Everybody got guns, right? Outside. I come knock on your door, Brendan. I say, you know what, Brendan? You don't need that gun. You give me that gun, and I'm gonna make sure that nobody fuck with you. I'm gonna make sure of it. It's like, no, bro, I already got a gun. And if anybody fuck with me, I'm gonna take care of it. Right, Brendan? So this is the stupid thing that Ukraine did. And this is what they trying to tell Kim Jong-un to do. And this is why I'm trying to tell niggas like that will never happen, because Kim Jong-un ain't stupid, and he ain't no gullible nigga that think the world is peaceful and loving out there, because it's not a peaceful, loving world out there.
They gave out all their guns during the Cold War and all that shit. You know what I'm saying?
During that split, yeah, when they split from USSR, right?
The Africans got all their guns in the little rebel shit. You know what I'm saying? Y'all seen the movie Lord of War with Nicolas Cage?
Yep. Oh, okay, yeah.
Then they were selling them. They were selling all that shit.
He was getting his supply from Ukraine. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
From
they disarmed.
Poroshenko in them.
Oh, wow, yeah. So not only did they relinquish their nuclear arsenal, but a lot of their military arsenal back in the days they got rid of.
Well, they got so like the submarines and shit. This is how even El Chapo them. I think El Chapo them got one of their submarines.
Them subs. That's what you hold on to.
Yeah. I think El Chapo got one of them Ukrainian subs, bro. Like that's who he was getting that shit from them niggas, from Poroshenko. It was a nigga named Poroshenko.
He was I was looking at them things. It's like, man, you can plant. It depends on the technology, because they say now they get this technology that you couldn't imagine, right? It's like now it's like you can plant a sub. Because they have stealth, they got stealth technologies on sub. You don't know where any of these things are, with these different countries. People talking about, well, Russia they got to do all of this. It's like, dude, they could have a sub right off the doorstep of California. You would never know, right? And now they have them drones. They're unmanned. You got unmanned.
Oh yeah.
And it's
they got the Russians got the baddest boys out there. Like they got the nuclear, nuclear powered subs. These motherfuckers don't make no noise.
Yeah,
they don't make no noise or nothing.
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You got. You know how big a submarine is. Like, think of the technology you gotta have to make the motherfucker not make noise. Like, shit's crazy, boy.
Exactly. Yeah. When it's stealth, like say you evade sonar. Right.
Yeah.
So you think about doing that. Not only did they evading radar, but they're evading sonar. So that's a whole different level. And
you can't even ping off of them. None of that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, and they fully operational. You know what I'm saying? It's fully operational, but you can't see or hear these niggas. Like that's some real serious technology, and they got the best ones. Russia got the best ones. Like, I don't think we even have any nuclear powered ones. You know what I'm saying?
We got nuclear powered subs. It's you know.
Oh, do we? Okay.
I think yeah.
I mean, like, we got nuclear armed. I'm not talking about nuclear armed.
It's relatively, I guess, you know, that technology is relatively easy at this point because we got nuclear powered, like for instance, carriers, right? You got nuclear powered carriers, nuclear powered subs. You know, the nuclear power piece is, you know, I think we got a handle on that technology. What's crazy is that at this point, people, these countries have nuclear powered intercontinental ballistic missiles, a nuclear powered nuke. Now you think about it, right? It's like if you have an ICMB, right? Usually it would be liquid powered, right? Gas, some type of rocket fuel, right? At this point, we can power a nuclear, you know, weapon with nuclear power, right? Which means that you have unlimited reach. You know, you can circle the planet several times.
Oh yeah.
You know, because it's nuclear powered. You know.
Yeah.
Which is
you can just leave it up there. Yeah.
It's an atrocity in terms of what people can do. You know.
Oh yeah. I mean, Einstein said it. Like, he was like, I have unleashed hell on Earth. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he done it. Like, I mean, it's nothing else to do. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he unleashed death on everybody. Like, I don't even know. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's a hell of a lot of pressure to have on you. Like, man, I created this shit, bro. I did this.
It's the misuse. It's the misuse. Yeah.
Oh, Oppenheimer. Is that who made the quote? Like, I created death. I think Einstein said that, did he? Or is that Oppenheimer said that?
Yep.
Okay.
He created an atom bomb. He said, he said, I'm Krishna or something.
Yeah, the destroyer of worlds, right?
Yep.
Right. Shiva.
Yeah. That's a hell of a
to have,
boulder to lift on your shoulders there, man. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy to think about that.
Well, but you know, it's like, hey, you know, a lot of the, you know, I guess you would say scientific, I guess, advancements and all that stuff have military applications, right? Unc said it best, right? You started out with the spear, right? And here we are
with the ballistic missile. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah. And that's the thing about you know, human beings, right? I think and I think with time we'll get better, but man, that's all we want to do with the technology is make a goddamn bomb out of it. You know, you know they got a weapon, right, that can suck the oxygen out of the air. It's called and these is illegal. And they said this nigga, old boy, finna use them on Putin about to use these motherfuckers, man. They illegal though.
Sounds like a great idea in terms of like firefighting and stuff like that. You know.
Yeah.
It's like, why begin? What your starting point is like? How can I kill a bunch of mother flowers, right?
Yeah. And the thing is, like, it was for like a non-lethal thing, but the thing is they're not gonna stop there. You know what I'm saying? It's always gonna end up lethal. You know what I'm saying? So these motherfuckers are sucking the oxygen it rips the oxygen out of the area as if it was none there anyway, like in a matter of seconds, like, you know what I'm saying?
Is it classified as a chemical weapon? It's gotta be.
No, but I don't know if it's a chemical weapon, but it's illegal. They said you ain't supposed to be using these things, and they've been talking about them in the news, and I forgot the name of the damn thing. Somebody probably, if anybody looking at the chat, I try not to look at the chat.
Yeah,
but
I saw what they were talking about. You know,
thermobaric. That's what it's called. It's called a thermobaric weapon.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
and these things is illegal, and this nigga Putin finna use these motherfuckers, man. He said he is, and dude ain't lied yet. He ain't lied about nothing. The only thing he lied about is you can bring the refugees, to the humanitarian thing, but everything else, he ain't been lying about the shit. Like, he said he gonna use these motherfuckers because he's like, yo, y'all ain't, I'm trying to get y'all to get out of here, and y'all not leaving. And
the crazy thing is like, yeah, we'll let the refugees go through this escape route, and all the escape routes lead to Russia.
Yeah. and he bombing them.
That's like, that's not an escape route, right? That's a trap. Yeah. That's a trap. That's not called.
They like, man, it's old.
I don't want to laugh. I don't want to laugh about it. That's some serious. Yeah,
it is serious though, but it's like old ladies. You know what I'm saying? Because it's illegal for the men to leave Ukraine. Like, you can't leave if you're a man anyway.
Yeah.
So like the only people that's running, like these crowds of people that's running, if it's a man in there, like he like 80 years old, you know what I'm saying? And then the rest of them is like women and children and shit. And he bombing these people. Like, the shit is pretty nasty, man. It's pretty damn nasty, man.
Yeah, I got, like I say, I got mixed feelings about the guy. I guess the Ukrainian president, right? I know, you're saying, hey, we're gonna sit and we're gonna fight. We're gonna, we'll never give up. We'll win. It's all about our country. It's like, dude, your people are your country, right?
Yeah,
no doubt. And if you don't have them, there is no Ukraine, right? So I don't,
right. And they ain't them people love their country though, Brendan. Them people's not leaving.
Yeah,
they're not leaving their home, man. You know what I mean?
That's why I say they in a terrible, terrible situation, right? It's because, like say, Russia, they're not gonna stop. So that's why it got to be some kind of diplomatic thing where
it's gonna be that olive garden, that olive branch I told you. They're gonna call the no-fly zone something else.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? That's what they're gonna have to do. It's a humanitarian safe zone. You know what I mean?
Right.
And then he gonna say, well, okay,
carve it up, and give him something, get him out of there.
Let him be happy. The thing is, he's not gonna be able to, whatever they give him, he ain't gonna be able to hold it because the citizens ain't gonna. They're just not gonna. What are you gonna do? Keep sending soldiers there to kill regular people? You know what I mean? Like,
but at least that'll be enough
at the border. And see too, where it's blurry at too, Brendan, and people ain't realizing this. At the border, they family members. So the Russians is kin to the Ukrainian people. You know what I'm saying? Like, they not. And then he trying to. The thing is, Putin he didn't cut off the internet, right? So can't nobody. So the Russian people can't see like what he doing to them because he know that these is these people's cousins and shit.
Yeah. The Ukrainian separatists. Yeah, they was like a contingency of separatists, right? I don't know how many if it was. How many? I don't know how many separatists it was. That people that wanted to.
It was a small group that was in Ukraine that wanted it to be Russian. Yeah. But for the most part, like everybody in Ukraine, the whole population has relatives in Russia. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So like Putin, he in a bad place. He really is in a bad place. Like, and then the only thing what he's gonna get is not what he wants, but it's gonna cost him a lot more than what he intended. As far as soldiers, as far as money. And these embargoes, them trade embargoes and the sanctions and shit, they're not going, like when he pull out, like people think like, oh, they're going to end the war and then they're going to stop the sanctions. No, that's not how that works. You know what I'm saying?
No,
it's a time limit on them already. They
not at all.
When they put a sanction on, they say, well, he's sanctioned for a year. He's sanctioned for 3 years. He's sanctioned.
A lot of times you give your enemy a reason, right? People that want to see the decline of Russia, you give them a reason to hold those, right? So
yeah. And then and so they doing a lot, you know what I'm saying? They pushing Putin a lot, and he got the world against him at this point. So like, and you know how niggas do. when you already know you wrong, but fuck it, like just
Right.
I'm just gonna keep going anyway. You know what I'm saying? Like, what do you call that? His ego.
Wrong and strong, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yep,
Wrong and
that's the
strong.
ego.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And so yeah, he can't, because everybody like, yo, even old boy, what's his name? Ben Salman. Bill Simon, you know, that's his homie. You know what I'm saying? From Saudi Arabia, you know, them they tight homies. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
They be fucking with hoes and everything together. They said, you know what I mean?
You know, one autocrat to another, right?
yeah. And so they said Putin said, yo, like, because he tried to talk to him like, yo, man, like, you know, we gonna have to like stop something, like, because you fucking with my money now. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, they gonna be mad if I sell you oil, because you know they do business and shit.
They want to, and they putting pressure on Saudi to increase their production, which they don't want to do. They want to milk that out, what they got, as long as possible, right?
Yep.
They could increase production. No, they don't want to. They want to keep stuff exactly how it is, right?
Yep. So, and so Jamal can't even. Ben Salman, he can't even get Putin to calm down. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, man. It's and then like he like, yo, I'm gonna shit. Then Ukraine asked Ben Salman for some money too. Like, yo, man, hey, let me get a couple billion, man, so I can fight this nigga off me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's a lot.
What happened with the threat? I saw on the news today. I don't know if this happened or not. Russia was threatening to cease or to stop the sale of natural gas to Europe, right? Because you know Europe gets like 40% of its oil and natural gas from Russia.
Highly dependent, yeah, they highly dependent,
and now they're in a pickle, right? So
see how and that's the thing. Not to cut you off though, Brendan, but the world is strange like that. And this is what I was saying the other day when Uncle Garfield was on the channel, right? Like yeah, it's a war, and I like Ukraine, right? If I'm France and them, right? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I like what's his name? What's the president name? Zelensky. That's my nigga. I love Zelensky, right? But bro, I get my oil from this nigga. Like, y'all can't. No, we're not gonna just run the nigga over like that. No.
Germany flat out said no. We're continuing to purchase our
yeah.
You
damn right. But that don't mean they got beef with the United States,
right,
or Great Britain.
This is globalization, right? Everybody pushed for globalization. This is it. What happens when you have globalization and everybody don't get along? You know?
Yeah. And don't nobody really like nobody though, for real. That's the whole thing. It's just all about, you know, what they can do, what we can do for who. You know what I'm saying? Like, just like I can guarantee you, Xi Jinping can't stand Putin ass. Like, I know Xi Jinping don't like Putin, because Putin probably act the same with everybody. Like, he try to punk niggas. You know what I'm saying? Like, he one of one, but Xi Jinping, he do business with Putin though. That's his nigga. You know what I'm saying? The president from China and shit. Like, Xi Jinping ain't got a problem with backing Putin, giving him all the money he need. Like, so we putting sanctions down, right? And all of the rest, right? But Xi Jinping might come through and be like, yo, here go a few billion, man. Do what you got to do. You know what I'm saying?
I'm quite sure that they're important to the supply chain, right? Because they say they can go, like, say, straight through Russia to Europe, and like say they're a big purchaser of whatever, right? So I don't know, that whole weird thing. I'm curious what the Chinese are thinking right now, right? They've been pretty much silent at this point. Right?
Oh, you see Kim Jong-un? You ain't seen him, did you?
No,
oh man,
what did he say?
Seen Kim. Kim ramped up production. He finna pop a nuclear off now. While y'all looking,
now why everybody is
yeah,
this thing is
everybody
getting
looking at
serious.
everything else. Kim Jong-un, they got satellite pictures right now. They just put them out yesterday. Kim Jong-un and got the factory back jumping off again. Goddamn it.
Why y'all? Exactly. Why you looking over here? Don't look over here. What I'm doing. Oh my God.
Yeah, man. Hey, I was cracking up, man. The shit it's like it's not funny, but it's funny though, man. You know what I'm saying? Because like I was thinking the same thing, like what is China doing? But the whole time, Kim Jong, you got to worry about him too. You know
but you know what? That's a good point, because with China being so silent, imagine what they doing.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So if Korea's doing that, what do you think China's doing right now? So yeah.
Don't forget the other countries in the mix too.
Who's that? CK, what's up?
Hey there.
Hey.
Peace. I come in peace today. I come in peace.
I appreciate that.
I see they got the right person in charge of the controls. I see y'all having a good time. I was just listening.
It's just interesting stuff. Interesting time.
Yeah, right? Interesting convo. I'm definitely going to try to touch on a little bit of everything and go as quick as possible. I should have wrote some stuff down because, like, damn, y'all touched on a little bit of everything.
That's a hell of a conversation. It is. Yeah.
Yeah.
One of them
it's different. It's not something that you hear Black people talk too much about because they really don't be caring what's going on in other people's countries. If it ain't got something to do with Black people.
But it matter to their wallet though, don't it?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
But the whole situation with like Russia and Ukraine, they've been fighting for a while. You know what I mean? And you got to look at the irony in the situation. Like when y'all had mentioned that Ukraine, disarmed their nukes. Who convinced them to disarm their nukes?
We did.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So it was actually the United States. The United States convinced them to disarm their nukes. This has been a whole like how when somebody tell you they're gonna do something for you, and they just keep punking you. They just never do it. Like, hey, I'm gonna take you to school, and then they just don't take you to school. Hey, you know what I mean? We're gonna go to the movies this weekend, and then you just never go. And then they just say that every weekend. We're gonna go to the movies this weekend, and you never go. That's pretty much what NATO and the United States is doing to Ukraine, because they do not want them a part of NATO. Now, what they do want to do is use NATO as not NATO, my mistake. They want to use Ukraine as a scapegoat. That's what this is turned. I mean, that's probably not the bigger overall picture, but they are using them as a scapegoat to convince other surrounding countries to join NATO. So
I was suspicious of that.
Yeah, it's working. Yeah. But I'm gonna walk y'all. So,
interesting.
Russia, I know some people feel like they're not better than the US, blah, blah, blah. Start looking at their armaments, Their Air Force, of course, is not as good as the United States, but they got more tanks than the United States. They have more naval ships, warships in the sea. The United States, their population is bigger. They have more people in the military. I think military service is required over there. And they
brainwash their citizens.
Yeah, you got to realize that, Russia is a dictatorship.
It's nothing.
You know what I mean? So they conscript people to the military.
Yeah, for sure.
You know what I mean? So they got more people than you think. Another thing that I kind of wanted to touch on as well is when it comes to any country that is the enemy of the United States, Russia, Iran, North Korea, China, Venezuela, Cuba, any country that in any of them other countries that I didn't mention, if their society is more leaning towards socialism or communism, be careful about any information that you receive from any news source in the United States about them countries. I'm not saying that they're lying. I'm not going to lie. 90% of probably what they tell you is a lie. Whatever you're seeing on CNN, whatever you're seeing on Fox, on MSNBC, NBC, even some of these websites that are more news focused, you have to be careful because our media is heavily controlled and they push propaganda to the United States citizens very heavy, They can make you think that something is happening that's not happening. I'm gonna give you an example. Remember when Trump was in office and Trump decided to bomb a Syrian military base? And remember the reason that he gave as to why he dropped that bomb. He said that the Syrian president, I forget the dude's name, was gassing his people. And I don't know if people
Was it
remember
Assad? Was it
around
Assad?
that time on Facebook, it was blasted on Facebook. This video, which I'm surprised Facebook allowed to be shown, of people literally, you see them literally like dying and shaking and convulsing and everything
Yeah, I
from
remember that.
inhaling
Yeah.
this gas. But the narrative that was pushed online is that the president dropped the sarin gas on them. So of course, virtue singling President Trump. President Trump. Oh, we have to do this. We have to bomb them. They are a threat. How is Syria a threat when they can't even fight the terrorists that we're supposed to be fighting in their own country? We're supposed to be fighting ISIS, right? The Syrians are fighting against ISIS in their own country, but we're not helping them. But instead, you're bombing them. Explain that. Syria had to get help from the damn Russians to fight terrorism in their own country.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And then it ended up being, something just told me to look it up. Something told me to look it up, what kind of gas that was. And the gas that they said that wasn't the gas that those people were exposed to. Like the whole narrative about that situation was a complete lie, yo. Because when you look up what sarin gas is, you cannot touch people that have been exposed to sarin gas because you'll get infected and you'll start fucking convulsing and damn near dying too. I think it's like a period that you have to wait before you can touch the body. And if you look at that video, if anybody can ever go back and find it, go back and look at the video. Those people were touching those people with their bare hands, yo. No gloves. That was not sarin gas, yo. It was some other kind of chemical agent. And they found out it was the damn terrorists that had it. Yo, like you have to be careful how you store that stuff. If you don't store it properly, yo, if you ain't storing it in the right containers, you ain't checking it to make sure that the container ain't deteriorating, that shit will explode, son. And that's what happened. It exploded in this village and damn near killed everybody, yo. Some of the people you can still, like I said, see them convulsing and like in the process of dying. There's nothing, like once they get exposed to it, there is nothing you can do for them. Nothing. You just have to let them die, you know? So that's one thing I kind of wanted to touch on there too, as well, as like the propaganda that we receive, you know what I mean? Like in regards to North Korea, you know, even in regards to even in China too, as well. But there is some truth to it. That's how they can get away with it. It's almost like conspiracy theories. Like it's some truth to it. Yes, China probably is discriminating against their Muslim population in China. Their ethnic group. They're definitely most likely definitely committing cultural genocide against those people over there. Definitely. But the extreme stuff that they tell us about them people over here, oh, we killing them, we throwing them in concentration camps, that might be a little bit of an exaggeration. Might be. Keyword, might be. Because unless you live over there, unless the people ain't scared to tell you what's going on over there, you got to be careful, because there's agents. They end up rescuing some people from over there, and then they pay them to say a gang of stuff that's not true. And that's the same thing goes for Russia. You see all the propaganda that we're getting on our side. Oh, Putin seems like he's unstable. Putin seems like he's crazy. Putin seems like he's doing this, that, and the third. That's what we're seeing.
You can't listen to MSNBC.
We don't know if that's really what's going over there. That's what they want us to think. Look how quick our media got everybody to rally up and against the Ukraine people. Please explain to me. I mean, actually, don't even explain to me. Just think about it in your head. What is the difference between Russia doing an imperialist act, invading into Ukraine, versus the United States doing an imperial act, invading Iraq, invading Afghanistan, invading Vietnam, invading helping the damn South Koreans to fight the North Koreans back in whatever year that was that happened. You know what I mean? I don't see no difference there. The shit that we did in Panama, we funded the coup in Venezuela. We put sanctions against Venezuela and then turn around and complain and say, see, look, because they're communists,
we did a coup in Ukraine.
Socialist. Yeah, we did. Yeah, that too. And that president dude in Ukraine, there's like a 90% chance that dude is a puppet. That dude was an actor.
No, he ain't a puppet, but that was the test that was the test why we put him in, and why I think we been stringing him along with the NATO thing. to kind of test and
it's
see.
really the fuck with Russia. They not finna let them people become a part of the UN. And one last thing that I want to touch on.
He the most honest one. Like, dude is a real dude though, for real. Like, he ain't no.
Oh yeah, he's probably a cool dude, but the dude is a fucking actor. He's literally an actor. He used to be on American Idol, the Ukrainian version of American Idol. The dude is probably a clown. And another thing too that people need to be aware of as well is that Ukraine, they support Nazis. Straight up. They have a strong Nazi presence in Ukraine.
No, that's what Putin said. That's Putin propaganda.
It's 150% true. That is 150% true. Now that is now the narrative.
Where you getting your information from?
Hold on, I got you. Stand by. I got you. Stand by. The narrative that's being pushed that Putin is invading Ukraine because they support Nazis, that is Russia propaganda. But it is actually true that the Ukrainian people, not the Ukrainian people, the Ukrainian government supports Nazis. That is 150% true. Because if you go back, I swear I dropped a documentary in the Discord server years ago.
Strong claim, CK.
No, I can back it up. I can 150% back it up because I almost forgot about it until somebody mentioned the Azov battalion.
Hey,
I was like, shit,
CK,
I remember.
You gotta hold it down. You gotta hold it down for a minute. I'll be back in a minute. Hold it down.
Copy, I got you. Somebody mentioned something about the Azov battalion, and I just couldn't remember something about them. I just couldn't remember who they were. But then I went back and looked at a documentary I dropped in the Discord server like years ago, like 3, 4, 5 years ago. I mean, 3 years ago, 2 or 3 years ago. The Azov battalion, they are Nazis, yo. I'm telling you, they are fascist Nazis. The damn Ukraine government has accepted them into their military ranks. Not like, oh, y'all are some other separate entity and we're having y'all do this thing over here because we just don't have enough soldiers to fight the Russians. No, they have allowed them people to come and be a part of their military battalions and allowing them to wear their Nazi insignias. Yes. So be careful about that too.
Well, you see the Iron Cross, right? The Iron Cross is prevalent, right? I think Valinsky, right? He had a T-shirt with the Iron Cross on it. So that doesn't surprise me. That's not something that necessarily that I'm alarmed.
I don't know. It bothers me, not really bothers me, but it kind of just makes me like turn my head to the side, like, damn, okay, the United States, are y'all funding Nazis now?
I'm not
like, where was this outrage from all of these companies and corporations in the United States, or not really the United States, but any other country that's in NATO when America was invading all these other countries? I hope y'all don't they're trying to keep it on the hush, but Democracy Now! They did a piece on it recently. If y'all need me to drop it, I can go find it in the Discord and drop it. The United States has been funding, like financially, training and funding folks in Africa to do coups in Africa to overthrow governments over there. And it's happened in at least 3 or 4 governments thus far. Definitely. And that's what our government does. Like, they did the same thing in Iraq as well. It's like, hold up, like, you just supported the damn Iraqis to fight the Russians, and then now you invading them? Huh. Okay. That's what you do. That's what you do. And then I think why Putin feels like he can talk reckless, I'm gonna agree with something that both Corey said and y'all said, and you said earlier too, good brother Brendan, is that I think why Putin feels so confident, I think there's more to this that we just don't know. Because like I said, our government, they control our media, yo, like really heavy. Unless you getting your sources from an independent, like primary verified, like these people are actually over there in Russia and they talking to regular people, they're not talking to people that's given a script or whatever. I'm telling you, you can't trust nothing that comes from our media sources. The majority of the websites that we have that do news over here, they are part of the mainstream media too. They're going to be giving us a doctored version. A lot of these YouTubers that you watch, you're gonna have to be careful about watching them too, because a lot of them are paid as well. You know what I mean? And I know it comes off a bit conspiratorial, but yes, Russia, they've been trying to do some fuckery over here in the United States. And so has China. Both Russia and China, they both or on these social media applications with bots. They're straight out like paying influencers and straight out paying people to cause dissension and cause division. You know what I mean? And let's not forget, the biggest cybersecurity attack happened in December of 2020. Mind you, it took them damn near a year to notice it. Just notice that it happened. Almost a year. Like a good, I want to say, 8 to 10 months for them to even notice the cyber attack, the biggest cybersecurity attack to ever happen in the United States in its entire history. Now, the government says, our government, of course, they're going to have somebody, they got to have somebody to blame. They say it was Russia. Was it really them? I have no idea. Because our government is like, they like to pick and choose when they want to be truthful about stuff. When they want to get the populace to back them in a war, so you don't have the whole population being against it like it is in Russia, they'll propagandize us for years and years. So when the Iraq war comes around, or when we have to fight at the Iranians or fight North Korea or whoever it is that we're going to fight next, everybody's going to be gun-ho. Yeah, let's get them, because they've been priming us for years. See, Russia, they don't care. They're a fucking dictatorship. You know what I mean? But that cyber attack was huge, yo. They attacked everything. Like, there is nobody is safe. None of us on this YouTube app, none of us are safe. They hit everything. They hit Microsoft. They hit Cisco. They hit damn near half the damn what you call it? Government websites. They hit a couple of banks too. And some of the stuff that they hit too was these monitoring sites, these websites that like places like these like really big corporations. They use these monitoring sites to monitor their servers and whatnot for situations just like what happened in 2020, a damn cyber attack. They hacked those fucking people too.
You're talking about SolarWinds, right?
Yeah, SolarWinds and whatnot. And they had a lot of damn accounts. Like I said, nobody said, we don't know what the hell Russia got, yo.
Right.
Until they decide to drop it. We don't know what they got until they decide. They'll probably just weaponize it.
We think it's a state actor that hacked SolarWinds, right? It was a supply chain attack, right? I studied it. Yep. But yeah, you know, in terms of like, you know, the media and all that stuff, right? Who knows the talking heads, what they're saying. You know what I believe and what I see? I see blood and rubble, right? I see buildings collapsing. I see people dying. What I see. And I mean, of course,
it's terrible, Brendan. Like, I don't agree with what Russia's doing, but I also equally hate it when our own government does it and nobody clap back at us. Nobody clap backs at us. Nobody does any sanctions against us. What about how Black people are treated here in America? Where the sanctions at, buddy? Where the sanctions?
Well,
you know what I mean? Where's the threat of, we might drop some nukes, or we might bring some soldiers over here?
Did the who was it, the Middle Eastern countries, right?
What about them?
They did a sanction of their own. You don't know when how high priced the gas was when we were at war initially with Kuwait.
Oh, you know, the capitalists, they control all that.
You know how high our gas prices spiked, right? That's the leverage point. That's the pinpoint they have with us.
I'm telling you, yo, these capitalists, they pick and choose when they want to raise the prices, yo.
We gotta realize too that
when we were in that pandemic, wasn't nobody driving. What is the point in having the gas at $5 a gallon?
I'm talking about way back.
The United States is the global policeman, like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
1945.
They got people on lock, yo.
United Kingdom before them.
You guys remember when we first started, we went to war with Iraq, right? You remember the gas prices. Remember the gas used to be $1.50.
Yes, we invaded that country to take their oil.
And how much did that gas spike, right? Gas was what?
Well, I would have been a kid at the time.
$3 a gallon. I remember.
I would have been a child, so I don't even remember the prices, honestly.
I remember I bought my first decent car, right? This was back in 2000, I think maybe 99. It may have been 99, 2000, 2001 or something like that. And gas, it was like, this is a nice car. You got to put premium gas in there. I'm fine. It's $1.60 a gallon, premium, right? After that, We went to war. Gas prices spiked to what? It was like $3 a gallon, right? Back then, it was like that was expensive, right? You think about gas prices doubling, right? That's that was sort of a response of their own from the Middle Eastern countries, right? So they did a response, right? But it wasn't enough to to cripple our economy.
Mm-hmm.
I would say that.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I don't know, like I said, I think it's terrible, but it's hard for me to feel bad for them people. It's like, yo, like y'all supporting Nazis. Look how you treating the black people over there. And it's like, I know some people may feel like it's racist or not racist or whatever, but it's like, my dude, if you're like the 2 videos that I dropped earlier when Unc and them were talking about it.
Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like how they treating those students at all.
Yeah,
right?
Them students speak for themselves. They say, hey, they gave a rule and said that only women and children are going to be allowed on the train or on the bus or whatever. So of course people are in line already, right? So the males, they stepped out of line. Right. Boom, some of the females are black females, getting on the buses or whatever, and they yank their asses off of there. So the white folks can get on there.
Are they there on visas, student visas?
Probably.
They're probably there on student visas. If they're there on student visas, they should get those people out of there. I don't understand that. Right? It's like, hey, you guys got,
or at least move them to a different area.
Get these, have some provision. I don't believe that you should just say, okay, well, yeah, I'm only concerned with my people. To hell with these, that's not right. That's not right at all. Because the U.S. we wouldn't do that. We wouldn't do that. And you know what? And like I said this earlier, I blame some of this as well on the home countries of these people that came over there with visas. You process their visas, you let them go over there. You're having contact with them consistently, because that's what you have to do when you got a visa. You're over there, right? You're checking in. But you should have made provisions to get these people back over safely to their homeland, and that didn't happen.
Well, they probably did, but it's probably a no-fly zone there. Brendan.
No, I'm talking about before this happened. Everybody knew this was coming. Everybody knew this was coming.
Yeah, I think there might be more to it. I don't know.
People were evacuating.
These countries have airlines. If they have airlines that actually are allowed to go over there. I'm not quite sure.
This is before the full scale war with Russia happened, right? I was telling who is that?
And you got to realize some people may not have had the money.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, if you don't have the bread, right? I think it was like 30 days. It was 30 days. Our State Department said, hey, every U.S. citizen that has a visa or any provision, you're in Ukraine, get home now. We'll make provisions for you to get home. It was 30 days.
Copy.
Right? After those 30 days, the Russians came in. Right? I don't know how it sounds like a coincidence, but 1 month to the day, or if you go onto the State Department website, pull it up, what's going on in Ukraine, they gave them 30 days, right? And
I mean,
I'm curious.
Like, I don't know. Like, I think we need to hear more from the people that got trapped over there, and what was going on. Because I think because we just don't know, it's easier for us to make assumptions and whatnot.
Yeah, I don't want to.
You know what I mean? But
at all.
I don't know. It's hard for me to care. You know what I mean? Because it's like, like when it was, darker skinned people that's going through exactly what Russia's going through. Where was all of this support? And I almost feel like a part of me feels like it's partially racism. Like, oh, they're white. I think Ukraine is a Christian country. You got half the damn country over here in the United States that's rooting for Russia for whatever reason need be. But it's like, where is this pushback? You know what I mean? For the United States, we have been funding Saudi Arabia for the longest. They're committing genocide against Yemen. We have been funding Israel for the longest. They have been committing, might as well call it genocide, and apartheid against the Palestinians. It's like, and then here we are, American people, we're stuck in the mix. Like a decent amount of American people probably ain't down with all that. But we can't do nothing about it.
and again, like I say, who knows what correct or accurate information any of us are getting, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Oh, of course. That's why
But
I don't even watch the news no more. Every
yeah,
once in a while I watch something. I do have a couple of political commentators that I watch. You know what I mean? But
there's some really good, I guess you would say, you independent sites you can get on. You can get some word from people on the ground. You really
yeah,
that I think that's where you really get the best
yeah.
information, right?
Oh, and there's
Interviewing
one thing I
people on
want to
the
touch
ground,
on.
on the streets, and they can give you exactly what's happening, right? Because you'll get little small tidbits. Here's
Yeah.
what they're doing. Here's what's happening. But it's
They
like I
only
say,
gonna tell
it's
you what they
scattered.
want to
It's
tell you.
scattered. It's scattered because it's rushed, right? Because hey, I'm sitting in the middle of a war zone. I'm talking to somebody with a stuffed a mic in my face, right? And I can
Hmm.
only get out what I can tell you, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah.
But there is one thing I did want to touch on that y'all had said earlier too that I almost forgot. When y'all were talking about how, Putin, stopped the basically shut down the internet in Russia because he didn't want people, I guess sending stuff, going on in Russia to, around the world to see, all the people protesting X, Y, and Z, which I'll have to keep in mind that, locking down the internet, it goes both ways. It goes both ways. So not only are we not going to see what's going on in there, the people that are in that country, they are not going to get the propaganda that comes from over here in the West as well. You know what I mean? Like a lot of these, like the sanctions that are happening, like a lot of these gaming companies talking about, oh, we're not going to sell games over there. Netflix, oh, we're not going to let them have Netflix over there. You know what I mean? Like that's not really hurting Russia like that. You know what I mean? Like not really. It's really hurting really the people that use the service more than anything. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right.
I
That's
think
and
the
and
private
and it's
company
the
stuff.
constituency. That's the main
Yeah.
thing. The constituency. You only oligarch, autocrat is only going to go as far as he can manipulate his constituency, right?
Copy.
And so once the constituency can't watch, Netflix no more, once they want to go down and buy them Levi, don't you know Levi's is a statement in Russia, because at one point in time Levi's was illegal in Russia, right?
Yeah, I think they're a
And
German company, ain't they, Levi? I have to look it up. I can't remember.
I don't know. It seems like they're American to me, but I could be wrong about that. I
Or
don't know.
maybe
But,
it's an American company, but the dude that originally started, I think he was German. I have to look it up.
So though, Levi jeans, they were illegal in Germany. I mean, not in Germany, in Russia. Back when the Soviet Union was jumping off and shit, right? Niggas was smuggling Levi's into the country.
In that
thing.
thing.
Yeah, they were selling them for outrageous prices. Like you already know, like niggas, if you smuggling, you already know they're gonna be raping you for them Levi's, right?
Oh yeah, for sure.
And so the people go crazy over that. Still to this day, like Levi's is a real statement to the young generation there. You know what I'm saying? Now they cut off, they cut it off. Levi said we not selling no Levi's in Russia no more. They can't slide their visas. So like I say, when the constituency see like, yo, like bro, you fucking
feeling
up.
That pressure.
And shit, motherfuckers gonna start getting hungry. You know what I'm saying? They already starting to protest in the streets of Russia. They done arrested like 4,000 people for protesting in one day.
They got billions of people there in Russia, though. Most of them people are extremely patriotic.
They definitely got millions and millions of people. United States got millions of people. Ukraine got millions of people. But what I'm saying is, they're demonstrating it's illegal to it's punishable up to 10 years to protest.
Oh yeah, they're a dictatorship over Russia. There, yo.
But the streets is flooding. So the thing, what my point is an autocrat is only gonna go so far until he had to start to capitulate to the constituency, because
Nah, not in a dictatorship.
They're not going to allow. You're
Hey,
not going to be able to plow over the
but
citizens.
CK, but
It don't work
CK,
like that.
they're not a dictatorship. They call themselves a republic. That is
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck
propaganda.
what they call themselves by definition. That is a dictatorship over there.
It
In North
is
Korea,
an
that is a
autocratic.
dictatorship.
No,
This
Putin is
is
an
what you're.
autocratic dictator.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's an
Putin.
autocrat. Yeah.
See, this is the stuff, like you say, the propaganda and the terminology that you use, right?
Mhm.
It's important. They're not a dictatorship, right? Look
Yes,
up
they
the Russian.
are.
It is the Russian
When you
Federation.
control the politics in the country to where no one can oppose you, and you're locking up anybody that tries to run against you or having them killed,
the
you
people
are in a
convinced of that.
motherfucking dictatorship, son.
No, he convinced the people, so they with that. They like, yeah, lock that
Yes,
nigga up.
it's just like
Yeah.
that in China, but they control the political parties. One party
It's a
is
little bit
controlling
different in
everything
China.
over there. One
I
party.
think it's a little bit different in China. Like that's more of closer to
terminology is important.
I'm telling you, when you
They
start
don't-
looking really
Yeah.
close, it's a fucking
yeah.
dictatorship. But while you, what's something that you
we know
Corey, that I want you to
we
touch
know
on?
what
we
know what it
like,
is.
We know what it is, CK. We
Right?
don't disagree
But
with
it's
you
not.
over here.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But what I'm trying to say is that, like earlier, we talked about I guess you would say, the propaganda and the terminology that we use, right?
Copy.
Those things are important, because when you get really down into it, it's like, no, we're not a dictatorship. And
Of course they're going to say that.
Technically, they're not.
Some of these countries call themselves a republic or a democracy. They're not.
Yeah, exactly, right? So,
you know what I mean?
Oh, I ain't got no.
I'm curious how far that goes.
Yeah. But I was gonna say, Corey, you brought up something. Oh shit! I just went down. Goddamn.
Hey, my bad, Q. I ain't got a thumbnail today. Sheffrin just went live and he cut out on us. So you know what I'm saying. It ain't much to look at. They just looking at a black screen. So my bad. Y'all might want to do the podcast on this one. You know what I'm saying. Y'all know we on iTunes. You know what I mean? Every place that y'all can get the podcast too. So just to let y'all know, we doing it big like that too. You know what I mean? So
yeah, but I was gonna say, Corey, you had brought up something. You brought up oligarch. You called I don't know if did you say Putin was an oligarch or that
autocrat?
They're Pascal and them. Those are his close guys. Those are oligarchs. Those are his homies and shit. Yeah.
Can you explain to the audience what an oligarch is? Even if you got to pull up a definition, that's fine.
Just off the top of the head, I ain't able to pull it up right now. But
if you want, I can do it.
Go ahead.
Okay,
I was gonna have you do it.
Now remember, there's
go ahead and pull
terms.
it up, and then
now remember, there's two terms we were talking about: autocrat and oligarch, right?
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, those two different things. And an oligarch is just basically a rich dude who's got a lot of political influence.
Okay, there you go. That's good enough. That's good enough.
That's
basically an oligarch. You know, we read up a definition here. This is the form of a power structure in which the power rests in a small number of people, and these people, they may or may not be distinguished by one or several characteristics such as nobility, fame, wealth, education, or corporate or religious, political, or military control.
Right.
Okay.
But oligarchs
pull up the autocrat. Put up the definition of the autocrat.
You want to do a comparison? We can do a comparison.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Because the autocrat is, if you squint hard enough, you think it's a dictator.
Yeah, I think it lines up with dictator.
It's a synonym for a dictator.
Okay, in an autocracy, an autocracy, not an oligarchy, but in an autocracy. Oh my God, y'all know what the hell I'm talking about. Right, yeah, thank you. I'm
autocratic.
In an autocratic society, one person holds the total political power, while in an oligarchy. So it's still an oligarchy. No, my mistake. It's a comment there. So while in an oligarchy, it's a small elite group that share political power.
Right. So within the Russian Federation, right, they have a it's an autocrat. It's an autocrat.
It's both, actually.
In charge, sure. Right? But his circle is an oligarchy. He has
This is very informative, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But why I brought that up. I'm gonna dive into why I brought that up.
But
Please explain.
Even in the Yeltsin family, the Yeltsin
different,
family is a textbook definition of a oligarchy. That the Yeltsin family. Yeah.
Copy. So, boom, we already gave a definition of oligarchy and autocracy. Autocracy. I'm sorry. My goodness, yo. My accent. My accent is a struggle.
You're fine.
You can't say by each other. Like
I know my boyfriend picks on me so much. Like I can't say pattern correctly.
You good.
He's like, it's not pattern, it's pattern. I'm like, well, fuck you, nigga. Fuck you, man. You know what the fuck I meant.
Right.
Looking at my speech. But why I brought that up is I was gonna say, explain the difference between really we don't have an autocracy over here in the United States. But we don't call the people that are actually oligarchs over here in the United States, we don't call them that. We call them billionaires and, you know, trillionaires or millionaires or whatever. But these people over here in the United States, they have an extreme control over our political and legal process. But I feel like our government, well, really our government, they control the media. They have such a stranglehold on the perception and the propaganda that we receive that we don't view people like Mark Zuckerberg, people like Jeff Bezos, the people that, you know, have control of the oil industry and the cigarette companies and whatnot, and the car industries and whatnot. We don't consider those people oligarchs, despite the fact
we don't call them
that. They are oligarchs. They dump money into our political process to control politicians.
We talked about the lobby system. Remember? We talked about it, right?
Our like people want to make it seem like we're so free in this country. Our country is so much freedom, but they control a lot, yo.
Yeah, that's the difference over here in the United States. We make it quote unquote legal. So Brendan just alluded to the lobbying system. So that's legal bribery.
Anybody can become an oligarch in the U.S.
Yeah,
if you got enough money. It's like it's not tied to bloodline. It's not tied to anything, right? It's like, hey,
it's tied to money and influence. Yeah,
exactly, right. It's free reign, right? It's called.
But
I don't want to say that. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I don't.
Yeah.
No.
But in so many ways, you're not. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the sad part about it. You know what I'm saying? It is illegal. The way we write our laws and how we do politics is almost a legal bribing system. You know what I'm saying? And so
that's why a lot of people don't feel like voting makes a difference.
But that's why we feel like that.
It does
that's
make a difference.
The main reason why we cannot feel like that, CK. We can't, you know.
Yeah, that's the propaganda that we're getting fed, is that we don't. But the realization of what's been going on for like the longest is you got all these different states trying to implement and have already been successful in implementing these laws, voter restriction laws, to try to restrict people's rights or abilities to vote. During Trump's presidency, they got rid of a gang of mailboxes so people wouldn't be able to mail in vote. And when you start looking really close at where those mailboxes were located at, you're going to notice a nice little pattern of, why are the 90% of these damn mailboxes in the Black community? Okay. Got these crazy behind white people intimidating people at the polling office. They were doing that during Reconstruction, threatening to kill us if we decided to vote.
But you know what? But think about it. Are we surprised that power would coalesce into the hands of a powerful few? Right? Are we surprised of that? It's like when you I was going through and I was looking at Plato Republic. This is back when Unbiased. I was over on Unbiased channel. We used to say we were gonna look at some philosophical stuff, and I was rereading Plato's Republic, right? And we talk about power in the hands of the few, right? Are we surprised that would happen either in Russia or here, right? You can call it what you want to call it, an autocracy. You want to call it the 1%. essentially we got different names for the same thing, right?
Essentially, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's degrees.
Language is
too.
very important.
I think it's degrees too, though, Brendan. I think our degree is not is you know what I'm saying? Like we do have a democracy.
Right.
Yeah, we do.
But the thing is, and anybody is able to get there, right? But the thing is the people who's running, they able to run that propaganda machine. They good
the
at
problem
that.
is the Electoral College. So even though during when Trump ran for office, he actually lost, yo. Because if you look at the popular vote, Hillary won by like a good couple million votes, but because of gerrymandering and these Electoral College folks,
the gerrymandering conversation.
I mean, it is like the gerrymandering is out of fucking control, yo.
That's a
like
you know what? That's crazy because gerrymandering is a highly technical conversation, and you can't put a pin on what gerrymandering really is.
They're basically just redistricting areas.
Everything is every state, every district does it different. It's different, right? It's a moving.
They ain't gonna do it in every state.
It can work for you.
They only gonna do them in the swing states,
and it's a moving target. And it's a moving target. Yeah,
it is a moving target. Yeah. So it's not gonna be the same every time. You know, the thing about the voter right thing. And you touching on this too. This is part of your point. I think that's a part of the propaganda. I think the politics use black people because we a big voting bloc.
Oh, definitely.
People. And I don't think that the voter rights is such an issue because it's nothing like they're not stopping you from voting. What they doing is they're betting. It's a gamble thing, right? So they betting that you don't vote. That's the whole thing with the moving of the gerrymandering and the whole thing.
The propaganda.
So, the thing, the way to kill it is just to vote. You see what I'm saying? Because they betting that you don't vote. That's why they moving the target the way they moving the target. Because everybody ain't gonna shoot at the motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Everybody, if I move it over here, these people gonna shoot and they gonna hit the target over this way. You know what I'm saying? Yep. And these people ain't even gonna shoot at the damn target. You know what I'm saying? So like,
yeah, you're right.
Exactly.
Like look at how these two political factions are acting. The Republicans, they've known for years that they have been losing at the polls. They know that people are voting for them less and less. The younger generation is leaning more towards a liberal ideology. You know what I mean? So what they're doing is they're placating to the damn white supremacists and the white nationalists. They're placating to them people. They really don't really give a fuck about them people or their ideologies and what they want. You know what I mean? And they've been dangling carrots in front of them for like years. Oh, we gonna ban abortion. They've been dangling that in front of them for years. Oh, I'm voting Republican because at least they're not a Democrat, socialist, and allowing abortion. They were dangling that in front of them for the longest, yo. The immigration thing, that's another carrot. Like it's definitely thing that happens. The Democrats, what they're doing,
they call them wedge issues. Wedge issues.
Yeah, exactly. The Democrats, they're using the fact that the Republicans are trying to use, because that's what they're doing. They're using the racist base as voters. They're using that to convince Black people and might as well say other racial groups as well to vote for them. And then on top of that, they want immigration because guess what? The folks that tend to come to this country, they usually are not conservative. They're usually more on the liberal side.
Now you think about it though, in terms of politics, right? They use wedge issues because the overwhelming majority of the things across the board, most Americans agree with, right? Yep. So you can't distinguish yourself as a political party if you don't distinguish yourself. So these are these small bits and pieces that they pick at are exactly to distinguish themselves between Democrats and Republicans, right? Because most of us agree with it. Yeah, most of us agree with it.
Like in Florida's a red state. we overwhelmingly voted for an increase in the minimum wage because people are not crazy as hell. The prices have been astronomically going up in Florida, but our pay has been staying the same since before I was born, son. Like damn near, might as well say since before I was born. You know what I mean? So people ain't crazy, but these dumb mother flowers still voted for Trump. This dude was against minimum wage. Like, what is wrong with you? Like, why would you vote for people that are against your interests? And that's where, like I said, the propaganda comes in, and the educational system too as well. When you have a shitty educational system and then you allow people to get high as a kite, we finna legalize all the marijuana, let people get high as a kite. You got a gang of dumb motherfuckers that's high as a kite, and that's and that's being influenced by propaganda, vote against their interests, yo.
Hey.
I'm gonna say that ain't got nothing to do with it. You gotta cut that
Man,
out.
when you high as a kite, you don't give a fuck about
that
nothing.
might be a hey, that might be a
cranium.
problem,
That's a
right?
stimulant.
Because that's a problem.
CK, what are you talking about?
I mean, it is
It'd
what
be a
it
lot
is,
of bridges not getting built if it wasn't for marijuana. Let's just put it like that.
Man, Corey talking, man, I built all the bridges.
Corey's the constituent from the concrete workers of America.
Right?
The bridge gonna crumble without me.
For sure. Oh man.
I don't know. Like, I definitely want us.
But let me say
go ahead.
though, CK. Brandon said like the most profound thing. What did you say, Brandon? You said something a few seconds ago, man.
No, I was just saying that in terms of like their wedge issues, right? The overwhelming majority of the issues.
That's what you said.
We all agree on, right?
That's the crazy part.
That's true,
Brandon.
Everybody wants free education. Everybody
wants the same thing.
Free healthcare. Everyone wants to get paid more. Everybody wants a place to stay. Everybody, I forgot what is another issue. Everybody would like to not have to, pay for gas at the pump and instead have
socialism.
We won't save neighborhoods.
But isn't that a part of isn't that socialism?
Everybody want to be able
to pretty much
have one job, right?
Yeah,
because if you send their kids to college,
socialism.
Be a homeowner,
free college.
Safety, that's something that we wanted before.
And live in a safe neighborhood.
Free college though. Once you ask for free,
it's the four things. It's four things everybody agree on. This is what
education, health, security,
and home ownership, right?
Yep.
Yeah. And so
and we have the money to do it. There's a gang of vacant homes all over the place.
Well, and the thing is, we allocating the money in the wrong place. That's the thing. But the thing is, though, CK, is it's a part of the black. It's the thing with the black community too. We gotta stop the black and white shit. We got to. That's
Corey,
what it is black and white.
It is black and white. When the Wall Street bankers got a bailout, that's taxpayers' money.
Yep,
that's a bailout for the
mad as hell about that.
Let's take free off the table
issue though.
Exactly.
That's not a black and white issue.
Well, I mean, when
what color are those bankers that got the money?
No, all the bankers is all kinds of colors.
Really,
my son's gonna be a banker. When my son's getting his master's degree in business and marketing, he's gonna be a banker, dude. The thing is,
that's not the ones who got the bailout. We're talking about
his company, the company that he worked for.
Companies ain't black and white.
They gonna get the bailout.
Basically, the capitalists got bailed out. The capitalists got bailed out, and the taxes went up on the poor.
Listen.
Education
the companies,
got cut.
the corporations got bailed out, right?
Yeah, they're the capitalists.
The people like my son is gonna work for those corporations. He's gonna be the one getting the bonuses that they be passing.
No, they don't.
They be passing out.
But they do. But they do.
Everybody get a bonus at
a
certain point.
No,
government is doing good.
Y'all not hearing me. Y'all not hearing me.
You're not being real on what happens in corporate America.
And what actually
I'm trying to tell y'all what happened in corporate America.
A profit.
Hold on. When Bill Clinton had passed that, when Bill Clinton had a thing that year when he got the debt to zero, then Bush came in and gave everybody a check or something.
Yep, gave the rich a tax cut.
And gave everybody money.
I was under the impression
a
it
little
was
bit
just
of, no, everybody got a bit. Everybody got a bit of a tax cut, right? You're not gonna see it. You're not gonna see it because it's like a small percentage, right?
I would have been a kid at the time, so
yeah,
I can't speak on it.
I remember it, right? Because I had my first job out of college. I remember the Bush tax cuts, right? And the tax cut was like, okay, yeah,
Trump did some tax cuts too.
My salary went up a bit. Okay, that's fine, right? A small percentage for me, 2 or 3% for me, isn't as much as 2 or 3% for a corporate.
But didn't they increase the taxes though too?
No. Taxes went down across the board.
It
was a tax cut across the board. Everybody got a tax cut, right? Corporations, individuals, everything, right? But the problem was we didn't reduce spending, our government spending, so we ran up deficits, right, to pay for the tax cut. That's the problem, right? So now you're just running on borrowed time. But that's a different conversation.
How?
Right. No, I'm just saying that, in terms of like for instance, like you want to spend more money that you don't have. Right.
No, what I'm saying is
that's what we did. We spent money we didn't have.
We had the money because Bill Clinton we had a surplus. We was the first time we ever had a surplus in the U.S. history.
Yeah, but then we had a war too.
Why though?
Yeah,
but why we went into the negative though is the question.
To go steal somebody's oil.
Well, it was a lot of different reasons. The oil was one of them, definitely, but it was a lot of different reasons for that war. You know what I'm saying? What I was saying though, like about the corporations, right? When they get the tax breaks, right? They're able to pass. That's when they make a certain profit margin. They're able to allocate a certain amount of money for the bonuses that they get. Now, depending on how the level you own is how your bonus get, but you're gonna get a bonus when they profit margin is. That's a part of being a part of the company. This is how corporate America works.
That's how it works. Yeah, it's how it works.
Yeah.
So that's how it's supposed to work. I don't know if you work for Walmart and you're like at the you're a greeter, you're not gonna see that. That's the problem.
No.
It doesn't trickle down to the people. Exactly. It doesn't trickle down to the people.
So at Walmart,
it's the corporate
at Walmart's, listen, you have your workers, right? But then you had the people who work for corporate that come in. They don't work. They wear a suit when they come in. When corporate come, everybody straighten their ass up when corporate comes. So that's who you would be working for when you get that bonus. Not, what I'm saying, not the cart guy.
Not the work.
Cash register guy. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So that's what I'm saying. And those is the motherfuckers who getting the tax cuts. I'm talking about the corporations is getting the tax cuts or whatever.
And that's how it makes it crazy when to convince those people that taxing corporations is a good idea, because you think about it. Right?
It is.
You're talking about people who are.
But the problem is
they aren't. Just
those people. He talking about people that's getting the bonus. Go ahead.
Those people aren't millionaire rich, right? Those people are
300,000,
300, 400,000, $500,000. Those are like salespeople. These are like the engineers and all that. These are people that are making a good salary, making a good living for themselves.
Yep.
But then you have to convince them that you're gonna tax my corporation, which is gonna hit them directly, right?
Yep.
So this is the dilemma that I think we're in. Well, no, this is
doing tax cuts and not having laws in place so that they don't take advantage of it, like shifting the taxes and the burden onto us regular folks.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's what's happening.
Or making the politics
we're in this pickle.
Reducing how much they pay us.
He a regular folk too, though. So he think the dude that's making 300 he think he a regular folk. You can't
He
tell
don't think
him.
he's rich. He don't think he's rich.
He think he a regular folk, man. You know what I'm saying?
He's paying college tuition. He's got a mortgage. He's doing the same thing. You know,
his bill's higher than yours.
Exactly.
That's all it means.
Yeah, it's just in a different
He ain't doing
neighborhood.
nothing no more than you. His bill's just higher than yours. That's all.
Right.
You know what I mean?
So what they say, that's that middle class that's shrinking. They say the middle class is shrinking, but that's the middle class, right?
But they wax at his ass every time he turn around. That's why he don't want to tax the company, because he need that bonus. You know what I'm saying? Because he got to pay.
The capitalists never want to give up their power.
He got to pay for the kids to go to the private school. He got to pay for the. You know what I'm saying?
And think about it. And he's getting rimmed because all of his money is being made in income.
Yeah,
you're paying income at the income tax rate. You know, so you know, so that's the gripe, right? You know, there's like you say, there's the wars between all of us, right? That goes in, and when you
propaganda to make the middle class folks think that they're rich
against
the poor.
Yeah, exactly. You're against the poor and all this. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And then it makes them mad, right? Because the dude that's making $300,000, right? He's shitty because it seems like the motherfucker who getting food stamps and shit living a luxury life. You know what I'm saying?
Getting something he ain't getting. Exactly.
Because he mad because when he go to the grocery store, the pack of chicken done went from $10 to $17 now. You know what I'm saying? And he's shitty. Now, the people getting the food stamps, like, damn, you know, it's shit high, but like it's not hitting you as hard as the dude that's making 300.
Not to mention, in the end of the year when you're paying your taxes, right? Yeah, everybody else gets a refund. Everybody else gets a refund, and he's paying 5,000, 6,000. You know, this kind of stuff. You know, and like I say, they're squeezing the middle class, right? Yep. That's the problem. You know.
But if you make it 300,
see all these people rioting in the streets. See all these people quitting their jobs. They ain't doing it for no reason. People are tired of getting paid little next to nothing, but the prices of everything going up. Your rent going up. How much your food costs going up. Taxes going up. Can't nobody afford to get a house. You know what I mean? And then they keep trying to take away their benefits, but making them work more, making them work longer, treating them like shit, treating them like they're replaceable. People get tired of that after a while.
Yeah. The people at the bottom
get tired of acting nicely.
They get the worst. They get the worst.
For sure.
And the Ukrainians are coming.
Vote count. You know what I'm saying? We got to know for sure that your vote count. Your vote means something.
Yep.
And you got to understand. Not only do you got to understand that your vote means something, but you got to understand the people that you putting in office. You got to understand.
That's why we should vote.
Especially on the local level, like that's
and on all levels. See that's another thing where we think about just this level and this level. Is every level is equal. You know what I'm saying? Every level affects your life. That federal level is affecting your pocket right now because that gas pump, I paid $5 a gallon today. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. I don't think I paid $5 a gallon back in 2008.
You know what Biden said?
Blame
you know what our government said? Drive five miles underneath what you usually drive, right? Just drive slower. That'll help you conserve gas, right? Not even thinking about we're talking about diesel. We're talking about diesel fuel and the supply chain across the country. No, driving slower is not going to help this, right? You know.
Blame Biden. This is all Biden's fault.
I'm not gonna say that.
No. It is.
He wants to blame it on a dude that just came into office a year ago. Go ahead, my dude. Conspiracy theory.
It's not conspiracy.
No, because he's been in politics all his life, though.
It's the Europeans in Europe. Russia's about to cut on the second part of that gas line, and once they did that, Europe's going to start backing Russia instead of backing America, and that's why they had to do this little proxy war we had now. Just look at it. That's why right now Russia's controlling the nuclear site over there.
Because they got to control the energy.
That's all it's about.
Okay, like
It's always
I don't
about
think that those two
always
things are
about
related.
controlling the
My dude.
resources. It ain't never not about
So y'all don't
controlling
watch
land and the
MSNBC?
resources.
We don't even get the majority of our oil from Russia for you to be trying to use them
Yeah,
controlling one nuclear
That's why I
power
say
plant
Europe.
in
I didn't say
Ukraine.
nothing about America. I said Europe.
Oh, Europe?
Yeah,
Oh, who cares what they got going on?
no,
We
no,
get,
you
we
gotta
get,
care.
our, we
That's
get
one
most
of
of our
our
oils from
allies
the
we get
Arabs.
money with. We get money with Europe, so we gotta care. All that affect us. That's why our oil prices is going up. Like you said, we only get 10% of
Knew what
our
they were
oil.
doing.
yeah. We're in bed with the House of Assad.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
but we
definitely
control
we
NATO.
get
Let
money
them
with Europe.
murderers do whatever they want.
Yeah, but we control NATO. So we the hired guns for the rest of the world against the bad boogeyman Russia. That's what it's all.
That is our precarious situation right now that we're talking
But that's
about.
always
We the
our
world
situation.
police.
Yeah, exactly. And now
We was
we're trying to police half of the Eastern Bloc and protect them from the world's most powerful nuclear armed
But you try to
military on the
police somebody
planet.
that's not even down with you, and you're not even policing them because you're not
I
even
just
arming them. No, I'm talking
that's what I'm
about Ukraine.
saying. That's what I'm saying. Well, that's why I say we're in a precarious situation, right? What are we gonna do?
What's
What are
precarious
we
about it?
gonna do? What are we gonna
Hold
do?
up. You was never gonna put Ukraine in NATO, so
I think
why
we
you
gotta
in?
take that. I think we gotta take that. I ain't gonna lie.
We're gonna have to let
I
something
think we
fall
gotta
by the
take that.
wayside.
No, they're never gonna get in NATO. If you
No,
look at
no,
it,
they're not. No, not at all.
so
No,
why
they
play this game with chicken with Russia then?
it's beneficial to us. That's why.
Oh
But
yeah,
the thing is,
there's no reason. Yeah,
I
there's
don't
no
know. I think we're
reason for
missing
us.
some nuance here.
no, it's definitely playing the game, the NATO game. You definitely always want to let the niggas know, like, yo, we could be
Yeah.
at your door, nigga.
They're basically trying to stranglehold them, bro.
You know the doomsday clock went up behind this. Like they playing a
Really?
real
What is I know. Explain what is the doomsday clock?
So that I think it's a 34th Street in Manhattan. They got a doomsday clock to when to clock down to the
Is that like the Mayan calendar?
Nah.
It's a World War II thing.
Yeah.
It's some conspiracy theory crazy.
Yeah.
Don't feed into it. That's why I called it out at the beginning, yo.
And the thing is, and where every conspiracy is lies a bit of truth, right? You know what I'm saying?
It's higher chance of nuclear war. The doomsday clock goes down, right?
These
Yeah,
motherflowers ain't gonna do
anytime we have anything with Russia, people start to have that kind of talk.
Because
the
Ukraine president wanted us to have us do a no-fly zone, and that's dangerous.
But what it is Cold War talk. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And that's basically what that is. It's Cold War talk. But I wouldn't get into the doomsday clock thing. Well, I would just look at what the situation for what it is. You know what I'm saying?
People are trying to consolidate.
And in these days, it's plain. But go ahead, Geechee, you want to say something?
You going in and out, good.
Yeah, and we hit on the no-fly zone earlier. That's not gonna happen. Yeah, that's a whole different thing. That's a declaration of war.
Come back.
That's a declaration of war. So we kind of understand. We kind of understand what that means.
But the fact that Ukraine president is putting us in that conversation is kind of different.
No, he can't do that. He can't do
it's
that.
Not just us. It's more than other countries giving them weapons.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
what else he gonna say?
Yeah, exactly. Right.
What else you want him to say? I mean, he gonna say whatever he can say. You know what I'm saying? I would. Shit. Hey, no fly zone, nigga. Shit.
Hey, come help me, right? I'm dying. I'm in a bunker over here, right?
I mean, he literally said, "Help!
He's target number one for the Russian military.
Yeah,
right.
They gonna get him. They're gonna get him. They're going to get him. It's no.
But that's why I say America put them in that predicament and then left them out there on purpose, knowing that they wasn't going to never put them in NATO. So why?
I mentioned it earlier. They did it because, like I said, they're using them as a scapegoat. They're using Ukraine to basically scare the hell out of the other European countries that were iffy about joining NATO or didn't want to join NATO to join. And I think a couple of them since, yes, have joined NATO. America and their allies are trying to stranglehold power and control, yo. They're not friends with the Russians. They're not friends with the Chinese, no matter how much money the business that they do with them. You see how China is all up in Africa? And like I mentioned earlier, America has been funding coups in Africa, destabilizing governments over there.
Does anybody
They're
know
trying to
this?
prevent China from making money and becoming allies with the Africans over there.
Does anybody know
Some is
this?
political
Did
control, power.
Did we ever extend an invitation to Ukraine to join NATO? Did we ever?
They probably did.
No,
Yeah.
I don't think they extended invitation.
No,
They probably
they
were in
didn't.
talks. They were in talks.
We full play with them if you want to put it.
No. I'm just saying. I'm just saying because late in the game. Yeah. Now you want to join NATO. Yeah. Oh no. Okay. Of course you want to join NATO now.
Y'all hear me?
Right.
Y'all hear me?
But the question is before.
Yeah, we can hear you now, Geechee.
Before the Russian invasion years ago, were they ever allowed to join NATO?
No. So let me speak on that. Let me speak on that.
Hey, Rasta.
Google Scholar.
Yeah. What's up? How y'all doing? Yeah. Ukraine was never allowed to join
Geechee,
NATO.
you mind muting your mic real quick? We'll let you go after Rasta. Thank you.
Ukraine was never allowed to join NATO because that was one of the conditions of the breakup of the Soviet Union. That the former Russian or the former USSR, the states that made that up, would never be allowed to join NATO. So that's why. But Ukraine, since they became independent, has always wanted to join NATO. But that would be a violation of that treaty. So that's why they couldn't let them in. But what happened is that Russia was the first one who started violating the treaty. So on a technicality, they could have let Ukraine join if they wanted to, but they were trying to avoid getting into a confrontation with Russia. And
Google Scholar, can I ask you a question?
No, were you finished though? Let Google Scholar make his point first.
Well, I was finished about that, but I wanted to go back to some of the stuff that I was hearing earlier.
Go ahead, bro, because you had your hand up for a minute. I'm sorry.
You have to be careful about the stuff that you say, because a lot of this stuff is Russian propaganda. You might be hearing it from American news outlets, but that don't mean it's not propaganda. Like, for example, a lot of people I hear saying that the reason why Putin is going into Ukraine is because of that NATO thing. That may be a small part of it, but it's not. He wants to take over the Ukraine, and it's not based on NATO. Because if you think about it logically, he says that if Ukraine becomes a part of NATO, then he would have NATO troops on his doorstep. That's in the Ukraine. But if he takes over Ukraine, then he has NATO troops on his doorstep, because Poland is NATO and Poland is right next to the Ukraine. So that argument doesn't fly. It's all about trying to bring back the USSR. Is basically what he's doing. He knows he's holding out, he's getting on. He's trying to leave that as his legacy. I'm the one who brought the Soviet Union back together. So that's and another thing is money is tied up with some of the oligarchs who lost a lot of money when they were kicked out of Ukraine, when Ukraine became, like a full democracy. A lot of those Russian oligarchs, because what Putin did, he had like a puppet government in the Ukraine, and the people rose up and basically kicked him out.
That was a coup.
Yeah, it was a coup, but it was by the people. It wasn't by the military. And because of that, he's always wanted to go back in, but he had to be careful because he wasn't sure where the United States and the rest of NATO is going to stand with him just going in. But I guess he sees an opening now he's using that Russian speaking part of Ukraine as a farce to say I'm going in. But really what he want to do is to take over the whole of the Ukraine.
I agree, right? I think he wants the Eastern Bloc back, right? And the problem is that a lot of the countries in the old Eastern Bloc are now part of NATO, right? And I think that he may test the waters to see how NATO's resolve is, right? If I pick off Lithuania, is Lithuania enough for the NATO allies to say you want to go to a full war with me as a full nuclear power, right? That's me, right? So we'll see.
What the test was it Syria? Didn't he was it where was he just
No, that was
Georgia.
Crimea. That was
Oh, yeah,
Crimea
and
wanted to be
Georgia.
a part of Russia, but Georgia, they invaded
Georgia,
Georgia.
So
yeah.
that's why I say it's the pipeline thing more than just Ukraine is at their borders. Because like he said, you got if he take over Ukraine, you got Poland at his border. So that's not the reason
Ports
why.
over there.
But so that's my point. That's not the reason why he did
It's
what
the
he
Black
did.
Sea. Well, Ukraine's borders with the Black Sea, so there's a lot of
It's the oil.
strategic.
It's just what Google. It's just what Google
Well,
was
that too,
talking
yeah.
about though. Like he definitely want to leave his legacy with the. He want to bring back in the USSR. You know what I'm saying?
For sure.
And that's a part of his whole thing. And then, like you say, with their Pascal and the boys, you know what I'm saying, which is the oligarchs over there. They took a big hit.
Who's got to share the ability to share? Let's pull up this old Russian area, right? Let's see what's going on over here, right? Can you give me the ability to share, Corey?
Yeah.
I want to take a look at this.
Let me see.
I just want to say
I was looking at this the other day. I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother.
No. At one point, he wanted to join NATO, so he wanted to join. It's America needed a bad boogeyman. That's all it really is. He was sitting down with Barbara Walters to try to get more friendly with America. That's why he got McDonald's and all these other companies in Russia. He wanted to get more, Europeanized, but America it got to have a big bad boogeyman.
You have to understand too that when Putin just came in, he was more of a Russia was more of a democracy at that time. So certain things that he probably would have wanted to do, he couldn't, because what's happening, he didn't have the power as such in Russia. But now, over the years, through maneuvering and stuff, he has basically become the sole dictator. So basically, what he says goes now. There's no resistance to him in the government anymore, or in the country, basically. So
he made sure of that.
Yeah. So now he can do what he wants. So if you see something happening in Russia, how do I allow to share?
Okay. So I'm just pulling this up, right? Because I want to see all of these bordering countries and where we're slap dab in the middle of all this stuff.
Right, Ukraine is in smack dab in the middle of all that shit too.
Yeah, we're in a.
How do I allow to share?
Let's see. Let's see. Well, you guys keep going. I'll see what I can find this.
You got to do it in the meeting settings, Corey.
What you want to do? Pull up a map of the Ukraine?
Yeah, I'm gonna pull up Google Maps because I wanna give us something to visualize while we're talking about this, right? Because I think that's valuable.
Yeah. I know what you're saying.
Yep, for sure. All right, share my screen. There we go. I got it.
I was already doing it. Okay.
Can you see? Can you guys let me know if you guys see this?
It's coming up. It's coming up. It says you're sharing, but it didn't start showing yet.
All right, let me know if you see this. You see this
So
little
you got it
red?
on.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I see it, but I think it'd be easier if you pull up a map instead of Google Earth.
Yeah, I think I
You're not
I like a cutout better because
you can't see that.
yeah,
We
you can
can
see
see
it,
it,
but
It's
but it's
very
not.
okay.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
of it.
let me do it a different way. I'll stop sharing and I'll see if I can
Pull up a
find
map.
something.
that
Yeah,
was a
yeah,
satellite, wasn't it?
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
That's just a
Yeah.
satellite visual,
Because
right?
You
they could
all you
only
want
live
is a
on
map.
they could only live on like a third of the land in Russia or something like that.
I can
Like,
Yeah,
imagine.
Russia is a lot of it's
Jeez.
inhabitable, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
for
Yeah,
sure.
yeah,
For
but
sure.
but Russia is not. It's not high. It's not densely populated.
No.
Yeah, like people aren't spread out all over the place.
They on the borders. Most of them is all on the border areas. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
You know what the problem is when you actually pull up a world map, right? A lot of it doesn't show a lot of the political lines, right? That's what we're trying to look at, the political lines, and it's not
Yeah.
really showing it, right? But
Mhm.
I guess we can get it just a general. You
Yeah,
you
just
guys
get
go ahead.
European, just go European map and then get the one with the colors and the cutouts. Should pop right up when you go to images.
There you go.
Yeah, but it's all political. Like people trying to get money, they trying to get control. You know, America
more-
doesn't want these other people that's not on their side to have
Yeah.
that control. So they're
It's
gonna try to paint
military
whatever narrative that they
strategic
can.
positions for
If you
military.
notice,
And it's
if you
geopolitical
notice,
too, because you gotta understand that China is aligned with Russia too. So it's geopolitical. It's not just. There's a lot of moving parts.
if you notice, Israel, China, India, those are the four big countries that's not siding with, and also Europe in a sense of they don't want to go through with that cutting them off with the oil, because Europe need that oil from Russia. They need that power from Russia. They can't do it. So that's why US want to cut Russia off and get that oil from us. That's what they want to do. They want to cut them out.
No, but you see, it's not just Europe that need Russia. Russia need Europe too. Russia is.
But they got China.
Russia, no, but
This
Russia
is gonna
is
make
a small.
the enemy stronger.
Russia is a small
two nations
economy.
with
They need to sell that oil. They
two
don't
nations
just
with
have the
over a
oil.
billion people.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
There's North Korea. There's Iran.
Yeah. North Korea.
They already sell to these people, but I'm saying they need Europe to buy the oil that they have, because basically in Russia, that's their. I'm not saying it's the only, but like that's the majority of the income for their economy. So without the oil, without them being able to sell the oil, it's just as useless. So
Europe
it's not
need
just that.
Germany need Russia more.
Let me know if this looks better.
I don't think the audience will be able to see it, but we can see it, of course.
They got
bigger.
Yeah, that's workable.
Oh yeah, that's good.
Yeah, you gotta zoom in.
Yeah,
So I'm
people got
zooming in
fingers.
directly into Ukraine, because the Ukraine, I got him slap dab in the middle of this. You see him, right?
Yeah.
You see Kiev, you see Belarus, you see the Black Sea, right? This is why Ukraine is like a strategic area, because it borders the Black Sea, and plus it's like the biggest country in Europe, right? Not besides France, and everything to the east of that, right? You got Moscow right there.
Oh yeah, we can't. The audience can't see it. My bad.
Moscow. Yeah, you got Moscow like right there. So
they had to work out some kind of deal with those neighboring countries for them to get their soldiers into those states in Ukraine.
For sure.
Those separatists, they had to have a deal with them to bring their tanks through there, yo.
Yeah.
Belarus is a Russian ally too.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, I thought they were, and I didn't think they were.
They're slap dab. Yeah, exactly. Belarus is you might as well say it's just an extension of the Russian state, right?
Yeah.
Yep. So
I'm surprised the Poles wouldn't be on the side of the Russians.
I think you need to
come out. Poland
is NATO.
Is a NATO state.
Yeah, they're NATO.
That's my point.
They got a gang of damn Nazis over there too.
If you show the people,
crazy.
like
because it go from United States, France, Germany, all the way to, Russia's doorstep. And in a sense, if you look at it like on a map, you like everybody's against them going right to their doorstep. So you will understand why the propaganda in a sense of why they would attack Ukraine.
So
Yeah.
so I guess after they take over Ukraine, they're gonna attack Poland next because Poland is NATO and Poland is right there.
I don't think so.
Yeah, no, yeah,
So
yeah.
so
I see what you're saying, Google, right? Yeah, exactly.
yeah.
The logic doesn't make sense if
So
that was the
Yeah.
case. Yeah.
in that sense, why should they when they got Brussels and Ukraine in the sense if they already got Ukraine, they don't have to worry about getting attacked from the front. Romania,
No, but
are they scared of Romania? Only people they got to
All right.
worry about is Ukraine and Hungary.
All right. So look at here. This is what I pulled up. I made some notes of this the other night. It's like all of these are NATO countries that are used to be a part of Russia. Let me see if I can make this bigger. Right. So we got Romania, Hungary, Poland, Slovakia,
Yeah.
Bulgaria, Croatia, right? What's it Chris? I don't know
Creek.
how do you say it.
It's Creek.
Creek,
I
right?
That's
think we
crazy. I
need
can
to pull
pronounce
up.
that.
Slovenia, right?
We need to pull up.
Montenegro, Lithuania, and Latvia, right?
Mhm.
All of these are NATO countries right now. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, or what? All of these, right? This is like a third of the NATO countries. Used to
How
be
much?
all, used
How
to be
much
all,
money?
yeah.
I'm
All of
sorry. I'm
these
sorry.
guys used to be a part of the Eastern Bloc,
How
right?
old is this? How old is this map? Because I don't see
This
Crimea.
yeah,
Isn't
yeah,
it supposed to be south of Ukraine right there? It's
yeah.
supposed to
You
be
gotta,
Crimea right there.
that's why I say a lot of this stuff isn't political maps. This stuff is, everything is changing dynamically, right? That's why I like to, yeah. That's why I wanted to use Google Maps because it updates more, but this is probably an older one, right? Because when I look at it, I see Georgia and all this stuff. Yeah, these aren't current political maps.
Can we find out how much of these nations put to NATO? How much money do these nations put up for NATO funds?
No,
They don't probably put that
it
much.
doesn't matter. It doesn't
It's
matter.
It does matter
it's
because
No,
if all the money is coming from the United States of America and
Yeah,
we
most
doing
of
all
it
the
is.
fighting,
it's not.
and
It's
and
not.
if we
here's
doing,
the
because
reason.
hold on, can I
I'm
explain
sorry.
to you what
I'm sorry.
happened?
Go ahead.
No, because in Poland, right? They was going to give some fighter
Hey,
jets to the Ukraine, but they said they want America to pay them back for the
hey,
fighter jets.
we've been going on this one for 5. We're gonna start up a new one or whatever.
Yeah. The
So
only reason why I say it really
I'm gonna
doesn't
end
matter.
that one.
I'm sorry, Corey. The only
Go
reason
ahead.
why I say it doesn't matter is because once you align with the NATO pact, any country that's attacked, right? All NATO countries respond. It doesn't matter how much money you contribute. It's a political and a military pact.
Yeah. They're probably getting something else from them that
Yeah,
they
I
can
Something
think
actually provide.
it's
And
something
that's why I
there's
say
strategic.
it's
also
the pipeline
Right.
because
there's also a misunderstanding about contributing to NATO. It's not a fund where you
It's
put the
not a
money in.
fundraiser. Yeah,
It's a
exactly.
no,
commitment. It's a
but
commitment to put this percentage of your budget to the
but
military. So
that's
yeah.
why I'm
So
using this instance as an example because Poland said they was going to give the Ukraine pilots some jets, but they said they want America to pay them back for the jets. So my question is to the group is what's really going on? Is America fronting the whole world for everything and we just paying
yeah,
everybody back? And that's what it
yeah,
I
is.
but
That's
mean,
what it
we
looks
have
like.
no
No,
choice.
because they
We're
on the
in
That's
border.
not direct. That's not direct military involvement. Yeah, that's
it's
Yeah.
so
not the
like
same
yeah.
thing.
It's
Yeah.
NATO. It's NATO. NATO. But the thing is,
It's a NATO
Poland
sign
is
with the
on the
US
border.
military behind it.
Poland is on the border. That's why they got to be the ones to give them the jets, and then somebody got to give them because they
Backfill.
ain't
We'll
got jets
backfill.
to be passing out like the United States
And it's
do.
old. They got old stuff. Those
They
are
got
old
old
MiGs.
Soviet meat, you know what I'm saying? Shit that they had back in, I think it's some shit they took from Russia. They
yeah, these are old MiGs. Yeah.
yeah, some shit they stole from us.
Hey, the stuff that we didn't convince them to give to us.
Yeah.
Poland like, hell no, I ain't giving y'all nothing unless you gonna backfill me. So yeah, they trying to give Ukraine the old Soviet MiGs. Then we'll backfill their planes with M16s. Well, not M16s, but what they call it, whatever they call those things.
M1 fighters or something like that. But yeah, but like, so once again, we are
F-16s. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so we're backing, everybody to go against whoever mess with NATO. I mean NATO. So we the big bad, but
No, everybody contributes though. Like
everybody gotta go.
How is that? How they contribute?
No, I'm talking about monetarily. You know what I'm saying? Everybody got a job to do in NATO. You know what I'm saying? Like we can pull that up. We can pull up NATO and the countries and what it takes. You know what I'm saying? You ain't coming to the table empty-handed. Man.
Yeah,
ain't no shit like that.
And militarily, right? Not just monetarily, but it's like, hey,
the thing is,
that's the
we
biggest
don't never be on the front line. We got the paper, but y'all go. See, the thing is, we ain't realizing that Ukraine been on the front line the whole time. You know what I'm saying?
We've been not down with NATO.
Yeah, but they ain't gotta be. We've been fronting them paper and money and tools. Y'all go do the thing. You know what I'm saying? Like we ain't never, even through the Iraqi war. You know what I'm saying? Like it wasn't no American soldiers out there shooting up in the mountains with them goddamn crazy ass motherfuckers up with them crazy ass Arab motherfuckers. It was some other niggas. We was, you know what I'm saying? We just was backing them. Now, every now and then they might shoot something. And I think it's like out of the whole 20 years, I think 20 soldiers died in the whole Iraq thing. You know what I'm saying? 20 American soldiers.
They said more kids died in America than soldiers died in the Iraq war.
Yeah.
All right. So you guys, this is the NATO website. Here's the member countries, right? Currently 30 NATO members, right? So here are all the NATO countries. Can you guys see this?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, we can see it.
All right. This is it. Right. I think anyone is open to,
do they show how much
apply. No, yeah, I don't know about that, but anyone is open to apply for for NATO membership, right? Whether they let you in or not, that's a whole different thing.
It depends on what you bring to the table.
Exactly, but you look at the founding, you look at the founding members, right? This was founded in 1949, right? So you got United States, United Kingdom, Netherlands, France, Denmark, right? Canada, right? Belgium, right? Yep. Portugal, and those are the founding members of NATO. Since then, Italy, right? So since then, you see there's a lot of countries from the Eastern Bloc that have joined NATO, right? Which for good reasons, right?
It's secure. You want to get money with the people who get money.
Yeah, but we got to be realistically like, which one of these nations that's going to put up most of the money is going to be countries like us, France, Germany, United Kingdom,
the founding members. Yeah, exactly.
Right,
You're gonna be right.
I should say something you said, Brandon, that anybody can apply. Actually, not anybody. You have to be a democracy.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, that great point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Great point.
Good point. Yeah, but I'm gonna go ahead and end this one, y'all. I think we had a great one. We had a great one. We learned some shit. I think I want to start up another one, so they gonna start up another one.
All right, peace.
And I appreciate everybody for coming through. Peace to everybody out there listening, man. Stay up on your politics, man. Know how important they is.
For sure.